Rodrigo Duterte, I thought actually they how we, by the year 2020, 4 years after the Iron Men came to power, weapons of mass destruction in check have either fallen out of disuse effect on our society. And finally, of course, the big one, which is climate change, because if we don't do something about climate
organizado y ciberseguridad, va a reflexionar sobre la influencia que ejercen los líderes de las naciones más poderosas del mundo sobre la pandemia, las armas de destrucción masiva, la crisis climática y la hiperdependencia, en los sistemas informáticos en red. Luego de eso vamos a tener una conversación sobre sus principales planteamientos. Espero que lo disfruten. Misha, how are you?
I'm fine, Francisco. Thanks very much. Buenos dias. And it's really nice to be here in spirit in Valparaiso, if not in person. So I'm going to talk initially for about half an hour or so about what really, I suppose, is the sort of overall global situation that we face at the moment, and what the challenges we face are. So I'm going to start by talking a little bit about 2016. 2016 was a real turning point for the world in many ways. We saw the election of Duterte in the Philippines. We saw the vote in the United Kingdom, the Brexit vote, which led to the UK departing from the European Union. We saw the coup in Turkey, an attempted coup against Erdogan, and President Erdogan then used that coup in order to assert a series of very authoritarian measures in the country. We saw a hardening of the position over refugees of Viktor Orban, the Hungarian Prime Minister. We saw the consolidation in power of Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister of India. And then, of course, in November 2016, we saw the election of Donald Trump. Also at this time, we saw the explosion of the corruption crisis, Lava Jato in Brazil, which of course affected large parts of South America, particularly through the company Odebrecht, which had interests all over the continent. And what was interesting about these events is it consolidated the power of people who I call the Iron Men. And I've written a podcast called "The Rise of the Iron Men," and I was thinking about writing a book about the Iron Men. But the more I thought about it, I came to the conclusion that what was interesting and what was important was not the Iron Men themselves. There's been so much written about Bolsonaro, about Trump, about Boris Johnson, Viktor Orban, and so on, Erdogan, Rodrigo Duterte. I thought, actually, they are a symptom, a manifestation of a crisis, not the actual cause. And so I started trying to decide why things had deteriorated so dramatically over the space of one generation, really. And how we, by the year 2020, 4 years after the Iron Men came to power in so many countries, 4 years after that, we face such huge challenges in the world with such weak leadership, or poor leadership, perhaps is a better description. And those four challenges, as you outlined in your introduction, Francisco, are the pandemic, which is upon us. Then there is the weapons of mass destruction, and the fact that, really rather unnoticed over the past 10 years or so, a lot of the regulatory systems which keep weapons of mass destruction in check have either fallen out of disuse or have been ignored. And so weapons of mass destruction are actually a problem for us. Then the third thing is our over-dependency on networked computer systems. And that over-dependency means that if those systems go wrong, they can have absolutely devastating effect on our society. And finally, of course, the big one, which is climate change, because if we don't do something about climate change, then it threatens the destruction of species, not only millions of animal and plant species around the world, but of course, the human race as well. And these four huge challenges come at a point when we have these populist leaders, most of whom ignore the major challenges and threats facing humanity. And so what I wanted to know is how come at a point where we need decent leadership so badly, we have failed in this way? What happened in the past 30 years to make our prospects look so grim? And my starting point is always 1989. That was the revolutions in Eastern Europe and the former Soviet Union, the end of communism, because it was a moment of such optimism. So I put together a little bit of a film, which I'm going to share with you to explain where that took us to. So here we go.
I covered all the revolutions in Eastern Europe as a BBC correspondent. It was a moment pregnant with great optimism and opportunity, where liberal democracy, so-called European values, and aspirations of world peace appeared to reign supreme. But it wasn't just communism that collapsed when the Iron Curtain fell. For several years, the state suffered a heart attack as well, and while it was on life support, another change was taking place. The planned economy of the Soviet Union was being replaced by the free market capitalist economy of the victorious West. Freedom, revolution, the end of history. Well, that's what we were promised. That's what the American thinker Francis Fukuyama told us was coming, and many believed him. The end of history. Well, 1989 certainly was the end of a historical epoch, one which had begun exactly 200 years earlier with the French Revolution. But I'm afraid, my friends, there is no end to history. And the birth of a new epoch is always difficult, dangerous, and bloody. So what went wrong? Picture this. Two Russian entrepreneurs at the dawn of capitalism. How exactly do they go about making a deal? Господин Ivanov, I am businessman from Magnitogorsk. I wish to sell you some widgets at 3 rubles apiece. Здравствуйте, господин Klimov. I like your widgets, but please only 2 rubles and 50 kopecks. Господин Ivanov, I am cheating myself with 2.50. Shall we go to commercial tribunal to settle our dispute? Господин Klimov, I would like, but there is no functioning court system in Russia. The state has had heart attack, remember. However, I have friends. They belong to so-called privatized law enforcement agency. Ужас. Ну я тоже. Perhaps my privatized law enforcement agency can arrange a fair price with yours. What sociologists refer to as privatized law enforcement agencies, we call the mob or the mafia. But whatever you think about them, they were indispensable for the emergence of a market system in Eastern Europe. I was very privileged to be invited to the inaugural annual general meeting of Bulgaria's nascent capitalist class, and I treasure this photographic memento of the event. Now, those of you old enough to remember the Cold War might recall how the Bulgarians used to win stacks of medals in the wrestling and weightlifting categories at the Olympics. They were communist heroes and they enjoyed many material privileges. So what were they going to do after they lost all their subsidies in 1989? You see, Bulgaria, like all East European countries, was flat broke. So broke, in fact, that Bulgaria had to sack 14,000 policemen. Now, if the state has collapsed and your economy is heading south, probably the last cohort you want coming onto the jobs market are 14,000 men and women whose chief skills are surveillance, smuggling, sabotage, and murder. But that's what happened across Eastern Europe, and many of them joined up with the weightlifters to find employment with privatized law enforcement agencies. So you see, from the very beginning, the free market and capitalism in Eastern Europe was entwined with organized crime. It wasn't long before this culture of crime migrated to the internet, and in the year 2000, a group of Ukrainians in Odessa launched the website that would revolutionize cybercrime. Welcome to the wonderful world of Carter Planet. What you're watching now is an internet ad that's 20 years old, incredibly sophisticated for the time, and it drew thousands of users to carterplanet.com, which was a sort of Facebook for criminals. You could purchase the latest viruses to use against your enemies, take tutorials in the latest cybercrime techniques, buy and sell fake IDs and documents. But above all else, you could trade in stolen credit and debit card data. The reason why Carter Planet was so important, though, was because they came up with the answer to the conundrum that until then had baffled the bad guys on the web. And that was, how can I do business with this person when I know that he's a criminal, and so he's axiomatically untrustworthy? So the administrators of Carter Planet thought up the escrow system. If you wanted to sell, say, the data of 5,000 credit cards, you would send these digitally to the escrow officer at Carter Planet. Meanwhile, the potential purchaser would send e-gold, an early digital currency. The escrow officer would then send out at random some of the data to his friends in Toronto, Wellington or Rio to use at local ATMs, and if this worked, which it usually did, then the escrow officer and friends would keep this as a fee before releasing the data to the purchaser and the e-gold to the vendor. This led to an explosion of crime over the internet, and this decade was known as the Champagne era for carders.
So Russian oligarchs, Russian mafia and Russian cyber criminals were all making a shed load of cash, a lot of money. But remember, they're very smart people who know their own history well. And before long, they knew that some strong man or other, like President Putin, would come back to put the Russia house in order. So they had to hide their cash somewhere, as the last thing the oligarchs and criminals wanted was for the new guy to get his grubby little paws on it. And this is where the West comes into the story. More to the point, this is where the Western banking system comes into the story, because since President Nixon had detached the dollar from the gold standard in the early 1970s, successive presidents, since President Nixon detached the dollar from the gold standard in the early 1970s, successive presidents and British prime ministers had been bending to the requests of financial institutions to loosen up our regulatory systems, exchange rates, capital ratios, the merging of retail with investment banking. And you combine this with the centuries-old mechanism of using offshore tax havens like the Cayman Isles or the British Virgin Islands, and organized crime quickly realized it had found its very own philosopher's stone, a system to transform filthy lucre into pristine gold. So in the 1990s and the 2000s, the West just didn't care. London and New York were in a deregulatory race to become the financial capital of the world, and they both turned a blind eye to the origins of the lucre sloshing through the system. Financial institutions and Western politicians thought that, like the Russians, they had found their very own philosopher's stone, a way of transforming everything into gold without any risk at all. No return to boom or bust, in the words of Gordon Brown, Britain's former Treasury Minister. That all came to a juddering halt in 2008. It wasn't until 2008 and the financial crash that I began to realize how important the issues of scale and proportion were in the world. After the Wall Street crash of 1929, it took a full 14 months before Austria's Kreditanstalt became the first major casualty of the collapse of Wall Street. In 2008, by contrast, it was just 4 days before almost every major bank around the world was staring into the abyss of global economic meltdown and collapse. So what was powering this?
As I observed the speed with which the financial crash affected the entire world, I kept thinking about this chap. Vitruvian Man, Leonardo da Vinci's famous sketch that solved a conundrum from classical Rome about how to square a circle. The diagram also posed and answered a number of other philosophical, mathematical and biological questions. The physical centre of Vitruvian Man was his belly button, but the notional centre was the idea of proportion. The human form, God's most consummate creation, was fashioned to geometric perfection. Together with our minds, human scale had evolved to enable us to best prosper physically, materially, and spiritually as we moulded our environment according to our own proportions. Now, when Da Vinci first drew Vitruvian Man, many Renaissance philosophers still adhered to the idea that humans stood in the middle of a hierarchy, the great chain of being, which ordered life from base minerals to God in heaven. Some, however, argued that God had given humans the requisite tools precisely in order to climb up the great chain of being and even to aspire to a godlike status. Industrialization in the 19th century began both that remarkable ascent as well as the distortion of our relationship to scale. Our striving was a double-edged sword, a Promethean exploration for knowledge and power over nature. Some of the benefits were immense, most notably the staggering increasing longevity we've experienced in the last 2 centuries. Some, like climate change, we weren't aware of until long after we'd first triggered the process. Some, like the unfettering of the immense power of nuclear, were awe-inspiring and terrifying at the same time. Yet even these monumental developments were processes that many of us, especially if we enjoyed access to education, could understand, at least theoretically. From the 1980s, science and technology moved into complex areas at such a speed that they began to spring the boundaries of even theoretical comprehension for most humans, individually or collectively. Everything has increased, expanded, or accelerated in such a way that we can no longer keep track of it.
Just as the banks couldn't keep track of what was going on in 2008 because technology was critical both to the intrinsic financial crisis and the speed with which it spread from New York across the world. The heart of the crash: credit default swaps and collateral mortgage obligations, the subprime securitization vehicles that had enabled banks to leverage debt way beyond their ability to repay it. Now, these vehicles, the CDSs and the CMOs, were managed by algorithms. No single financial institution had the least oversight into exactly how much debt they were carrying. But just like Dr. Frankenstein, they were unable to tame the monster once unleashed. And money just started flowing automatically out of banks across the world without anyone having even to press a button. On this occasion, government intervention, often improvised, narrowly saved us from economic and social Armageddon. We were literally hours away from a complete breakdown of human society. So as we sought to emulate God, we suddenly found ourselves loitering outside the gates of hell. Disoriented and frightened, we were losing our relationship to proportion and to human scale. So that government intervention that took place in 2008, it staved off the worst catastrophe, but it could not prevent the opening of profound divisions and ruptures within and between states. So you had popular anger with banks, politicians, journalists, the super rich. All this has been growing as the real life consequences of the financial crash have come home to roost. And let me throw into that mix the Internet of Things, machine to machine learning, artificial intelligence, quantum computing. I want to be perfectly plain here. I am not a technophobe. On the contrary, I've been a computer and internet enthusiast for a long time. But technology is morally neutral. We are the problem. And this is one central point to my remarks. The exponential increase which we are about to witness in the power of technology and our dependence on it coincides with rapidly growing domestic and geopolitical instability around the world. And it is that coincidence that is the real danger. This coincidence is shaping the threat environment more than any other phenomenon. And here's my second central point, the Vitruvian paradox, as I call it. Russians identified very early on that humans were the primary vulnerability when it came to computer security and cybercrime. Well, when we get to the Internet of Things, the primary vulnerability will no longer be humans, but machines, and the absence of human oversight. So for 2 decades, humans have been the problem when it comes to network computer systems, but now it is the absence of humans monitoring those systems which is going to threaten us. Now, in the relatively simple world of cybercrime, we can see the implications of replacing Vitruvian principles of human scale and proportions with, excuse me, with the massive techno scale. But what if we move into the really sensitive area of state-to-state relations? And this is where we have to be at our most vigilant. On October the 27th, 1962, we were told we had entered the most dangerous day in history. This was the Cuban Missile Crisis. The Cuban Missile Crisis was so dangerous that the Americans and the Russians became freaked out about it. They came so close to wiping out the entire planet that they decided to replace confrontation with cooperation through a series of landmark treaties establishing, excuse me, establishing the rules of the road with nuclear power. And this system worked. Well, it worked up to a point, because in September 1983, a Russian satellite detected a grave anomaly as it mapped the United States. It thought that it saw a nuclear weapon coming to the Soviet Union. The computers processing the data checked this 30 times, and 30 times they said, yes, the Americans have launched a nuclear missile at us. So it then automatically alerted the nuclear command bunker that 5 missiles with nuclear warheads loaded were heading to Russia. Now, if artificial intelligence had been in command at that point, Russia would have launched a counterattack and we would have been destroyed. Fortunately, the human in charge, Stanislav Petrov, made the right call and said this was a false alarm, and he was proved right. Reflections off the sun had hit the cloud tops and fooled the satellites. But in cyber at the moment, although in nuclear we have systems of regulation, in cyber there are no rules of the road, nor is there any sign of the 3 major cyber superpowers, Russia, China, and the US, coming to an agreement anytime soon on this issue. It's no coincidence that since the Ukraine's electric grid went down in December 2015 and after an attack by Russia, these attacks on critical national infrastructures are growing. So if big players squabble and argue, it opens up the cracks for freelancers, fellow travelers, criminal groups, contracted by states maybe. So we've already seen before the Internet of Things how much damage can take place because of computer networks. Are we going to have to experience a Cuban Missile Crisis in cyber before everyone comes to their senses and we start having some rules of the road. We'll have to wait and see. So that is one of the four horsemen that we are now seeing riding across the planet. The pandemic we've already seen. Weapons of mass destruction are a permanent threat, but it is really ultimately climate change that is so important. And that is why leadership is critical. It is simply unbelievable that the man leading the most powerful nation on the earth, at least possibly until January, we'll have to wait and see what happens between now and January, is a climate change denier. This is just so shocking that science, rational debate and thought no longer has sufficient energy in the greatest democracy in the world to persuade the president that what he is saying is deeply and utterly untrue. Until we recognize that these four challenges are global challenges, and the pandemic proves it beyond any doubt, and that we can only solve these problems as one single world, then I'm afraid the population of the earth is under real threat. We have to do something to change this. And well, that, I think I probably depressed you enough for one day. And so I'll hand back to Francisco.
Thank you very much, Misha. Yeah, it's you deliver that as a joke, probably a more serious statement. I wanted to start by asking you a historic question, because you said the starting point of at least your narrative in 1989, but have you studied or looked at prior moments in history that could compare to today?
I have, and that's why I use the issue of Vitruvian Man and Leonardo da Vinci, because it comes right in the middle of the Renaissance. You have this extraordinary moment between 1517, which is when Luther nailed his 1997 theses to the door of the church in Wittenberg in Germany, and leading to the explosion of the Reformation. Between 1517 and 1534, you had extraordinary events. Just a few years after Luther, you had Cortez's meeting with Montezuma in Mexico. You had the Ottoman Empire in Europe conquering Belgrade and then moving into Hungary. You had the sack of Rome, so the home of the Catholic Church was destroyed by imperial troops, and then you had England leaving the Catholic Church and becoming de facto a Protestant nation, and you had Denmark and Sweden also becoming Protestant nations. So for the first time, a split in the church leads to a political division as well. And this was in an incredibly short space of time. The consequences of that division, however, played out over the next 100 years and culminated in the early 17th century in the 30 Years' War in Europe, which was one of the most devastating wars we've ever experienced. It was essentially a religious war, so devastating that at the end of it, states agreed that they would no longer use religion as a reason to go to war. But during that period, you had incredible expansion as well. You had the first globalization, whereby you had trade of taking slaves from Africa to South America, to the Caribbean, and to the what became later on the United States, the North American colonies. Wood, sugar, molasses, rum, all this was brought back to Europe. So you had the first globalization and the beginnings of modern European history in Central and South America and North America. All this took place really over a period of 2 centuries, from 1450, which was, or the 1450s when Gutenberg invented printing, through to the end, 2 centuries later, of the 30 Years' War. Now, what we're seeing now, and this is why I talk about scale and proportion, is this, that in a very short space of time, we're seeing the emergence of these deep divisions, social divisions. We see it in every country we look at, but we are also seeing technology accelerating at a rate that we've never experienced before. And this is what I mean about human beings being unable to grasp and understand the rate of change. We have never had change at this rate. And although we have 5 centuries of learning and understanding about science since the Reformation, it appears that we are equally unable to manage social divisions, inequalities of wealth, inequalities of states, and so on and so forth. So I think the Renaissance is a very instructive period for us.
Mm-hmm. And of course, social divisions and inequalities are leading to several conflicts all over the world, and this have an impact on the political processes. Of course, we've seen that in several societies, this country as well, but we are very, very much aware of that in case of, for instance, the United States, where polarization is part of that, and where you have foreign powers trying to exploit them, right? And how do you think we should understand the interest of Russia being a state actor, in many ways behaving as an anti-systemic non-state actor for the other countries?
Yes, I mean, that's a very interesting question, Francisco, and very well put, because what it does is it uses the techniques of non-state actors like criminals in order to try and influence or disrupt other political processes. The situation of Russia is very, very clear. It has a tiny economy compared to the United States. Its economy is 1/10 of the size of the United States, and it is over-dependent on one particular industry. That's its hydrocarbon energy resources, gas and oil. And so its influence has reduced very dramatically in the world. It remains a great power for one reason and one reason alone, and that is it has many thousands of nuclear warheads, a legacy, of course, from the Soviet period. And so that keeps it up there with the other big players. But Russia looks at the United States, it looks at the European Union, it looks at China, and in terms of the US and China, it understands completely that it does not have the economy and the resources to maintain parity with China and the US. And so it has to engage with its potential or actual enemies in a different way. So what it started doing was it was looking at the West and saying, well, we can't compete with them economically, but what are their vulnerabilities? What are their problems in the West? And they saw very clearly that the West was suffering really serious political difficulties as a consequence of 2008, the financial crash, with the rise of populism. And one thing that the Russians are very good at, and this is also a legacy of the Soviet period, is they have a lot of extremely good computer engineers and mathematicians, physicists, and so on. And so they thought, well, we can start using social media, using fake news and using hacking. We can disrupt the West and really make their life difficult and therefore weaken them simply by playing around with the internet. And it's very, very cheap. It doesn't cost us anything at all. And so Russia becomes a problem, and the West becomes more insecure and becomes weaker. So it's to Russia's advantage. I have to say, though, that in the long term, Russia is not a strategic enemy of the West, because it simply won't be able to sustain its power because of its economic problems. The really, really big issue is China. And you know, in South America, you're all too well aware of the economic influence that China can bring to bear on countries, and China is doing this all over the world. What's really frightening for me about the Chinese American relationship and its deterioration under both Trump and Xi Jinping is that technology and internet technology, artificial intelligence is at the very heart of this dispute. So we have Huawei, we have TikTok, and so on and so forth. And that, for me, is, you know, these countries need to cooperate. We have to find a way of cooperating with China. Otherwise, we will be moving to some sort of dangerous conflict.
But before moving to that, I wanted to stick for a while on Russia, because since you point their vulnerabilities and you state that they won't sustain this for a long time in the long term, what or who do you think it would fill its vacuum? I mean, do we have a potential danger there? When a big power collapses, or maybe not collapse, but maybe just fading in influence, of having other, not so big state actors, but copying and learning from Russia's playbook?
Yeah, well, there are certainly a lot of people learning from Russia's playbook. Interestingly, when I talk about the Iron Men, people like Trump, Duterte, Modi, Johnson, Orban, Erdogan, Bolsonaro, I'm talking about people who were elected democratically in largely free and fair elections. And what they then try and do is they start undermining the democratic institutions which got them elected in the first place. And we have a textbook example of that going on at the moment with Donald Trump trying to stop the results in some of the results in the US presidential election. Now, Putin, with the best will in the world, you can't really describe him as having been elected in free and fair elections. Nonetheless, it's really interesting to see how obsessed all the democratically elected Iron Men are with Putin. They think Putin is a master of everything. They all want to be like Putin. I would also say there's another character who conforms to this model, and that is Benjamin Netanyahu in Israel as well. And they all believe that Putin has some sort of mystical secret which maintains him as such a master of maintaining domestic control, but also playing such a good hand when it comes to tactical issues in places like the Middle East and Europe. And he has expanded Russian power into Africa, to some extent into Venezuela, although not very much into Venezuela. But with a very, very weak hand, he plays it very strongly, and the strong men just love this guy.
You've said that we have to get China to collaborate in some way, but I guess there are two questions there. First, collaborate with whom? since we are witnessing deterioration of the alliances, it's not so easy to say, even to say Europe, like one Europe, or the West, right? So who should be the actor, like calling China and making or trying that collaboration with China? And I move to the second question. It seems that we, quote unquote, I mean, as a Western world, have tried both collaboration and lately confrontation with China, or at least some actors. Do we have a clue of how to make them to collaborate?
Yeah, well, it's a very good question again, Francisco. Look, obviously, the primary relationship is between Washington and Beijing. There's no question about that. If Biden is finally confirmed as president, which is, when we're talking, is what it looks like it's going to be, then I don't think you'll see a hugely dramatic shift in American policy towards China, because actually it's one of the few policies that Trump has developed which has some measure of bipartisan support from the Democrats as well. But I think you will get a very different style, and you will see Biden's team, foreign policy team, trying at least to establish cordial relations so they can start to work out where you can cooperate. There are obvious things, for example, on climate change. As we know, the United States has just pulled out officially, has confirmed its pullout from the Paris Accords. And the first thing that Biden will do is go back into the Paris Accords. And that is something which China is interested in cooperating with the United States and everyone else, because China recognizes that climate change and pollution are a big, big problem. And even though they don't always do as much as they might, they clearly are engaged with the issue. So that's one thing. Iran is a second thing, which is absolutely huge for the world. Of course, in an act of supreme vandalism, Trump trashed the agreement with Iran on nuclear. This was such a bad move. But China, I'm sure, would welcome a switch, and I think Biden will switch this, because what you're going to see is Biden is going to have a lot of problems at home because he doesn't control the Senate, or at least as we're talking, it doesn't look as though he's going to control the Senate. So that means domestic policy will be really difficult. But what he can make a lot of progress on is foreign policy and restoring America's relations in the world, because the United States may be divided down the middle about Trump, but the rest of the world certainly is not. We all recognize, or at least the majority of the rest of the world recognize Trump as a complete menace. So with that, you'll have the basis, at least for the creation of a dialogue between the United States and China. Now, Europe in this will play a very important role, particularly the European Union. The United Kingdom, by deciding to leave the European Union, has essentially it's reduced its relevance in international affairs massively. So no one gives much of a toss what the UK thinks anymore since it left the EU. But Germany and France are going to have a big influence. And obviously, if we see an engagement with China, people are going to have to raise issues like the absolutely atrocious treatment of the Uyghur minority by China, and issues like Hong Kong and Taiwan. So it's going to be, you're going to have compromise approaches to China, but we have to avoid a really dangerous escalation of the division between the Western world and China, because nobody is going to come out of it well if that continues.
It's I mean, for me at least, it's very worthy of attention that when you cite the group of the Iron Man, which I have to say, you made this podcast for Audible that is, I have to recommend it to everyone. It's very good.
Thank you very much.
But you put it on the same group. You put Duterte from Philippines. You put Bolsonaro from Brazil, Modi from India, Orban from Hungary. But you Erdogan from Turkey, and you mentioned, and you of course have a whole chapter on this, Boris Johnson.
Yes.
And my question is about the British institutions and strength as a system, as a democracy. And do you think that Boris Johnson is putting that to a test?
I certainly do. I think Johnson, remember, the criterion is you get in democratically and then you start to undermine that. He's already undermined Parliament. He has done immense damage to Britain's international relationship by having signed an agreement with the European Union called the Withdrawal Agreement about how we leave the European Union, and then passing a law which actually says we don't care about that agreement. We're going to ignore it and do something else. So he is moving away from democratic norms. And within the United Kingdom itself, this probably doesn't make the news outside the UK as much as the relationship with Europe. He has threatened the power of judges and the judiciary. He has threatened and undermined the power of Parliament. He's made it plain, or at least his main advisor, Dominic Cummings, has, that he wants to do something about the BBC. And so there are, and also he has criticized and is trying to change the civil service. So yes, he is accruing power into Westminster and overriding those checks and balances which are so important to our democracy. And as a consequence, incidentally, and I'm not sure how well known this is outside of the United Kingdom, he is accelerating the process of fragmentation inside the United Kingdom. And so we have now a very powerful movement for independence in Scotland. And he has also endangered the peace in Northern Ireland, which has not seen any significant violence since 1997. And our worst fears are that Johnson and his Brexit policy are going to lead to the troubles in Northern Ireland flaring up again, and we will see violence again. So he is, through his willful and undemocratic politics, he is really wrecking this country.
And if you have all these problems or menaces to democracy represented by people, by authorities that were elected democratically, do you think that we should work or rethink on the concept of democracy in terms of going beyond just the voting and institutions that are, apparently not so strong to withhold all these attempts?
Well, again, a very good question, Francisco. This, of course, what we haven't mentioned, except rather obliquely when discussing Russia, is the impact of the internet and social media, and the fact that you have a US Congresswoman who's been elected, who is a believer in the QAnon conspiracies, and who believes that the world is controlled by a mysterious clique of pedophiles, who believes in Pizzagate and all these other mad conspiracies, elected to the assembly of the United States. This is absolutely shocking, and social media clearly has a lot to answer for on this. It's a complex consequence of technological innovation, which we've been unable to absorb and anticipate the consequences, combined with 30 or 40 years, and Chile is very important in this, because Chile was, of course, with the Pinochet coup, the laboratory for neoliberalism. We are seeing the combination of uncontrolled technological innovation with the absolute failure of neoliberalism, and the consequences, this populism that we're seeing around the world, anti-scientific, anti-rational, anti-intellectual, and it really does fertilize the ground for authoritarianism, and the authoritarianism in countries like China and Russia are only strengthened and boosted by this.
Mm-hmm. Well, we are getting to the end of this conversation, but I have to, I don't know if I have to ask you or maybe beg you for just a little bit of optimism, if there is any in you, about the outcome of all
so
this.
yes, I know. Yeah, you're right. I've been very, very pessimistic, and I am a pessimist given the current situation. However, I still believe that human culture has created so many amazing things and has so many astonishing achievements to its credit already, that until we reach the tipping point, and that's tipping point on climate change, I know we have the intellectual, the spiritual, the material culture to overcome this. But we are reaching a critical moment, because on climate change, once we cross that point, there's no turning back. As it happens, I think that we are seeing the receding of the influence of authoritarianism at the moment. In several countries, in Britain, in Hungary, in Turkey, authoritarians are becoming more desperate as a consequence. But there is still that opportunity that the democratic, rational Enlightenment spirit will see us through this. But we have to act very, very quickly, and we have to act together.
Is there any country or leader that you look with some hope on this?
Yes, I think Jacinda Ardern in New Zealand is absolutely astonishing. I think the political leadership in Taiwan, when confronted with the pandemic, were astonishing. And if you look at those people, especially in the first phase, even in Europe, who did well with the pandemic, they all had female leaders. Now, I'm not saying that female leaders are the solution to all of our problems, but it is really striking that their ability to manage political risk, social risk, and medical risk has been significantly better than these loud, shouty, middle-aged white men, largely, who think that they're entitled to rule the world, even when their democratic mandates are taken away. So yes, Jacinda Ardern, I would say at the moment, is a remarkable political leader, and long may she reign in New Zealand.
Misha, Glennie, thank you very much for all this. It's been very interesting, and we hope to have you physically here at some point.
I very much hope it as well. I cannot wait to come to Chile. Thank you very much, Francisco.
Nosotros nos despedimos de ustedes también, cerramos esta actividad. Muchísimas gracias por acompañarnos y los invito a seguir disfrutando y reflexionando con todas las actividades que tiene preparado este Festival Puerto de Ideas de Valparaíso. Muchas gracias.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Claudia Campaña, soy doctora en Teoría e Historia del Arte Contemporáneo y profesora de la Universidad Católica de Chile. Quiero darles la bienvenida a esta actividad de Puerto Ideas Valparaíso, en la cual trataremos sobre la sobrevivencia y desafío de los grandes museos en tiempos de pandemia, en la que conversaré con el historiador del arte inglés y director de la National Gallery de Londres, doctor Gabriele Finaldi. Este año, Puerto de Ideas, Valparaíso, celebra su 10º aniversario y lo hace gracias al apoyo de Colbún, Copeuch, Fundación Mar Adentro y el Ministerio de las Culturas de Chile. Yo espero que disfruten esta sesión. Y los invito entonces a empezar. Quiero que por una hora nos traslademos a Londres. Que imaginemos que podemos tomar esos buses en dirección a la Plaza de Trafalgar y que nos vamos a bajar a una cuadra de la National Gallery. Ahí ustedes están viendo en la mano derecha el edificio, ya nos vamos aproximando, aquí ya estamos casi llegando. Estas fotos son de octubre del año pasado, cuando la National Gallery recién inauguraba la extraordinaria exposición que hicieron sobre los retratos de Gauguin. Ahí tienen otra imagen que les da una idea a quienes no han estado allí de lo magnífico que es este edificio. Le falta, eso sí, la última ala que se le ha añadido al lado izquierdo, que es la Sainsbury Wing. Ahí está muy bien ubicada en esta plaza tan emblemática. La National Gallery fue fundada en 1824 y cuando se fundó decía que era para el disfrute y la educación de todos. Y está precisamente en la Plaza de Trafalgar, que es el corazón de Londres, porque es de muy fácil acceso. A una cuadra está el metro de Charing Cross y llegan ahí todos los buses, etcétera, etcétera. Como ustedes ven, es un verdadero templo, es una pinacoteca. Y lo interesante es que fue construido este edificio para albergar una colección de arte. Es decir, no es un edificio, como ocurre con otros grandes museos, que se adecuó para recibir arte. Y eso hace que cuando uno entre, eso se siente. Las obras están muy bien dispuestas. Aquí, por cierto, lo que vamos viendo es un acceso previo al coronavirus, previo a la pandemia, donde la gente entraba sin necesidad de mascarilla, cuantas veces quisiera, porque interesante es mencionar que la National Gallery no cobra entrada por ver la colección permanente, aunque sí lo hace por ver exposiciones transitorias, de tal manera que ustedes pueden ir a ver un día una sola pintura, contemplarla, como en este caso esta persona que está mirando el carro de heno de John Constable, y al día siguiente volver a ver otra. Ahora es interesante también que la National Gallery no solamente tiene pintura inglesa, sino que tiene una reunión de más de 2.300 obras con cuadros realizados desde el siglo XIII hasta 1900 en distintos países. Aquí están viendo ustedes el maravilloso díptico de Wilton, un poco más allá al fondo, estas tres jóvenes que están disfrutando de una de las obras icónicas de la galería, como es los Arnolfini de Jan van Eyck, en una pieza contigua. Pueden ver, por ejemplo, la obra de Piero la Francesca y dos excelentes ejemplos como es la Natividad o el Bautismo de Cristo. Un poco más allá, una de las tablas del tríptico de la Batalla de San Romano de Paolo Uccello. Leonardo da Vinci. Tienen nada menos que el cartón de Leonardo, ese con la Virgen, el Niño, Santana y el Bautista. Y tienen la segunda versión de la Virgen de las Rocas. La primera está en el Museo del Louvre. Pueden ver a Crivelli, esa pintura ahí que están viendo de formato paisado de Botticelli, donde Venus está mirando a un Marte dormido. Miren abajo ese casón, ese baúl extraordinario que se usaba probablemente para guardar la ropa. El manierismo muy bien representado, entre otros por Bronzino. Estamos viendo alegoría con Venus y Cupido. Por supuesto que el barroco, los Velázquez, los Rubens, la pintura holandesa. Aquí a la izquierda ustedes están viendo la Cena de Maús de Caravaggio, el siglo XIX con Madame Moitessier de Jean-Dominique Ingres. Hay salas dedicadas a la pintura impresionista, postimpresionista, y aquí estamos viendo nada menos que una reunión de obras de Van Gogh, donde la gente se agolpa a fotografiar los girasoles. Pero no solamente hay una extraordinaria colección permanente, sino que también hay exhibiciones transitorias. Este 16 de marzo, de hecho, la National Gallery inaugura Tiziano, Amor, Deseo y Muerte. Pero 3 días después, debido al COVID-19, debe cerrar. Debe cerrar. Y ahí viene, ¿no?, lo que todos nosotros sabemos, las cuarentenas o los lockdowns, se vacían los museos, se vacían las calles, cambia el escenario, es bastante desolador ver esas salas vacías, ¿no?, por meses, en silencio. La galería recién puede reabrir el 8 de julio, de hecho es la primera, el museo londinense que abre, pero ahora con un protocolo muy estricto, todos tienen que usar mascarilla. Si quieren así entrar, el aforo más limitado. Han diseñado 3 rutas por las cuales la gente puede transitar. La sugerencia de mantener distancia física está muy bien señalada en la sala, y no solamente en la sala, sino que hasta en los baños. Miren eso, por favor, eso nos habla del mundo que estamos viviendo en la actualidad. Yo, como digo, esta es la versión del urinario de Marcel Duchamp en modo coronavirus, ¿no? Y así el mundo para todos nosotros ha cambiado, y ese cambio del futuro en los museos, de los grandes museos, vamos a hablar con Gabriele Finaldi, que desde 2015 es el director de la National Gallery de Londres. Entre el 2002 y el 2015 fue director adjunto de Conservación e Investigación del Museo Nacional del Prado, así que de museos sabe y muchísimo. Es doctor en Historia del Arte del Puerto Institute of Art de la Universidad de Londres. Ha curado cientos de exposiciones en el Reino Unido, en España, en Italia, en Bélgica. Y ha publicado sobre pintura española e italiana del siglo XVII y XVIII mayoritariamente, sobre Zurbarán, Velázquez, Caracci, Picasso, entre otros. Ahí tienen la imagen de Gabriele. Está con barba, eso sí, así que ahí tenemos una foto de él más actualizada, y es con él con que quiero empezar a hablar entonces y a conversar sobre la sobrevivencia y los desafíos de los grandes museos en tiempos de pandemia, y le quiero agradecer el que nos haya dado una hora de su tiempo para conversar al respecto. Bienvenido, Gabriele.
Gracias, Claudia. Es un gusto charlar contigo esta tarde. Yo te hablo desde Trafalgar Square, aquí en Londres. Me encantaría estar físicamente ahí en Puerto de Ideas con vosotros en Santiago de Chile. Otra ocasión será. Pues yo creo que una de las cosas que has señalado en la introducción, que la National Gallery es gratuita, como lo son todos los grandes museos nacionales de la capital, pues hacen que se crea costumbre de visitar los museos. Los visitábamos también en el colegio, y con mis padres pues sí que íbamos a visitar el Museo de Historia Natural, el Museo de Ciencias, el Victoria and Albert y la National Gallery también. Entonces, esta idea de crear costumbre de visitar los museos desde niños, que es un poco lo que queremos desarrollar todos, pero desde luego sí que en Gran Bretaña pues ha sido parte un poco de la fibra de nuestra vida. Hay una porción significativa de la población que sí que se ha ido acostumbrando a visitar frecuentemente los museos, y los museos de esta manera pues juegan un papel dentro de la sociedad que es bastante significativo, y nos gusta pensar, por lo menos como directores de museo, bastante influyente.
Gracias. Ahora, Gabriele, cuando asumió la dirección de la National Gallery el año 2005, yo estoy segura que nunca imaginó que un virus iba a poner en jaque al planeta y con ello la actividad espacial. Ustedes, como yo mencionaba, han debido estar cerrados por 3 meses y medio, lo cual no tiene precedentes en la historia de la galería. Según entiendo, incluso durante la Segunda Guerra Mundial solamente estuvieron cerrados 48 horas consecutivas, porque la National Gallery, salvo para Navidad y Año Nuevo, tiene todos los días del año sus puertas abiertas. ¿Nos puede contar algo al respecto?
Sí, efectivamente, ¿quién podría haberse imaginado cuando salían aquellas noticias de un nuevo virus que había aparecido en el Extremo Oriente que tan fuerte impacto hubiera tenido sobre todos nosotros, además en todo el mundo? Y los museos también. Lo que dices es verdad, la National Gallery nunca ha cerrado sus puertas y hemos tenido que esperar una pandemia que ha afectado a todo el mundo para efectivamente hacer que nuestras puertas se cerraran durante 111 días. La National Gallery pues estuvo abierta durante la Primera Guerra Mundial. En la Segunda Guerra Mundial también mantuvo abiertas sus puertas, aunque en esta ocasión sin los cuadros, porque como había peligro de bombardeos desde el aire, pues entonces las obras se evacúan, se sacan del museo y se llevan a un lugar seguro en el norte de Gales. En un primer momento se había hablado de llevar la colección a Canadá, pero Winston Churchill, el primer ministro en aquel momento, dijo que de ninguna manera se iban a sacar de Gran Bretaña estas obras, se podían enterrar en las cuevas de Gran Bretaña, pero de ninguna manera iban a salir del país. Y la galería, aún sin cuadros, pues sí que abrió sus puertas. El director en aquel momento era el célebre historiador Kenneth Clark, y Kenneth Clark actúa de una manera bastante rápida y con un sentido bastante populista también, en el buen sentido, que ve que es importante que los londinenses tengan un alimento cultural de algún tipo, y estando en la National Gallery pues en pleno centro, como dijiste en tu introducción, pues justo en el centro geográfico de la ciudad, pues pensó organizar una serie de conciertos todos los días, los famosos aquí en Inglaterra lunchtime concerts of the National Gallery. Le pidió a una pianista en aquel momento muy célebre, Myra Hess, que organizara estos conciertos, y de esta manera, sin cuadros, pues la National Gallery abría sus puertas y todos los días, a partir de octubre del 39 hasta abril del 46, salvo los fines de semana, pues había un concierto a la 1 de la tarde en la National Gallery. Y de esta manera, pues se mantenía una actividad cultural, en primer lugar. En segundo lugar, pues un sentido de comunidad. Es curioso que la National Gallery crea una relación muy cercana con la población de Londres, justo en un momento en que los cuadros no están disponibles para verse. A partir del 1942 sí que empieza lo que llamábamos el Picture of the Month. Se trae una obra de las cuevas del norte de Gales, donde estaban escondidas las obras, y se exponían durante un mes para el público londinés. Entonces tenían los conciertos, una obra al mes. De noche se bajaba a los sótanos para guardarlo en caso de bombardeos. Y de esta manera, pues la galería jugó un papel importante, manteniendo viva una cierta normalidad cultural y muy apreciada ciertamente por los visitantes. Por eso digo que la pandemia nos ha llevado a una situación donde nunca hemos estado, es decir, los cuadros encerrados en la galería, las puertas cerradas. ¿Y qué significa una colección cuando no puede ser vista? Es una pregunta casi metafísica, ¿no? Apropiada este título a la García Márquez que has elegido para nuestra conversación. ¿Qué pasa con las obras cuando no pueden ser vistas? ¿Qué pasa con los museos cuando la pandemia le obliga a cerrar sus puertas y no hay público?
Ahora, vámonos entonces a ese tema. Durante la pandemia y todos hemos tenido que vivir, algunos más, otros menos en el mundo, situaciones de cuarentena y encierro. Y durante esos periodos los museos han recurrido a Internet para mantener contacto con el público. La National Gallery es un excelente. La gente que nos está hoy día viendo, si es que no la han visitado, yo les recomiendo hacerlo, porque yo estoy impresionada porque ustedes han subido toda la colección, incluso aquellas obras que están en el depósito, uno las puede ver. Ahora, al año ustedes tienen 9 millones de consultas online. ¿Cuánto aumentaron las visitas virtuales durante el cierre? ¿Y qué información era lo que más buscaba la gente?
Pues es verdad, en el momento en que se cierran las puertas, en un cierto sentido la galería física ya deja de existir. Ya la visita no se puede hacer, no se pueden acceder a las salas, no se puede estar delante de los Pieros, de los Leonardos, de los Caravaggios, de los Van Goghs que has presentado en tu introducción. Y entonces la galería de pronto se convierte, por circunstancias, en una galería virtual, en una galería online. Afortunadamente estábamos bastante preparados para asumir este nuevo reto, esta especie de conversión inesperada y obligada de la National Gallery. Y de esta manera, pues hemos estado muy presentes online, como dices. Hemos ampliado la oferta online, multiplicando por 4 realmente. Y durante el tiempo del cierre, pues sí que se ha doblado el número de visitantes virtuales. Esto presenta unos desafíos muy, muy interesantes. La National Gallery ha buscado pues, nuevas fórmulas de comunicación online. A veces pues, eran los conservadores que presentaban una obra o un tema. También pues, se ha abierto a lo que llamamos One Picture, Many Voices, un cuadro, muchas voces, donde personas de distinto ámbito, muchas de ellas no expertas en historia del arte, pues comentan una obra y se abre así el abanico de voces que hablan de obras de la National Gallery. También pues había actividades para, decimos, la reflexión, este slow looking, que es una nueva forma de acercarse a las obras de arte, y también pues actividades específicas para niños. Pues todo esto pues pasa a online y durante unos meses pues la galería prácticamente existe solamente a través de este vehículo. Muy complicado, no solamente para nosotros, para todos los museos que lo han intentado, porque no había nadie en el museo, salvo seguridad. Entonces, todo esto lo teníamos que hacer desde casa, sin estar en los mismos espacios. Todos estos son desafíos nuevos, pero hemos visto que se puede hacer. Seguramente, pues hubo un gran interés al principio. Hubo muchísima demanda para hacer las visitas virtuales, los itinerarios a través de las salas. Se veía que la gente sentía la ausencia, el hecho de no poder visitar físicamente, pues querían una especie de sustitución, algo que recordaba visitar las salas y las obras del museo. Entonces los online itineraries pues sí que tuvieron mucho éxito. Luego, y creo que lo hemos visto en todos los museos, pues llegó un momento en que la gente ya pues un poco se cansaba un poco de ver el mundo, ver los museos puramente a través de la pantalla. Entonces, pues ha habido una bajada un poco en el consumo de estos contenidos online, lo hemos visto en todos los museos, pero sí que el desafío es para el futuro, es decir, en el momento que hemos visto que somos capaces de crear contenidos, de llegar a públicos también muy lejanos y públicos mucho más grandes de los que pueden visitar el museo, pues yo creo que nos crea unos interesantes desafíos para el futuro, ahora que el museo ya ha vuelto a abrir.
Ahora, siguiendo con el tema de la tecnología, Uno puede ver obras en Internet hoy día con enorme detalle y nitidez. ¿Es posible que en el futuro la experiencia virtual reemplace la experiencia presencial? A lo mejor van ustedes a cobrar por visitas virtuales y los museos van a quedar más bien para los coleccionistas, los historiadores del arte, los curadores. ¿Es eso posible?
No, no va a suceder esto. ¿Por qué no va a suceder? Porque como personas nos interesa estar juntos en espacios físicos y disfrutar del arte o del teatro o de la música de una manera en vivo y en directo. Entonces, esto no va a pasar. Lo que sí va a pasar y lo que estamos ya viendo es que la tecnología permite enriquecer el encuentro con las obras de arte y puede hacer cosas que delante de una obra de arte en el museo pues no puedes hacer. A veces las obras son muy grandes y no se pueden ver los detalles que quedan, decimos, a 2 metros de altura. No se puede uno acercar para ver el detalle de la misma forma que lo puede hacer la cámara y que se puede ver online. Yo creo que esto es solamente un ejemplo de las tantas cosas que la tecnología nos va permitiendo y nos permitirá siempre más. Yo decimos, en la National Gallery he apostado por, decimos, un approach, decimos, bastante variado hacia las obras de arte. Ciertamente hacemos lo que un museo tiene que hacer, es decir, presentar las obras, explicarlas, dar charlas delante de ellas, hacer las exposiciones, pero me parece que también hay un campo grande por conocer y por trabajar en la experiencia digital y la experiencia online. Hemos hecho el año pasado una exposición dedicada a Leonardo da Vinci, la Virgen de las Rocas, con motivo del centenario de la muerte de Leonardo en 1519. Y lo que hemos querido hacer es una experiencia inmersiva dentro del museo en torno a esta obra y recrear un poco las condiciones en las que presentó la obra cuando la terminó Leonardo a principios del siglo XVI. Al mismo tiempo, pues hemos creado una especie de laboratorio de investigación, lo hemos llamado NGX, para plantearnos qué es lo que puede aportar que pueden aportar las nuevas tecnologías a la experiencia museal, a la experiencia del visitante, el que viene al museo, y también del visitante virtual. Y estamos colaborando con la King's College de London University y otros entes que son muy avanzados en este campo para ver de qué manera las pinturas de la National Gallery pueden llegar al público utilizando nuevas tecnologías, colaborando también con artistas plásticos y a ver de qué manera pues también su aportación a través de la tecnología puede enriquecer la experiencia del museo a través del online.
En relación, hay una pregunta aquí hecha desde Chile, esas audiencias distantes, por ejemplo, una audiencia chilena, ustedes están ofreciendo excelentes cursos, charlas, pero que son asequibles hoy día por la tecnología, pero para algunos el idioma es un obstáculo. ¿Han pensado a futuro ofrecerlas tal vez en otros idiomas? Me refiero más allá del subtítulo, para que otros públicos lejanos puedan acceder a la colección, al conocimiento de las obras?
No, tienes perfectamente razón. Yo creo que es un tema que tenemos que plantearnos. A decir la verdad, es solamente muy recientemente en la National Gallery que hemos ido poniendo textos en las exposiciones que son en otros idiomas. Por ejemplo, cuando hicimos la exposición sobre Gauguin, pues también incluimos textos en francés y también un texto de introducción en tahitiano. Creo que hubo muy pocos que pudieron leerlo o entenderlo, pero desde luego era un gesto hacia las personas de distintos países relacionados con aquel artista que pudieran tener un interés en la exposición. Lo tendremos que hacer más. Y también es verdad, y lo confieso, decimos como británico, que a veces somos un poco, como queremos que todo el mundo hable inglés, no nos esforzamos demasiado. Pero yo creo que si la National Gallery quiere realmente tener un global reach a través de sus actividades online, pues ahí está también el tema del idioma. Ciertamente, pues el español es extremadamente importante y también para el futuro seguramente lo será también el chino.
Ahora, entrando a esa parte ingrata, el financiamiento, bueno, money, ¿no? Ustedes reciben al año alrededor de 6 millones de visitas, lo cual es extraordinario. Pero de esa cantidad, el 65% son turistas, y la industria turística está sufriendo en esta pandemia muchísimo, ¿no? Ustedes se habían puesto como meta incluso financiar el 50%, autofinanciar el 50% de sus actividades, ¿no? Y lo estaban logrando. Entonces, ¿en qué porcentaje han disminuido las visitas con la disminución del aforo? ¿Cuál es el real impacto económico que están teniendo? Y dentro de la misma pregunta, ¿están recibiendo ayuda del gobierno? ¿Tienen ayudas comprometidas futuras? ¿Sí, no?
Pues el impacto es brutal. No solamente por el cierre, porque tuvimos estos 3 meses y medio, casi 4 de cierre, sino también porque el público es muy, muy reducido ahora mismo. Has hablado de ese gran porcentaje de visitantes que vienen del extranjero. Londres es un imán muy potente para el turismo. El turismo ha prácticamente desaparecido. No hay movimiento de gente. Esto significa que, decimos, casi el 70% de nuestros visitantes típicos, pues simplemente no están porque aquí no han venido los alemanes, los italianos, los franceses, los americanos, simplemente no han venido a Londres en estos últimos meses y seguramente tardarán en volver. El público local, el público londinense y del sureste de Inglaterra, pues sí que está viniendo, pero en números mucho menores. Es una característica de este momento que el centro de Londres está siendo bastante poco practicado, bastante poco visitado. Estamos viendo los números en torno a Leicester Square, Piccadilly, Trafalgar Square, y hemos bajado prácticamente del 60% respecto al año pasado, y esto naturalmente tiene un efecto muy grande sobre nosotros. Estamos viendo, en comparación con el año pasado, pues más o menos el 15% de los visitantes están visitando entre 2.000 y 2.500 personas al día la National Gallery. Has preguntado por las finanzas y claro que esto tiene un impacto muy fuerte sobre las finanzas porque el modelo de financiación que tiene la National Gallery pues requiere un número consistente de visitantes. En el momento en que se baja el número de visitantes, pues se ven muy afectadas las fuentes de ingreso autogestionadas, sobre todo la actividad de exposiciones, el bookshop, los restaurantes y los eventos, que desde luego en Gran Bretaña son una fuente importante de ingresos para las instituciones culturales. Entonces nos encontramos pues prácticamente de un día a otro que toda esta actividad o ha desaparecido del todo o se ha reducido muy significativamente. Entonces, naturalmente, siendo un museo nacional, pues hemos estado en contacto con nuestro gobierno y le hemos explicado que la fórmula con la que hemos trabajado tradicionalmente, pues ahora mismo no funciona y necesitamos su apoyo. Y en parte nos están respondiendo y se lo agradecemos. Somos también muy conscientes que los grandes museos, etcétera, sobrevivirán sin duda. Aquí hay problemas en Gran Bretaña muy grandes con museos cívicos que dependen de, decimos, local authorities, de los ayuntamientos, las fundaciones, para no hablar de los teatros y de las compañías de danza, que obviamente tienen otro tipo de problemas, y me imagino que en Chile es exactamente lo mismo.
Así es. Ahora, ustedes, bueno, no pueden realizar los grandes eventos que estaban acostumbrados, y me llamó la atención la posibilidad de donar en línea. Ustedes dicen, la frase la encontré impactante: done hoy y ayúdenos a continuar trayendo la Galería Nacional a los hogares de la nación. Sugieren también hacer un regalo a la galería en su testamento, una donación que va a salir de impuestos. ¿Ha sido generoso en este tiempo ese público con las donaciones?
Sí, el público ha respuesto muy bien a esta invitación, y por lo general así es el público británico, y estamos hablando fundamentalmente en este momento del público británico. Y el tema de los legados también es un tema importante para las fundaciones y los charities y los museos, las instituciones culturales en este país, y estamos muy agradecidos a los que nos recuerdan en su testamento. Yo creo que esto, Timo, se relaciona con lo que yo decía antes, ¿no? De esta relación que el museo ha podido crear con la población y con los visitantes, que es una relación constante con muchas personas. Este sentir que el museo de alguna manera me appartiene, me pertenece, es mío, me puedo acercar cuando quiero, está ahí para mí, para mi uso, lo fue para mis padres y lo será también para mis hijos, ¿no? Entonces está este sentimiento de la institución que está ahí, que es algo bueno para la sociedad, que yo quiero participar en ella, forma parte de la fibra de mi vida, como decía, de los ciudadanos, y de esa manera pues también quiero contribuir. Ya lo hago con mis impuestos, obviamente, porque somos un museo nacional, pero al mismo tiempo pues quiero ayudar, quiero demostrar mi agradecimiento, mi apoyo, quiero que la galería siga con sus actividades, y quiero que esté también para mis hijos y mis nietos.
Ahora, si los contagios siguen en aumento en Europa, si hay que volver a cerrar, si la cosa se pone realmente fea, y espero que no sea el caso, la verdad, ¿han considerado en vender alguna de las piezas de la colección? ¿Es eso posible o lo tienen prohibido por ley?
Esto no se puede hacer porque la galería, según su estatuto, no puede deshacerse de obras de la colección. Esto es muy importante porque la galería tiene una entidad, no es solamente una colección de objetos, sino es una institución que recoge una historia, que recoge una serie de intervenciones de personas, de gobiernos, de benefactores, de donantes, etc. Y todo esto es lo que forma la National Gallery. Por esto decimos hay una integridad que hay que respetar, es muy importante respetarla. Sé que en otros países pues la situación es distinta, pero aquí estamos hablando de una colección nacional y, y una ley que no lo permite. Entonces, estamos buscando otras fórmulas. Desde luego, yo también espero que no tenemos que cerrar. Si es que cerramos, será por la pandemia y no porque no somos capaces de gestionar una galería abierta al público.
Interesante, Isabel. Winston Churchill dijo: un optimista ve una oportunidad en toda calamidad. Un pesimista ve una calamidad en toda oportunidad. ¿Qué oportunidad ve usted en esta crisis?
Pues yo creo que es una oportunidad de volver a replantear para qué existimos, es decir, realmente para qué existe la National Gallery. Existe para, decimos, conservar su patrimonio, pero también existe para que este patrimonio sea utilizado por los ciudadanos y por los visitantes. Es decir, somos custodes de un legado importantísimo que nos habla hoy, y la pandemia nos obliga, decimos, a volver a plantearnos esta razón básica de nuestra existencia. Tendremos que trabajar más con el público local, ciertamente durante los primeros años de la pandemia, la pospandemia. Creo que tendremos que mirar con mucho cuidado, pues, cómo utilizamos, decimos, nuestros recursos, y estoy hablando no solamente de recursos financieros, sino recursos de la colección y también recursos intelectuales. No podemos olvidarnos que somos una institución internacional, además de británica. Y entonces creo que es importante seguir con una cierta actividad internacional de intercambio de especialistas y también intercambio de obras. Y creo que también, pues, tenemos que plantearnos dónde nos situamos, decimos, delante de una población que está sufriendo bastante, y qué papel podemos jugar en cuanto a, decimos, cultural well-being, decimos, el bienestar de la población, porque sinceramente creo que la galería y sus colecciones pueden tener un papel importante para, decimos, el bienestar mental, el bienestar de la gente, la posibilidad de estar juntos en un espacio con otras personas y disfrutar de cosas importantes y bellas. Son cosas que nos ayudan individualmente y también nos ayudan a crear comunidad. Son cosas a lo mejor difícil de medir o de darle un valor específico, pero somos muy conscientes desde la reapertura el día 8 de julio que fue un evento, decimos, muy significativo, que la galería volviera a abrir sus puertas, que la galería pudiera de alguna manera como redonar la colección a la nación, como decías, al público, y disfrutar de ella. Y también es simbólico de un deseo de resistencia a situaciones adversas, y decimos de volver a convocar la sociedad a aprender y a disfrutar dentro de nuestras salas y también online.
¿Los museos ingleses están trabajando conjuntamente o las naturalezas tan diversas y la situación lo han impedido y más bien se ha desatado una competencia por asegurar fondos, por búsqueda de benefactores u otros?
No, yo diría que hemos visto una solidaridad nueva, más profunda todavía de la que ya disfrutábamos en el pasado. Los museos que dependen directamente del gobierno, pues forman un grupo, y también pues hay una serie de instituciones museales y artísticas que dependen por su financiación de lo que se llama Arts Council England. Arts Council England pues recibe también financiación del Estado y se responsabiliza de cómo distribuir estos fondos, y ha habido unos fondos importantes de emergencia para apoyar estas instituciones. Entonces, sabemos que nos encontramos todos, decimos, en el mismo barco, con el mismo problema, y desde luego hay que buscar siempre más formas de colaborar. Nosotros, por ejemplo, hemos establecido una colaboración con la London Philharmonic Orchestra, que obviamente no ha podido actuar en este tiempo. Entonces hemos buscado la opción para hacer algo conjuntamente online entre la National Gallery y the London Philharmonic, pero también con instituciones más pequeñas, ofreciendo pues el expertise de nuestros conservadores y restauradores, y llevando obras de nuestra colección, decimos, por el país, también a lugares donde no te esperarías ver un cuadro de un maestro antiguo. Lo hicimos el año pasado con el autorretrato de Artemisia Gentileschi que adquirimos, que pudimos llevarlo a un colegio de niñas, lo llevamos a una prisión de mujeres, lo llevamos a una biblioteca. Es decir, que las obras de la National Gallery también empiecen a formar parte de la vida de las comunidades a través de toda la geografía del país. Estas son algunas de las cosas que vemos que podemos hacer.
¿Hay alguna posibilidad, lo digo al tiro porque en este minuto para nosotros es extraordinariamente difícil desplazarnos, ¿hay alguna posibilidad que algunas obras salgan, digámoslo así, on tour y que visiten el Cono Sur o otros lugares? Ya que si nosotros no podemos ir, me refiero a esa masa de turistas, de extranjeros, que algunas obras vengan, o está fuera de toda...
No está en absoluto fuera de las posibilidades. Yo diría que ahora mismo estamos entendiendo cómo funcionar con estas nuevas limitaciones. Una de las limitaciones que tenemos es que es muy difícil para el personal del museo viajar. Normalmente las obras de arte viajan con correo, con un técnico del museo que acompaña la obra a una exposición, al lugar donde se enseñe, cuando se presta. Esto en ese momento es muy, muy difícil. Los museos se han ido adaptando y mucho se puede hacer por Zoom y por online, pero es un momento particularmente complejo y difícil. También es verdad que los préstamos también de obras de arte pues están costando siempre más. Las complicaciones del seguro, las complicaciones del viajar seguro en aviones o en camiones, y entonces son, yo diría, siempre menos quizás las instituciones que son capaces de acoger exposiciones o el préstamo de obras importantes, pero la National Gallery no tiene cerrado ninguna avenida. Si surge una oportunidad interesante, desde luego la acogeremos.
El ICOM, por si alguien no lo sabe, es el International Council of Museums, publicó un llamado a los líderes políticos para que no abandonen a los museos y a su personal. Y en el texto enfatizó textualmente que los museos son parte esencial de la identidad de los pueblos y las naciones. Y dice, agregan, tienen un papel clave en el futuro de la humanidad, especialmente en tiempos de incertidumbre, y señalan que tendrán un rol fundamental en la reparación y fortalecimiento del tejido social de las comunidades afectadas. ¿Por qué los museos, Gabriele, son tan fundamentales en la reparación y fortalecimiento de ese tejido social en las comunidades?
Pues yo aquí empezaría con el tema de National Gallery. Nosotros somos una de las primeras instituciones que se llaman National. Esto no es exactamente lo mismo que nacional, como lo utilizamos en español. National significa relacionado con la nación, y en Gran Bretaña entendemos la nación como, decimos, la gente o los ciudadanos, la gente. Es decir, es la galería de la gente. The National Gallery significa The Nation's Gallery. La galería que desde el principio, desde 1824, concibe su ser como una especie de servicio a la sociedad, como algo que los ciudadanos tienen que utilizar. De hecho, en las instrucciones de 1824 para visitar, se dice que la National Gallery está for the use of the public, es decir, para ser utilizada por el público. Esto significa que puede ser visitada como fuente de placer, como fuente de lugar de reunión para el público, como lugar para estudio, pero también yo creo que hay un elemento también difícilmente cuantificable, que es que la National Gallery reúne una serie de objetos que consideramos muy valiosos, importantes, y que de alguna manera comunican contenidos importantes, que hablan de temas universales, que pueden ser la familia, el patriotismo, la fe. Decimos, cómo nuestros antepasados se han enfrentado a las crisis de sus tiempos. Entonces, en este sentido, hay una comunicación rica de experiencia que se transmite también a la gente de nuestro tiempo. y en una sociedad donde los puntos firmes parecen que se van reduciendo siempre más. La fe en las instituciones está bastante mermada. Pues los museos sí que creo que mantienen una relación cercana y de confianza todavía con los ciudadanos. El segundo punto que diría es que, claro, esta declaración del ICOM, este texto del ICOM, pues habla también de una especie de herida, ¿no? Es como que la sociedad ha sido herida por la pandemia y de alguna manera pues se necesita una actuación médica de reparación, de reunir otra vez los tejidos, etcétera. Y este símil, esta metáfora de una sociedad con una persona que ha sido herida, pues creo que también nos pueden ayudar a reflexionar sobre qué papel los museos, que son lugares que reúnen, que dan lugar a la autorreflexión, a la reflexión sobre la identidad, sobre la historia, sobre la proyección hacia el futuro, sobre cuáles son las cosas valiosas que hemos recibido, decimos, de las sociedades anteriores y qué es lo que queremos legar nosotros al futuro, pues sí que son lugares fundamentales para plantear qué queremos ser como sociedad, dónde queremos llegar, cómo vamos a reparar el daño que nos ha causado la pandemia.
Gabriel, usted que conoce tanto de museos y de su administración, ¿qué le aconsejaría a los museos más pequeños? ¿Cómo deben capear este temporal? Porque hay muchas realidades de museos.
Sí, lo cierto es que hay que trabajar con los públicos locales, lo que están a mano, y lo que hay que hacer es buscar fórmulas, muchas de las cuales ya existen, de dialogar con el público, es decir, hacer que nuestras instituciones no sean lejanas, no sean de difícil uso, y también abrirnos, y esto a veces nos cuesta también en los grandes museos tradicionales, etcétera, abrirnos a otras formas de ver el museo, también reconocer que no solamente nosotros como expertos de historia del arte tenemos voz en capítulo, es decir, que aquí hay algo mucho más rico y que se puede utilizar en formas muy, muy distintas. Yo creo que el papel que he comentado ya varias veces, ¿no? de lugares donde se reúne la comunidad, pues también es un papel muy importante que puedan hacer museos grandes o pequeños que sean, decimos, en su comunidad local.
Los museos sin duda tienen un rol social, es indudable, es incuestionable. ¿Cómo ve el futuro en medio del coronavirus? Y no puedo dejar de mencionarlo, y Brexit mediante también.
Bueno, lo puedo comentar desde el punto de vista de mi museo. Somos un museo de arte internacional, fundamentalmente europeo, y esto es muy importante, tanto delante del desafío del coronavirus como el desafío del Brexit. La Gran Bretaña ha tomado la decisión que se quiere de alguna manera separar o alejar del proyecto europeo, de la Unión Europea, y buscar una vía distinta. La National Gallery habla mucho de la relación del arte de los pintores de este país con la tradición europea. En nuestras colecciones, por ejemplo, tenemos Turner, que es el gran pintor de paisajes del siglo XIX, que se veía, desde luego, parte de una secuencia que iba desde el Renacimiento a través de los pintores barrocos, de paisajes, sobre todo Poussin y Claudio de Lorena, pasando por Domenichino y los paisajistas del siglo XVIII, llegando hasta su tiempo. Entonces él se veía dentro de una tradición, dentro de una genealogía que no es nacional, es una genealogía internacional. Y donó su colección cuando murió al Estado, y quiso que 2 de sus cuadros se expusieran siempre in perpetuity, son sus palabras en el testamento, con 2 cuadros de Claudio de Lorena. Y hemos mantenido esta promesa, en cierto sentido, que le hicimos a Turner en el 1856, que estas obras se expondrían siempre conjuntamente, a pesar de que son de tiempos muy distintos, 150 años de diferencia. Y estas obras la hemos movido recientemente y la hemos situado en el centro del museo. Y ha sido un gesto casi simbólico para decir, es verdad que políticamente, decimos, buscamos una vía distinta, pero recordemos que culturalmente, decimos, nuestra identidad está muy vinculada a la tradición filosófica, a la tradición artística y la tradición cultural de la gran familia europea. Y recordémonos que también muchos de nuestros visitantes, la mayoría de ellas, por lo menos en tiempos ante-COVID, pues procedían de Europa. Entonces, claro, el desafío está ahí y es difícil ver a largo plazo exactamente cuáles van a ser las consecuencias para nuestro país. Pero creo que desde el punto de vista de esta institución, decimos el vínculo con los grandes museos europeos, con la tradición europea de pintura, pero también de historia del arte, es muy importante que la mantengamos viva y activa.
Qué impresionante cómo ha pasado rápido el tiempo. A mí se me ha hecho nada. Para el próximo año, dado que estamos ya cerrando, ¿cuáles son las exposiciones que han agendado? Sé que la agenda ha debido modificarse precisamente por esta pandemia, pero el 2021, ¿qué exposiciones vamos a ver? ¿Qué es lo que puede, ya sea virtualmente o presencialmente, ver el público?
Pues sí, tienes razón, y todos los museos hemos tenido que revisar los planes y decimos, también las ambiciones. Pero aquí, en este momento, por ejemplo, hubiéramos tenido que celebrar una gran exposición dedicada a Rafael en ocasión del 500 aniversario de su muerte en 1520. No ha sido posible, lo hemos trasladado al 2022 y así es cuando lo haremos. Para el año 21, que es lo que me preguntas, en la primavera celebraremos Durero, el pintor renacentista alemán, en una exposición que se llama Dürer's Journeys, Travels of a Renaissance Artist, los viajes de Alberto Durero, los viajes de un artista del Renacimiento, porque Dürer es un hombre con una visión muy internacional. Visita Italia en 2 ocasiones, también hacia el final de su vida, pues hace un viaje al norte muy bien documentado hacia Holanda, y sabemos mucho de estos viajes. Entonces, también es una forma de, decimos, presentar la actividad de Durero desde un punto de vista de una visión internacional. Y en el otoño, la gran exposición del otoño la dedicamos a Impressionist Decoration. Los impresionistas dan siempre mucho de sí, pero vamos a focalizar en un aspecto de su actividad que no ha sido objeto de ninguna exposición, que es su trabajo como decoradores de interiores de casas o de espacios domésticos, también sus diseños para objetos, etcétera, y vamos a intentar recrear algunos de los conjuntos de estos sistemas de decoración que desarrollaron ellos a partir de los años 60 del siglo XIX.
Necesito que descubran una vacuna luego para ir. Eso es lo que espero, para que todos podamos desplazarnos bien. Bueno, ha sido un placer, Gabriele. Muchísimas gracias por su tiempo. Yo lo he disfrutado muchísimo escucharlo. Estoy cierta que también nuestra audiencia. Les doy las gracias a todos, a quienes han estado viendo esta actividad, y recordarles que Puerto Ideas Valparaíso tiene más todavía tiene otras actividades en las cuales también pueden participar. Muchísimas gracias y espero poder conversar, Gabriele, con usted aquí en Chile muy próximamente. Muchísimas gracias.
Gracias, Claudio. Comunica es una gran pasión por la National Gallery, lo compartimos y lo compartimos con un gran número de aficionados a la National Gallery. Gracias por recibirme en esta entrevista.
Muchas gracias y mucha suerte en lo que viene por delante. Muchas gracias.
Gracias.
Muy bien, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Gonzalo Ruz, soy profesor titular de la Facultad de Ingeniería y Ciencias de la Universidad Adolfo Ibáñez. Quiero darles la bienvenida a una nueva actividad del Festival Puerto Ideas Valparaíso, Navegando en un mar de likes, en la que conversaré con la socióloga española Sandra González Bailón. Ella es profesora asociada de la Annenberg School of Communication, Universidad de Pensilvania en Estados Unidos, sobre el fenómeno de las redes sociales, así como también su rol e incidencia en la esfera pública y política. Este año, Puerto de Ideas Valparaíso celebra su 10º aniversario gracias al apoyo de Colbún, Copeuch, Fundación Mar Adentro y el Ministerio de las Culturas. Esperemos que lo disfruten. ¿Ya? Ok, bueno, buenas tardes, Sandra, ¿cómo estás?
Hola, buenas tardes. Pues muy bien, encantada de estar aquí.
Qué bueno, me alegro. Bueno, la temática, ¿verdad?, de esta conversación gira en torno a redes sociales y esto va muy de la mano con una de las disciplinas en las cuales tú investigas, llamada Ciencias Sociales Computacional, ¿verdad? De hecho, recientemente tú publicaste junto a otros coautores un paper en Science dedicado, ¿verdad?, a esta área llamada Ciencias Sociales Computacional, y me gustaría si pudiera explicarnos un poco en qué consiste esta disciplina, qué beneficios le trae a las ciencias sociales la incorporación de la computación.
Sí, bueno, pues esto es un nuevo campo que está emergiendo en la intersección de varias disciplinas y que ha surgido en parte como consecuencia de la irrupción de tecnologías digitales, ¿no? Las tecnologías de comunicación, redes digitales que están mediando, bueno, la mayor parte de nuestras interacciones y nuestras transacciones diarias. Y entonces, bueno, en esta intersección de ciencias sociales y ciencias computacionales, pues podemos hacer un tipo de investigación que antes no era posible, ¿no? Si en el pasado teníamos que utilizar encuestas y preguntar para poder entender qué explica el comportamiento humano, ahora de repente tenemos acceso a un montón de datos que revelan lo que hacemos en nuestra vida cotidiana, y que si lo agregamos y lo analizamos de una manera de la manera correcta, pues podemos dar respuesta a preguntas que antes estaban fuera del alcance de las ciencias sociales. Y un ejemplo muy concreto del tipo de preguntas que podemos responder ahora, que antes eran mucho más difíciles de tratar, pues son temas en torno al comportamiento colectivo, y bueno, pues de repente que cuando tienes movilizaciones masivas que se coordinan a través de redes sociales, de plataformas digitales, sin que hayan organizaciones formales, por ejemplo, ¿no? ¿Cómo es posible que de forma semi-espontánea bueno, pues, muchas personas se coordinen, empiecen a utilizar hashtags, salgan a la calle, ¿no? sin la presencia de estas organizaciones formales? Y esto es algo que podemos entender ahora de una manera mucho más profunda de lo que podíamos antes.
Perfecto. Oye, y acá parte de este artículo, ¿verdad?, también señalan que, si bien, como tú acabas de escribir, esto trae una serie de beneficios para poder analizar, ¿verdad?, comportamiento social a través de estos grandes números e interacciones, ¿verdad?, de redes que ocurren, también hay obstáculos, ¿verdad? Hay ciertos obstáculos en poder desarrollar esta disciplina, incluso, ¿verdad?, obstáculos desde acceso a data o incluso quizás desde las ramas más tradicionales de ciencias sociales, en los cuales no siempre aprueban este tipo de enfoque.
Sí, bueno, yo diría que el reto más importante es el de la privacidad, ¿no? ¿Cómo podemos utilizar estos datos para responder a preguntas que van a beneficiar al bien común, ¿no?, que nos van a ayudar a diseñar mejores instituciones o a mejorar la forma en la que vivimos, sin dañar, bueno, pues sin atentar contra la privacidad y el derecho que tenemos a decidir cómo se utilizan nuestros datos? Yo diría que eso es un reto importante sobre el que estamos trabajando muchos, ¿no? Y existen garantías que podemos bueno, pues utilizar para estar seguros de que estamos utilizando esos datos para responder a preguntas importantes que nos van a beneficiar a todos, sin abusar del acceso a datos y sin romper este principio de privacidad. Y luego existen otro tipo de retos que son más institucionales y es de infraestructura, de cómo creamos las infraestructuras que necesitamos para permitir que el acceso a esos datos esté en manos de todos y no solamente de unos pocos en el sector privado que van a utilizar esos datos pues, para su propio beneficio, ¿no? Y esto, pues tiene que ver con cómo diseñamos estas infraestructuras y el rol que juegan las universidades y los investigadores en garantizar que el acceso a esos datos no va a estar restringido solamente a unos pocos, ¿no? Sino que estos datos van a ponerse al servicio de la investigación y de fines que van a beneficiar que nos van a beneficiar a todos, ¿no? al bien común.
Perfecto. Oye, desde el punto de vista universidades que tú mencionaste, por lo menos acá en Chile, yo diría que esta disciplina es más bien incipiente y uno logra detectar algunos de estos aspectos en programas más bien a nivel de posgrado acá en Chile, programas doctorales. Sin embargo, la idea acá, entiendo, es evidentemente que esta disciplina pueda más bien partir a nivel incluso de pregrado al momento de enseñar ciencias sociales. ¿Eso es así y cómo se logra?
Bueno, sí, cuando pensamos en cómo educamos a la siguiente generación de investigadores para que puedan sacar el máximo provecho a esta nueva fuente de información, la verdad es que cuanto antes empecemos a enseñar estas nuevas herramientas, pues mejor, ¿no? Es decir, esto, digamos que no se trata solamente de pensar en qué máster vamos a diseñar, hay que empezar antes, ¿no? Y en estudios de licenciatura o incluso yo diría que antes de llegar a la universidad, programación, los científicos sociales, yo soy socióloga de formación y a mí nunca me han enseñado a programar, ¿no? O a escribir algoritmos que me van a ayudar a procesar grandes cantidades de datos, ¿no? Y esos algoritmos son nuestro mejor apoyo para poder navegar bases de datos inmensas y poder encontrar patrones en esos datos, ¿no? Y al mismo tiempo, a muchos ingenieros tampoco les explican que la manera en la que uno diseña ese algoritmo tiene consecuencias sociales y normativas, ¿no? Si tú decides maximizar ciertos parámetros y no otros, eso va a tener consecuencias en el tipo de decisiones que uno puede tomar en base a los análisis de estos datos y en base a las recomendaciones que estos algoritmos nos van a dar. Y entonces ahí está, digamos, en esa intersección del aspecto técnico y el aspecto social que, digamos, deberíamos intentar incorporar en nuestros currículums cuando diseñamos nuestras licenciaturas o programas de posgrado, pero yo diría que incluso antes, ¿no? En los institutos, hay que empezar a diseñar cursos que traigan digamos, a los científicos sociales y a los ingenieros para que empezar a trabajar juntos y entender los retos que surgen cuando uno mira un problema desde el ángulo social y desde el ángulo técnico, ¿no? Y yo creo que hay muchos ejemplos de iniciativas que están haciendo esto, pero hay que hacerlo más, ¿no? Digamos que, como tú decías, Gonzalo, es todo muy incipiente y hay ciertas inercias de las universidades en cómo compartimentalizamos el conocimiento y yo diría que hace falta pues, crear muchos más puentes entre departamentos o facultades que se asocian con las ciencias sociales y departamentos y facultades de ingeniería, ¿no? Hay que crear más cursos que traigan a estas dos comunidades a un mismo foro y que empecemos a aprender a trabajar en conjunto, ¿no? Y a trabajar en equipo, que es algo que se está empezando a hacer y que nosotros intentamos defender o recomendar que se haga más en este artículo que tú mencionabas, pero yo creo que todavía hay que hacer más.
Perfecto, muchas gracias. Sí, bueno, es realmente una disciplina muy, muy interesante, dado como tú mencionas, ambos mundos, ¿verdad? Yo que vengo del lado más de data science, ¿verdad? También es muy atractivo poder aplicar todas las técnicas que se han ido desarrollando desde la ciencia de los datos, inteligencia artificial, machine learning, para data que más bien proviene o trata de explicar algún tipo de fenómeno social. Quería entrar en otra temática muy interesante asociado a tu línea de investigación, en uno de tus proyectos más recientes de National Science Foundation, ¿verdad? El NSF, que para explicar acá en Chile es equivalente a los proyectos Fondesit que nos tenemos de nuestra Agencia Nacional de Investigación y Desarrollo, ANID, y está asociado a esto de poder estudiar el consumo de noticias online, y la exposición a ella, y también cómo esto ha ido evolucionando y cómo puede impactar el hecho de uno visitar un medio de noticias directamente desde tu desktop, desde tu computadora al portal, versus lo que uno podría leer a través de redes sociales, que también sacan segmentos, ¿verdad?, de eso. Entonces me gustaría que nos pudieras contar un poco sobre este proyecto, qué cosas han logrado descubrir, ¿verdad?, cuáles han sido los desafíos.
Sí, bueno, la motivación detrás de este proyecto realmente es una motivación normativa, ¿no? Y tenemos esta asunción de que para ser buenos ciudadanos tenemos que estar informados de lo que nuestros representantes hacen, ¿no? Pues para poder decidir si queremos que sigan siendo nuestros representantes o juzgar que su trabajo no es adecuado. Entonces, la parte en la que estamos obteniendo información, la manera en la que consumimos información política, consumimos noticias, es la pieza clave para entender esta parte del proceso democrático, ¿no? Y la manera en la que los científicos sociales usualmente intentaban indagar sobre esta cuestión, ¿no?, de cómo consumen noticias los ciudadanos, porque eso nos va a permitir entender cómo forman sus preferencias políticas y cómo definen su comportamiento político. La forma en la que teníamos de indagar en esto era preguntando, ¿no?, utilizando encuestas, y bueno, ¿y usted cuántas noticias consume al día? ¿Con cuánta frecuencia? ¿Qué medios de comunicación son los más importantes en su dieta informativa? Y a esto es a lo que me refería antes, ¿no? O sea, pero muchas veces necesitamos preguntar a la gente por qué hace lo que hace, ¿no? Pero hay otros aspectos del comportamiento humano que son muy difíciles de medir cuando uno pregunta, ¿no? Y en este contexto en concreto hay mucho ruido, cuando, o sea, no porque no nos digan la verdad las personas a las que les preguntamos estas cosas, sino porque es muy difícil dar una respuesta digamos, accurate, ¿no?, que nos dé realmente la información que estamos buscando. Es muy difícil si yo te pregunto, Gonzalo, ¿y cuántas noticias leíste ayer?, que me des realmente una respuesta. Me vas a decir algo, pero si después medimos lo que realmente hiciste, seguramente habrá una discrepancia, ¿no? Entonces, digamos que es mucho más... aprendemos mucho más en este contexto sobre lo que la gente hace cuando observamos lo que hace y no cuando les preguntamos. Y esto es algo que era muy difícil de hacer en el pasado, y ahora, porque tenemos todas estas tecnologías digitales, es mucho más fácil de poder seguir lo que hacemos cuando estamos en la red. Y esto es lo que el proyecto intenta hacer, ¿no? Estamos utilizando métodos de seguimiento online de lo que la gente hace cuando se conecta a la web o cuando usa teléfonos móviles, y cuando agregamos esta información a nivel de poblaciones, esto nos da una información mucho más fidedigna de qué patrones de consumo de noticias observamos en un contexto concreto y en un momento concreto. Y entonces, cuando uno se pone a analizar estos datos, pues podemos descubrir sobre si es cierto que hay autoselección, si es más fácil que yo consuma noticias que me van a dar una versión del mundo con la que yo ya estoy de acuerdo, ¿no? O si voy a escuchar a la otra parte, ¿no? Y en este mundo polarizado, sobre todo en Estados Unidos, esto es algo que se da por sentado, ¿no? Que solamente vamos a consumir noticias que van a confirmar lo que ya sabemos o lo que ya creemos. Y entonces, bueno, una de las cosas que hemos descubierto, por ejemplo, es que la diversidad en las fuentes de información que la gente consume va en aumento, no está disminuyendo, y que a pesar de que es cierto que hay cierta tendencia a leer fuentes de noticias con las que uno, digamos, ideológicamente está alineado, también es cierto que la ideología o el sesgo ideológico de las fuentes de información no explica, digamos, toda la diversidad de noticias que consumimos, ¿no? Y uno de los mecanismos que creemos que subyace a esta diversificación en el consumo de noticias son los agregadores de noticias, las redes sociales. Y esto es algo que a lo mejor no nos sorprende a muchos, pero digamos, en el trabajo investigador se dijeron muchas cosas cuando empezaron a irrumpir estas tecnologías digitales sobre burbujas informativas, sobre el aumento de polarización, y nosotros no encontramos esos patrones, ¿no? Analizando datos durante los últimos 5 años, usando paneles que siguen al comportamiento online de cientos de miles de personas, no encontramos esos patrones. Entonces, es una de las motivaciones que nos llevó a desarrollar este proyecto, es que, digamos, intentar testear empíricamente muchas de estas asunciones que estamos haciendo acerca del impacto que las tecnologías tienen, en este caso, en la información que consumimos como ciudadanos.
Perfecto. Oye, quería pedirte si nos podías explicar un poco muchas de las publicaciones que has generado en torno a este proyecto. Hay una reciente, ¿verdad?, que salió hace un poco más de una semana en PNAS, en el Proceedings of the National Academy of Science de Estados Unidos, una excelente revista, así que felicitaciones. Un gran trabajo asociado a esto, se llama Exposure to News Grows Less Fragmented with an Increase in Mobile Access. Y en este trabajo, tanto como otras publicaciones asociadas a este proyecto, la herramienta desde el punto de vista de una de las herramientas que se ocupa, que tú mencionas en tus publicaciones desde el mundo más ahora computacional, ¿verdad?, que hablamos antes, es de estas redes de audiencia y redes de audiencia traslapada. Quería preguntarte un poco que nos pudieras explicar en qué consisten estas redes, qué representan los nodos, los arcos y cómo se utilizan.
Sí, pues eso es, digamos, uno de los artículos que han salido de este proyecto que mencionaba, ¿no? Y entonces, digamos, el material primo aquí en este tipo de investigación, como decía, es tenemos información acerca de la que la gente hace cuando se conecta a la red y en concreto prestamos atención a las audiencias que acceden a medios de comunicación como, bueno, The New York Times, The Washington Post, CNN.com. Entonces tenemos una lista de aproximadamente 420 medios de comunicación que son los más importantes en términos de la base de audiencia en Estados Unidos, y estos son nuestros nodos, ¿no? O sea, los nodos en nuestras redes son fuentes de noticias, medios de comunicación, y una de las cosas que hacemos es mirar a cuántas de las personas que acceden a, say, The New York Times también consumen noticias publicadas por Washington Post, o cuántas de las personas que acceden a CNN también van a Fox News, ¿no? Y esto es lo que las conexiones en esta red miden. Las conexiones en esta red miden el solapamiento de audiencias entre pares de noticias. Y esto es como uno de los elementos centrales en este argumento de que las tecnologías digitales no están reduciendo las dietas informativas. Todo lo contrario, ¿no? Los solapamientos de audiencia van en aumento. Y esto lo medimos en forma de aumento en la densidad de estas redes, ¿no? Y es un patrón que vemos de forma muy clara, sobre todo cuando tenemos en cuenta patrones de comportamiento a través de móviles, ¿no? de móviles o tabletas, ¿no? De tecnologías que nos permiten estar constantemente en este loop informativo. Y estas tecnologías, en lugar de disminuir el rango de noticias que consumimos, que es lo que, bueno, todas estas afirmaciones que se hacían hace unos años acerca de, bueno, de que las tecnologías digitales están fragmentando a las audiencias, lo que nosotros encontramos es lo opuesto, ¿no? Que cada vez hay más coexposición a fuentes diversas de información. Quiero destacar aquí un aspecto importante, y es que nosotros estamos analizando qué tipo de información consumen los ciudadanos, no cómo procesan esa información. No encontramos evidencia clara de polarización extrema en el consumo de noticias, pero esto no quiere decir que no haya polarización en términos de las opiniones o de los comportamientos, por ejemplo, a la hora de votar. Nosotros estamos analizando solamente qué información estamos consumiendo cuando vamos a la red, pero no estamos analizando directamente qué impacto tiene ese consumo de noticias en opiniones o comportamientos. Y evidentemente esta parte de la ecuación es muy importante para entender bueno, otro tipo de fenómenos, ¿no? Por ejemplo, cómo votamos en unas elecciones. Pero sí que es verdad que es una condición previa a poder explicar ese comportamiento o esas opiniones, ¿no? Y lo que este artículo que tú mencionabas, Gonzalo, hace es, nosotros enseñamos evidencia clarísima de que las tecnologías no están reduciendo nuestras dietas informativas, todo lo contrario. Otra cosa que mostramos que creo que es muy importante es que la mitad de la población que va a la red, que está online, no consume ningún tipo de noticias. Y eso es algo preocupante, de nuevo, porque uno de los fundamentos de las democracias es que los ciudadanos estén informados y que puedan seguir los acontecimientos políticos y nosotros no encontramos evidencia de que la mayoría de la población que va a la red utilice su tiempo online para consumir noticias, todo lo contrario, la mayor parte de la población no consume ningún tipo de noticias y eso es algo preocupante.
Perfecto. Sí, de hecho eso justo me llamó harto la atención a mí también cuando leí el artículo, lo último que señalaste sobre la mitad de la población, ¿verdad? Que del estudio de Estados Unidos no consumía noticias online. Oye, una pequeña consulta, quizás para el público un poco más técnico, que quizás que tengamos estas redes de audiencia, hay un proceso importante, porque al inicio, ¿verdad? Esta red puede ser muy densa, altamente conectada, y por lo tanto ustedes tienes algunos papers incluso también asociados a diferentes formas de filtrar o podar, ¿verdad? Esta red para poder quedarse con la estructura base, si uno quisiera señalar, para poder interpretar, porque claro, cuando uno tiene una red con muchos nodos y muchas interconexiones, la verdad es que, claro, uno puede calcular algunas medidas de red, ¿verdad? Y de centralidad, pero para fines de interpretación hay conexiones que quizás no tienen mucho sentido y hay que podarlas, ¿verdad? Filtrar, que tú mencionas. Eso,
Sí.
explicar un poco cómo, eso es un desafío en estos proyectos, ¿verdad?
Bueno, las redes complejas son complejas porque, bueno, se pueden analizar de muchas maneras y desatan dinámicas muy contraintuitivas. En el contexto de los datos que nosotros analizamos en este artículo, realmente la densidad de la red es una estadística que usamos porque es la forma más simple que tenemos de ilustrar y de demostrar que las dietas informativas no se están haciendo cada vez más estrechas, sino todo lo contrario, se están diversificando y la medida de densidad es una estadística muy simple que uno puede calcular en una red que nos permite ilustrar este patrón. Pero realmente la mayor parte de la información en estas redes está en la distribución de los pesos de las conexiones, ¿no? O sea, en una red las conexiones se pueden definir de forma binaria, ¿no? Existen o no. En el contexto de nuestros datos significa que, bueno, si hay una conexión entre dos medios de comunicación significa que hay cierto solapamiento en las audiencias, pero lo que realmente importa es el porcentaje de ese solapamiento, ¿no? El número de personas que están consumiendo estas dos fuentes de noticias. Y evidentemente, bueno, la expectativa es que habrá mucho más solapamiento de audiencias entre fuentes de información que tienen ciertas similitudes en su posicionamiento ideológico, ¿no? Entonces uno podría esperar mayor solapamiento entre New York Times y CNN que entre CNN y Fox News, ¿no? Entonces, bueno, la densidad es una de estas estadísticas que usamos para demostrar que a medida que pasa el tiempo digamos, estas redes se están haciendo más densas, lo cual significa que las dietas informativas se están diversificando, pero la verdad es que la mayor parte de la información en estas redes está en la distribución de estos pesos, ¿no? de las conexiones, de cuánta gente está realmente consumiendo pares de noticias. Y entonces aquí, como tú decías, Gonzalo, una de las cosas que hacemos es hay ruido también, ¿no? Hay mucho ruido en estos datos. Entonces, uno de los motivos por los que queremos filtrar estas redes es para eliminar las conexiones más débiles, ¿no? Donde hay menos solapamiento, porque eso no es tan significativo, ¿no? Nos centramos solamente en las partes de la red donde el solapamiento es sustantivo, ¿no? Y entonces aquí hay varias técnicas que uno puede aplicar a redes de este tipo para poder filtrar las conexiones más débiles, ¿no? Que en este caso significa donde el solapamiento es menor.
Perfecto. Oye, por último, asociado a esto, ¿cómo obtienen la data para hacer estos estudios? Porque finalmente uno requiere tener como el historial de navegación, ¿verdad? De personas para saber si visitó primero o sea, a un portal y luego a otro, en fin. Eso, ¿cómo se obtiene eso?
Bueno, en este caso nosotros estamos trabajando con datos que hemos obtenido a través de una compañía de medición de audiencias. Entonces, la recuperación de datos no la hemos hecho nosotros directamente, sino que nos ha proporcionado esta compañía mediante una licencia de acceso de datos, ¿no? Y la forma en la que esta compañía tiene de recopilar esta información es, bueno, recluta a panelistas, ¿no? Que aceptan instalar un pequeño programa en sus computadoras o en sus móviles para que va a generar logs, ¿no? Va a generar récords de todo lo que hacen mientras están conectados. Y además, pues hay tenemos información de estos panelistas, datos demográficos, ¿no? Digamos, variables básicas como la edad, el género, y para un subset, pues también tenemos información acerca de sus opiniones políticas. Quiero resaltar también aquí que la mayoría de estos datos se proporcionan de forma agregada. Nosotros no tenemos información a nivel individual, no podemos reconstruir el historial de la actividad online para personas concretas, ¿no? Esto está agregado a nivel de todos los panelistas o podemos agregarlo a nivel de categorías demográficas, pero no tenemos acceso a nivel individual, en parte para proteger la privacidad de estos panelistas, ¿no? Y bueno, en fin, que digamos, aquí hay un trade-off que se tiene que resolver, ¿no? Que es la granularidad de los datos versus lo que uno puede responder con estos datos.
Exacto. Bueno, eso en parte también lo comenta en tu libro, que quiero hablar un poquito después más adelante. Claro, ahí efectivamente el tema de los datos es clave, porque aun cuando efectivamente estos son datos que se obtienen a través de ¿verdad? Un público que acepta ser parte de este estudio, de algún modo podría existir algún tipo de sesgo, ¿verdad? Sobre justamente el público que está, y en parte por eso también me imagino tienen esta información quizá sociodemográfica y algunas tendencias para más o menos entender, o sea, cuál es el perfil, ¿verdad? Del público al cual uno está, porque claro, el sueño, ¿verdad? Ideal es que uno pudiera tener acceso libremente a la navegación, pero eso evidentemente es inviable y éticamente no correcto. Pero por lo tanto, quizá un tema no menor en todos estos estudios es siempre esta componente de sesgo que pudiera existir, ¿verdad? En los datos y en la forma en que uno captura esos datos.
Sí, absolutamente. Y digamos que la calidad de los resultados de una investigación no importa cuán grandes sean tus datos, ¿no? Big Data, no importa lo grande que sea tu base de datos si hay un sesgo que está implícito en esos datos, ¿no? Y hay maneras de corregir esos sesgos. A veces realmente uno no necesita datos representativos de la población, ¿no? Cuando analizamos datos de Twitter, por ejemplo, para entender cómo la desinformación circula por redes sociales, bueno, ya sabemos que la actividad en Twitter no va a ser representativa de la población en general, porque bueno, en Estados Unidos no sé si es un 22 o un 23% de la población que utiliza Twitter, pero el presidente de Estados Unidos no le queda mucho tiempo, pero bueno, él está en Twitter y cada vez que publica un mensaje pasan cosas, ¿no? Desde este contexto no importa tanto que los datos no sean representativos de la población en general, sino que sean representativos de una población de interés, ¿no? Ahora bien, en el caso de hacer generalizaciones de cómo la población en general consume noticias, evidentemente la representatividad importa y aquí es donde uno tiene que tener en cuenta las variables demográficas, intentar garantizar en la medida de lo posible que la población de análisis se corresponda con la población de objeto que estamos intentando entender, ¿no? Y bueno, y en este campo de las ciencias computacionales en general y del uso de machine learning y todos estos algoritmos y inteligencia artificial, uno de los grandes retos en muchas de estas técnicas es que los datos que se utilizan para entrenar a los algoritmos, para que nos den clasificaciones, por ejemplo, de imágenes, esos datos que se están utilizando para enseñar a los algoritmos están sesgados. Entonces, el algoritmo va a aprender el sesgo, ¿no? Y esto es un problema que se ha manifestado en varios ámbitos y es un problema serio que hay que tener en cuenta. Y es una de las razones por las que es tan importante tener a sociólogos o a politólogos o a científicos sociales en general en esos equipos que diseñan estas tecnologías, ¿no? Porque muchas veces con una mentalidad ingenieril lo único que importa es resolver un problema de forma eficiente y eficaz, pero no nos percatamos quizá tanto del aspecto social, ¿no? y de los sesgos que estamos bueno, introduciendo en nuestros algoritmos porque los datos están sesgados de principio, ¿no? O sea, de entrada. Y eso es algo que es crucial a la hora de pensar en cómo utilizamos estas herramientas.
Concuerdo contigo. efectivamente, porque el aspecto, ¿verdad?, de poder darle un contexto a los datos, ¿verdad?, y no solo tomar un dataset y meterlo a algún algoritmo de machine learning o lo que fuera para obtener una predicción, sin saber cómo realmente interpretar esos resultados, puede ser algo muy negativo al final y perjudicial incluso.
Sí, absolutamente.
Sandra, del segmento anterior me llegó una consulta del público de Juan Pablo sobre esto de que el 50% consume la noticia online. Juan Pablo Jiménez preguntaba, ese 50% de la población que no consume noticias de website auditados o formales, ¿será que consume contenido false, fake content, o se guía solo en más bien lo que recibe por redes sociales y que podría ser falso?
Es una buena pregunta y yo diría que es algo que no podemos iluminar directamente con los datos que hemos analizado hasta ahora, pero evidentemente mi intuición es que esta es una población particularmente vulnerable a campañas de manipulación informativa. Todos los datos que nosotros analizamos en este proyecto en concreto son datos que reflejan lo que los usuarios de la web hacen cuando van a la web o utilizan apps de estos medios de comunicación, pero no sabemos lo que estos panelistas hacen en Facebook, por ejemplo, ¿no? Facebook es como un jardín cerrado y en la medida en que la mayoría de la población está en Facebook, bueno, la pregunta es, ¿y qué pasa con este 50% que no consume noticias de forma voluntaria? ¿Qué pasa cuando están en una red social como Facebook o incluso WhatsApp, ¿no? Y reciben, bueno, pues eso, memes o mensajes que forman parte de estas campañas de desinformación. Mi intuición es que no van a tener el mismo tipo de herramientas para determinar si esa información es veraz o no, porque no tienen nada por la que contrastar, no han consumido, no están, digamos, inmersos en consumo de noticias en general, entonces no van a poder contrastar esa información con otras informaciones más legítimas. Es algo que es una hipótesis en este momento que estamos intentando testear, ¿no? Pero me parece que es una muy buena pregunta, muy buena intuición, ¿no? Efectivamente, si hay alguna población particularmente vulnerable a campañas de desinformación, es esta mitad de la población online que prefiere evitar el consumo de noticias y hacen otras cosas, ¿no? Como bueno, entretenimiento o hacen otras actividades.
Oye, tú acabas de mencionar recién esto de poder manipular. Hay un paper tuyo asociado al rol que pueden jugar los bots, ¿verdad? Estos robots computacionales o algoritmos, ¿verdad? Que pueden intervenir en redes sociales con mensajes, ¿verdad? Y la pregunta es, ¿verdad? ¿Qué impacto podrían tener bots durante eventos políticos como las elecciones que recientemente acaba de ocurrir en Estados Unidos, ¿verdad? ¿Qué rol juegan? ¿Cómo pueden influir en el flujo de la información? Sí,
bueno, los bots son programas, son cuentas automatizadas, ¿no? Hay muchos tipos de bots, ¿no? Los medios de comunicación utilizan bots para enviar, bueno, headlines, ¿no? Titulares de forma automatizada cada X minutos. Y luego están los bots que han sido diseñados, pues, como parte de estos ejércitos digitales de desinformación o de manipulación de información. Y entonces se ha documentado de forma bastante, digamos, no ambigua, de forma bastante sólida, el hecho de que los bots abundan en las redes, en Twitter en concreto, ¿no? Una gran fracción de las cuentas en Twitter no son cuentas humanas, por llamarlas de alguna manera, son cuentas automatizadas. No todas ellas son automatizadas con fines malévolos, ¿no? Como decía, muchas de estas cuentas automatizadas pertenecen a medios de comunicación que están, bueno, pues eso, automatizando la publicación de titulares y de noticias, pero una gran fracción son cuentas que se han diseñado para manipular cosas, flujo de información, para intentar manipular opiniones. Y yo diría que nos hace falta más investigación para poder llegar a conclusiones sólidas. Yo creo que tenemos muy buenos motivos para sospechar que puedan tener un impacto, estas cuentas automatizadas, estos bots, que pueden tener un impacto en las opiniones de los usuarios que ven este tipo de información. pero yo no he visto ningún tipo de evidencia que nos permita decir, pues el impacto que han tenido es este, ¿no? Y ha habido un cambio en los bots, la actividad de estos bots han generado un cambio de tanto por ciento en el número de personas que votan por determinado candidato y no por otro, ¿no? Y en la investigación que yo he hecho con mis colaboradores, por ejemplo, una de las cosas que hemos, digamos, descubierto es que sí, hay muchos bots. Nosotros hemos analizado datos en Twitter, por ejemplo, durante episodios de contención política, de movilización, la protesta de los chalecos amarillos de Yellow Vests en Francia, durante el referéndum a favor de la independencia en Cataluña. Y una gran fracción de la actividad en Twitter fue generada por estas cuentas automatizadas. Pero nuestros análisis revelan que a pesar de que hay un gran volumen de mensajes que son generados por estas cuentas, los centros de información siguen siendo medios de comunicación tradicionales verificados, son los que más retweets reciben, son las cuentas que son más que adquieren mayor centralidad en estas redes de difusión de información. Pero es verdad que esto no quita que siga habiendo un gran volumen de mensajes que son creados por estas cuentas automatizadas, generados por estas cuentas automatizadas. Las cuentas orgánicas, ¿no? La actividad orgánica también contribuye mucho a generar actividad, ¿no? Y no está claro todavía si estos mensajes que generan los bots cambian la actitud o las opiniones de las personas que están en estas redes, ¿no? No tenemos información sobre eso, pero yo no he visto ningún tipo de investigación que demuestre de forma sólida que los bots tienen una influencia clara en el cambio de opiniones y de comportamiento humano. Lo único que hemos podido documentar hasta ahora es que hay muchos bots y generan mucho volumen, pero eso no significa que sean los centros de atención en estas redes de difusión de información o que tengan un impacto real en las opiniones de las personas que encuentran la información que publican estas cuentas.
Perfecto. Sandra, llegó otra pregunta del público, también quizá un poco asociado a lo anterior, sobre nuevamente los medios de noticias, ¿verdad? Ricardo Salazar pregunta, ¿cómo calificarías el sistema de medios en los Emiratos Árabes? ¿Es distinto a otros países? ¿Crees que el mismo estudio en otros países debería dar distintos resultados? O más que un lugar en particular, si los resultados que tú obtienen en parte podrían ser solo algo particular de Estados Unidos, o tú esperas más bien que ese comportamiento se replica en otros países, quizás a veces con medios muy diferentes? No sé.
Es una gran pregunta que requiere de investigación empírica, ¿no? Es verdad que la mayor parte de los estudios que se hacen en este campo surgen de Estados Unidos. Y bueno, yo en particular, yo y mi equipo estamos intentando desarrollar estudios que vayan más allá de lo que pasa en Estados Unidos. Y sí que es verdad que las tecnologías son las mismas, pero lo que cambia es el entorno mediático y es evidentemente, y cómo se regulan los medios de comunicación y el contexto político es distinto, y evidentemente todo esto va a tener un impacto en cómo estas tecnologías se utilizan, ¿no? En contextos donde hay censura, desde un punto de vista formal, las redes son redes y los mecanismos que determinan lo eficaz que son las redes a la hora de difundir la información siempre son los mismos, ¿no? Es decir, la ciencia de redes nos da el lenguaje abstracto que nos permite generalizar más allá de lo que pasa en un contexto político concreto, ¿no? Nosotros podemos comparar redes de difusión de información que surgen en varios contextos políticos. A un nivel de abstracción podemos comparar esas redes, pero evidentemente, como Gonzalo decías tú antes, ¿no? El contexto importa y la forma en la que interpretamos por qué surgen esas redes o cómo se desarrollan ciertos procesos de difusión de información importa también. En países donde no hay libertad de prensa o hay censura, redes sociales han contribuido a abrir espacios de discusión pública que no existen en otros foros. Y durante la primavera árabe, aunque nos parezca que esto forma parte de un pasado muy remoto ya, ¿no? Pero esa era la época en la que todo el mundo tenía expectativas optimistas acerca del impacto democrático que tenían las redes sociales, y ahora somos un poco más pesimistas por todo lo que se ha descubierto acerca de cómo Facebook o Twitter pueden ser manipulados, ¿no? Pero sí que es cierto que estas redes permitieron la información, abrieron un espacio para la difusión de información que no podía difundirse a través de otros mecanismos mediáticos. y eso es algo, digamos, sobre lo que hay evidencia, pero lo que pasa con estas tecnologías es una pieza en un puzzle muy complicado, ¿no? Y yo creo que hace falta mucha más investigación comparativa en contextos políticos más allá de Estados Unidos, Inglaterra o incluso países europeos, ¿no? Nos hace falta acumular más evidencia empírica para poder entender cómo estas dinámicas se desarrollan en otros contextos políticos, evidentemente. Y eso es algo importante y debería ser una prioridad en este campo de investigación.
Perfecto. Oye, hay otro estudio que me llamó mucho la atención por las implicancias que tiene y desde el punto de vista de modelamiento es sobre cómo estudiar el hecho de la dinámica que se requiere, ¿verdad? Para que un hashtag o un pequeño movimiento, una campaña llegue a crecer y ser trending topic o algo masivo. O sea, porque... Y también esto va conectado en parte a tu libro, que vamos a hablar al final un poquito. Hay cosas que quizás uno no tiene la intención de que vaya a crecer tanto, ¿verdad? Y por lo tanto, que básicamente, en base a los modelos que han visto, ¿qué condiciones tienen que darse? O más bien para que algo que parte pequeño, como una pequeña noticia, un hashtag o algo, de repente explote.
Yo diría que es una combinación de dos mecanismos. Uno es procesos de retroalimentación positivo, ¿no? Y, a ver, las redes importan porque yo como socióloga siempre he dicho que los actores sociales, los seres humanos, no estamos aislados. Tomamos siempre decisiones en función de lo que los que están alrededor nuestro deciden hacer, ¿no? O en función de las opiniones que vemos a nuestro alrededor. En otras palabras, estamos inmersos en redes de interdependencia que canalizan procesos de influencia social. Y esta es la clave para entender estos procesos de retroalimentación positiva, ¿no? En redes sociales como Twitter es relativamente fácil poder hacer ejercicios de ingeniería reversa y entender cuando un hashtag se convierte en viral, cómo empezó, ¿no? El proceso. Y cuando hablo de mecanismos de retroalimentación positiva, a lo que me refiero es este mecanismo de refuerzo, de ventaja acumulativa, ¿no? De cuando uno empieza a utilizar un hashtag y los que están alrededor nuestro empiezan a utilizar el mismo hashtag. Entonces esto, digamos, va a percolar en la red, ¿no? Se va a difundir cuando se dan condiciones de que hay una masa crítica en un momento dado durante un espacio temporal determinado que va a permitir que ese hashtag empiece a crecer de forma exponencial. El uso del hashtag empiece a crecer de forma exponencial. Pero yo diría que en el contexto de las tecnologías digitales necesitamos un segundo mecanismo, que son los algoritmos, que van a reforzar esa visibilidad y van a hacer que los hashtags que empiezan a ser visibles a nivel local en ciertas comunidades adquieran visibilidad global. Y es la combinación de estos dos mecanismos que son parte fundamental para entender estos procesos de difusión viral o cuando un hashtag pasa de no ser utilizado a que lo utilice todo el mundo. Cuando uno lo explica así parece muy fácil, ¿no? A la hora de ponerlo en práctica es mucho más complicado porque es muy difícil de predecir este tipo de dinámicas, ¿no? Y la contingencia histórica tiene mucho sentido cuando uno mira hacia atrás, ¿no? Intenta reconstruir lo que pasó, pero si uno quisiera lanzar una campaña y hacer que un hashtag se convirtiera en viral, es algo que es muy difícil de diseñar de arriba a abajo, ¿no? Todas estas campañas de marketing viral es lo que intentan hacer, ¿no? Plantan semillas en redes sociales esperando que esas semillas se conviertan en un producto viral o en una idea viral y la mayoría no funcionan, ¿no? Entonces, bueno, el tema de la complejidad de las redes vuelve a entrar aquí, ¿no? Es muy difícil poder anticipar dinámicas en redes complejas porque son muy contraintuitivas y bueno, cuando tenemos esos fenómenos virales, la explicación radica en estos procesos de interdependencia y de influencia y de comportamiento en cascada, y los algoritmos refuerzan estos ciclos de retroalimentación positiva porque pero lo hacen de una manera que es difícil de anticipar y si tuviéramos la clave de la viralidad, pues digamos, es la pregunta del millón, ¿no? ¿Cuál es la clave de que algo se convierta en viral?
Claro.
Y a priori es muy difícil poder predecir o anticipar.
Perfecto. Sandra, llegó otra pregunta del público. Claudia Novoa pregunta, ¿qué tipo de estructuras de redes se operan en estos procesos? ¿Mundo pequeño, libre de escala? Por favor.
Bueno, hay muchas propiedades estructurales de nuevo, a un nivel de abstracción, la mayoría de estas redes son redes muy centralizadas, a pesar de que surgen de forma orgánica y espontánea, de abajo a arriba, son redes muy jerárquicas. Y cuando hablo de redes jerárquicas me refiero pues, a la distribución de centralidad, por ejemplo, ¿no? Siempre hay unos pocos nodos que están desproporcionalmente conectados y la mayoría de los nodos son más o menos periféricos, ¿no? Esta estructura de centro y periferia es bastante universal, yo diría. Muchas de estas redes, la mayoría de las redes que emergen online, a pesar de que emergen de forma descentralizada y orgánica, tienen una estructura muy centralizada y muy jerárquica. Y esto hace que sean muy eficientes a la hora de difundir información, por ejemplo, ¿no? La información se difunde de forma muy rápida del centro a la periferia. También es verdad que depende del contexto en el que uno está analizando estas redes, hay otros elementos estructurales que importan, las comunidades, ¿no? Hay muchos estudios que analizan la estructura de comunidades de estas redes. Y bueno, cuando hablamos de comunidades en redes nos referimos a partes de una red donde hay mucha más densidad de conexiones, ¿no? Y donde la información fluye de forma mucho más, es muy redundante, ¿no? Y en fin, o sea, hay un montón de parámetros aquí que podríamos tener en consideración. Yo creo que podemos generalizar algunas de estas propiedades estructurales y hablamos de scale free, ¿no? o de la distribución de grado, de long tail dynamics, pero yo creo que lo interesante es ir a entrar en lo que hace que estas redes sean específicas a cada caso también, ¿no? Y volvemos al contexto. Descubrir que una red tiene una distribución de grado pues eso, muy sesgado, que es una red muy jerárquica, es interesante hasta cierto punto, pero luego hay que indagar en los mecanismos que explican por qué esa red emergió de esta manera, ¿no? Y cuando uno analiza, por ejemplo, procesos de movilización política, pues Black Lives Matter en Estados Unidos, ¿no? Por ejemplo, es una ilusión pensar que todo esto surge de forma orgánica y espontánea en Twitter. En cierto sentido es así, no hay necesariamente una organización centralizada coordinando el movimiento, pero lo que pasa offline, lo que pasa fuera de las redes, ¿no? El activismo de calle es muy importante para entender de dónde surgen estas dinámicas de comunicación también, ¿no? Y poner todas estas piezas en común, desde mi punto de vista, es lo que realmente tenemos que hacer, ¿no? Lo interesante, donde las respuestas interesantes surgen. Más allá de que todas estas redes tengan ciertas propiedades estadísticas, ¿no? Esto es interesante a un nivel, pero si queremos realmente entender de dónde surgen estas redes, tenemos que ir más allá de estas propiedades estructurales.
Perfecto. Oye, Sandra, quería llevarte a tu libro más reciente, que bueno, salió a fines del 2017. Es un excelente libro, felicitaciones, lo estuve leyendo
Gracias.
estos días. Para el público se llama Decoding the Social World, ¿verdad? Decodificando el mundo social. 2 puntos, Data Science and the Unintended Consequences of Communication. Está disponible también, yo lo compré, está en ebook, así que lo pueden Amazon o Google Play, en fin, para que el público lo pueda adquirir. Quería preguntarte un poco, bueno, este libro en parte toca algunos de los temas que hemos estado conversando. Quería preguntarte un poco cuál fue la motivación también nuevamente de este libro en un principio, y luego tengo algunas preguntas particulares sobre algunos temas.
Bueno, este es un libro que realmente escribí. Sabes que a veces estás escribiendo artículos académicos y 8.000 palabras no te da para tanto, ¿no? Y es algo que yo quería contar una historia un poco de por qué me entusiasma la idea de poder utilizar estos datos digitales para poder responder a preguntas que los sociólogos llevan mucho tiempo intentando responder. Lo escribí en parte también como contrapunto a muchos argumentos acerca de la parte más oscura de estas tecnologías y de los datos, ¿no? Y contar todo lo que hemos podido aprender y todo lo que podemos aprender si analizamos estos datos de la forma correcta, preservando la privacidad y no respetando la autonomía. Pero hay muchas preguntas que podemos responder que llevamos mucho tiempo intentando responder y que ahora están al alcance de nuestra mano porque, bueno, literalmente estos datos nos han permitido ver el mundo de una forma diferente, ¿no? Y descubrir patrones que antes eran intangibles. Y esto es particularmente cierto cuando uno piensa en las redes sociales. Las redes sociales preexisten a Internet. Como decía antes, los seres humanos no somos agentes aislados, ¿no? Estamos todos inmersos en redes de interdependencias. Y estas redes son muy intangibles, es muy difícil. Yo cuando empecé mi doctorado, por ejemplo, y hablaba de redes, pues todavía era un poco como abstracto, ¿no? ¿Qué son estas estructuras que hace que todos seamos interdependientes? Y de repente, pues todas estas tecnologías empezaron a surgir, Facebook se convirtió en el gigante que es hoy, Twitter, Instagram, todas estas plataformas que hacen LinkedIn, ¿no? Que ahora es la idea de que estás a 3 grados de separación de otro profesional, ¿no? Y que LinkedIn te puede descubrir a quién tienes quién te puede introducir a otra persona, ¿no? Porque te da una noción de la distancia en redes y todo esto está como mucho más enraizado en el imaginario popular, ¿no? Todo el mundo entiende lo que son las redes y bueno, y el libro pues responde un poco a digamos, al entusiasmo que yo como socióloga siento a la hora de, bueno, que todo lo que podemos hacer ahora que antes no podíamos hacer, ¿no? Y todas las preguntas a las que podemos dar respuesta ahora que antes no podíamos responder. Y el libro pues intenta dar un poco, pues eso, un cierto contexto histórico al por qué esas preguntas son relevantes y por qué antes eran muy difíciles de tratar y ahora pues podemos dar respuestas a esas preguntas.
Perfecto. Oye, dentro del libro se comenta un poco algo que, bueno, desde mi área a mí me fascina mucho, es esto de la capacidad de predicción, ¿verdad? Cómo poder predecir fenómenos sociales o comportamiento social humano. Hay algunas tendencias corrientes en que dicen que es imposible, ¿verdad? Dado los mismos incertidumbres o la forma en que operamos los seres humanos. Hay otras ramas que dicen que sí, y la pregunta es, claro, predicción, pero quizás hasta qué punto, ¿verdad? O cuáles son los límites de esa predicción. No sé si tú puedes comentar un poco sobre la factibilidad de poder predecir comportamiento social y bueno, ¿qué implicancias tiene eso?
Sí, o sea, yo creo que es muy difícil ser determinista, como si tú eres sociólogo, es muy difícil tener una visión determinista de la vida social, ¿no? En ciencias, digamos, los que hacemos investigación, entendemos muy bien lo que son los modelos probabilísticos, entendemos que todo, al fin y al cabo, estamos intentando predecir en base a probabilidades, pero como decía antes, en el ejemplo de qué hashtags van a ser virales, ¿no? O queremos organizar una movilización masiva. O sea, no hay una clave para poder predecir cuándo vas a obtener una masa crítica o cuándo vas a hacer que un mensaje se convierta en viral. Es muy difícil predecir este tipo de dinámicas, en parte por la complejidad del sistema social y de cómo se desarrollan estas dinámicas a través de redes y esa es la clave del cambio social en parte de la libertad humana, ¿no? Es decir, el montón de consecuencias no intencionadas que surgen a medida que ciertos procesos tú puedes intentar diseñar una intervención y luego vas a tener que lidiar con las consecuencias no anticipadas de esa intervención, ¿no? Que va a cambiar totalmente tus planes y desde un punto de vista más estadístico y de modelación, de nuevo, o sea, uno puede tener modelos que asignan ciertas probabilidades a escenarios futuros, pero eso no es lo mismo que predecir, ¿no? Y bueno, y en elecciones como, digamos, en este contexto de las elecciones que acabamos de tener en Estados Unidos, por ejemplo, se habla mucho acerca de si las encuestas lo acertaron o no lo acertaron, que si márgenes de error, que o sea, hay límites en el tipo de modelos que podemos construir porque los datos que tenemos quizá no están iluminando lo que deberían estar iluminando, entonces los modelos no están bien especificados, pero luego hay límites que son más esenciales, yo diría, acerca de esta posibilidad de predecir el futuro, que yo creo que es totalmente... bueno, en fin, es algo que yo no creo que nadie pueda abogar podemos predecir el futuro de forma determinista, yo creo que nadie abogaría por eso, pero es verdad que cuando pensamos en términos probabilísticos, a veces no nos damos cuenta de que cuando algo tiene una probabilidad muy alta, eso no significa que vaya a suceder, ¿no? Y cuando uno trata de sistemas complejos, pues todavía es mucho más difícil poder predecir los tipos de escenarios con los que nos enfrentamos, ¿no? ¿Cuál es tu visión, Gonzalo, acerca de la posibilidad que tenemos de predecir el futuro?
Bueno, efectivamente, a ver, desde el punto de vista de Machine Learning, que es mi especialidad, y claro, dado la data, uno, y también con los modelos que uno trata de hacer vía redes complejas, de algún modo uno puede tener algún tipo como de termómetro social sobre algunos, pero efectivamente poder predecir qué sé yo, en qué momento exacto va a ocurrir el estallido o no sé, cosas muy particulares o deterministas como tú señalas, eso yo creo que es inviable o más bien uno podría, pero con un error asociado a esa predicción muy alta, con lo cual hace una predicción bastante con harta incertidumbre esencialmente. Pero yo diría que las herramientas sí pueden ayudarte a mostrar ciertas tendencias, ¿verdad? Insisto, como termómetros sociales de lo que puede, ojo, aquí algo se está empezando como a cocinar, pero sin todavía tener claridad, pucha, cuándo va nuevamente a transformarse viral alguna noticia o que genere un estallido social. Eso todavía, no sé si tenemos la data apropiada aún o la forma de poder modelar eso en estos momentos. Y lo veo y se ve es un gran desafío que no creo que podamos resolver tan pronto.
Sí, estamos de acuerdo.
Oye, en tu libro hay algo muy interesante que se centra desde esto de que existen, tú mencionas, hay como 3 niveles de poder analizar, ¿verdad? Las redes sociales o lo que ocurre ahí desde una versión muy agregada hasta llegar a lo más local, ¿verdad? O individual. No sé si podrías comentar un poquito los últimos minutos brevemente, son como 3 niveles esencialmente.
Sí, bueno, digamos que son como muñecas rusas, ¿no? Una dentro de la otra. Cuando uno analiza patrones agregados, como lo que tú decías, ¿no? Tenemos un barómetro de temperatura social, ¿no? o un barómetro de opinión pública de lo que está opinando la gente. Digamos, eso es un nivel de tendencias a nivel de población agregado. Tenemos una señal que es, por ejemplo, pues, bueno, en base a las conversaciones que tenemos online, ¿no? ¿Cuál es el sentimiento general acerca de determinado asunto o candidato? Bueno, eso nos da unas series temporales con una señal, ¿no? Que sube, baja, y eso es equivalente al barómetro que mide la temperatura. Después está el tema que decía antes, ¿de dónde surge esto, ¿no? Esta señal a nivel agregado, ¿de dónde surgen estas opiniones o estos sentimientos? Y yo creo que aquí es donde, bueno, entran las redes, ¿no? Las redes que determinan la información a la que estamos expuestos, que determinan las opiniones a las que estamos expuestos, que determinan dinámicas deliberativas, ¿no? Con quién discutimos de determinado tema, ¿cambia nuestra opinión o no? Cómo se difunden determinadas ideas, quién tiene acceso a esas ideas y quién queda excluido. Y todo esto son preguntas que subyacen a estos patrones generales, ¿no? Y que requieren el estudio de estas interacciones que podemos analizar y medir con redes. Y luego en última instancia está el nivel individual de las acciones individuales y es, bueno, cómo decidimos construir nuestras redes, ¿no? O de quién nos rodeamos o cómo cambian estas redes en función de cómo yo cambio o cuán susceptible soy a cambiar mi opinión en función de las discusiones que tengo con otras personas. Entonces, estos son mecanismos que funcionan a nivel individual. Y uno de los argumentos que defiendo en el libro es la idea de que por primera vez, yo diría, en la historia de las ciencias sociales o de la investigación social, podemos integrar estos 3 niveles de análisis porque tenemos datos que son lo suficientemente granulares como para permitirnos ir del nivel individual al nivel agregado, pasando por ese nivel intermedio de redes de interacción. Lo cual no significa que ya hayamos encontrado respuesta a todas las preguntas, pero desde un punto de vista de la investigación yo creo que es muy interesante y es muy excitante estar en este momento porque tenemos el tipo de datos que nos va a permitir integrar estos 3 niveles de análisis, ¿no? Y esto nos va a permitir dar respuestas mucho más poderosas a las que podíamos dar antes, ¿no? Entender, pues eso, pues cuando hay un estallido, cómo surge ese estallido, ¿no? O cómo cambian las opiniones y las decisiones que toman las personas, etcétera. Y yo creo que esto nos va a abrir una ventana a dinámicas sociales mucho más poderosa de la que podíamos abrir antes con encuestas lo cual no significa que las encuestas no nos den información interesante y relevante, ¿no? Pero la idea es compaginarlo con estas nuevas fuentes de información que son mucho más granulares y nos permiten explorar mecanismos de forma mucho más granular.
Perfecto. Oye, Sandra, para el último minuto que nos queda, bueno, en torno a esto, a las elecciones presidenciales, ¿verdad? De Estados Unidos, mi consulta es si estás pensando, bueno, no sé si has estado, tú y tu equipo has estado recolectando datos sobre todo este proceso, si tienen en mente desarrollar algún estudio, comentarnos brevemente eso.
Sí. Tenemos una colaboración con Facebook, y cuando hablo en plural me refiero a mi grupo, pero muchos otros académicos en otras universidades. Llevamos trabajando pues, desde la primavera pensando en qué tipo de estudios nos permitiría dar respuesta a si la desinformación fue influyente en estas elecciones. Tenemos estudios preregistrados, el diseño de los estudios está preregistrado y vamos a empezar los análisis seguramente en enero o en febrero, y en parte es para poder dar cierta accountability, para poder aportar transparencia en estas discusiones públicas acerca del papel que plataformas como Facebook juegan en elecciones. Entonces, mi respuesta a tu pregunta es sí, los estudios están preregistrados, el diseño está preregistrado y si todo va bien, los resultados, haremos públicos los resultados a mediados del año que viene. Pero esta es una colaboración que yo creo que vamos a necesitar mucho más en el futuro, ¿no? Crear este tipo de colaboraciones entre académicos que somos independientes y lo único que nos interesa es encontrar respuestas correctas a las preguntas correctas, y con el sector privado, en este caso las plataformas como Facebook, que nos va a permitir tener acceso a los datos que necesitamos para dar respuesta a estas preguntas. Entonces, bueno, esto queda pendiente, pero el año que viene más.
Perfecto. Bueno, Sandra, parece que ya llegamos al fin de este segmento. Quiero agradecerte por tu participación y felicitarte por todo el excelente trabajo que estás llevando a cabo y una disciplina realmente muy fascinante, esto de poder combinar, ¿verdad? Teoría social en parte con herramientas de data science y computación. Te deseo mucho éxito. Y
Gracias,
también
Gonzalo.
para el público, muchas gracias por acompañarnos y no se pierdan las actividades de Puerto Ideas de Valparaíso.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Patricio Arriagada, soy historiador y quiero darles la bienvenida a una nueva actividad del Festival Puerto de Ideas Valparaíso. A continuación, la teórica política ítalo-estadounidense Nadia Urpinati reflexionará sobre la distinción entre el populismo y el curso tradicional de la política democrática. Luego de esto tendremos una conversación sobre sus principales planteamientos en torno a este tema. Este año, Puerto de Ideas Valparaíso celebra su 10º aniversario gracias al apoyo de Colbún, Copeuch, Fundación Mar Adentro y el Ministerio de las Culturas. Esperamos que disfruten. So, Nadia, you'll have around 30-35 minutes for your conference, and then we'll have another 25-30 minutes to talk about it. So, please,
okay.
Thank you very much for
So thank you, Patricio, and all friends there in Puerto de Ideas. Great organizers. Unfortunately, we are far away, but we can at least communicate in this very strange, we are all cosmopolitan, traveling around without moving around. This is very nice. So my presentation is about definitely a synthesis of my work in my book called Meet the People, which was published a few months ago. And I will tend to be less academic possible and to try to interact between academia and ordinary political, reference to ordinary political life. Now, my interest in populism has been a kind of work in progress in the past 2 decades. It dates back to the early 90s and the decline of Italian mass parties, and in effect, the decline of party democracy. So I remember that in 1998, for the journal Constellations, I edited a special issue, a special session on populism, in which I collected some of the papers delivered in an international conference in Princeton, with the incredible, now very close to us, title Democracy Between Populism and Oligarchy. Now, the decline, of course, of the Italian party democracy was my starting point. And then I realized that this was this phenomenon, this populisticization of politics tend to become, in Europe too, a very ordinary way of doing politics. And one of the most interesting phenomena that I realized immediately was the following. The decline of Italian party democracy or party politics, it created a perfect tempest insofar as they brought to the fore an existing enduring sentiment of distress with the partisan fragmentations of the demos, of the people, which was already perceived as a degeneration kind of phenomenon. And indeed we have, and also the Spanish language has a word called partitocracia, meaning the disparaging representation of party democracy. So partisan identity have been persistently associated with corruption, not only in Italy, but elsewhere. So here that is my first point that I like to make. That is, party as pluralist democracy and populist as unitive democracy are contemporary expressions of this internal transformation of representative politics in the attempt to unify the people and to keep the people one, particularly the people, the good one, meaning not the elite, not the establishment. So the myth of a pristine unity of popular sovereignty, not fragmented by loyalties and parties' loyalties and thus weakened, is at the core of the populist attack against the establishment. And it forms the core of populist projects to devise a different modality of democracy, which is based not on direct power by the people, as we listen sometimes, but it's not true. not a direct power by the people, but a direct representation of the people by a leader. We will see. This is my main contribution, I think, and I call it direct representation. We will see about it. Now, an appendix is needed before I proceed with my lecture is the following. Populism also is identified with a popular revolt against intermediary bodies, namely parties, but not only parties. And this revolt against intermediary body converges with the transformation in the of the role of the media. So although the technological revolution of internet in the 90s, when I started working, had not yet materialized, there was an important and formidable role of television and the commercialization of electoral campaign we experienced. What Giovanni Sartori defined videocracy. And this videocracy was connected to two phenomena. First, the plebiscitarization of political consent, and second, the success of personalistic movements or politics. So both phenomena, that is plebiscites in order to exalt one leader and thus personalization of politics, they testified to the growing impact of the audience, of the public against parties and partisan affiliation. So the audience starts having a quasi-sovereign authority, using different kind of judgment, not political as ideological, but aesthetic judgment and moral judgment. I like it or not, click or not, you know, these audience strategies are based on judgment of aesthetics, non-political. So the primacy of the audience induced parties to blur their borders and to release their ideological identities, thus exposing the electorate to an endogenously volatility of preferences and changeability of taste. So parties themselves became audience-based, thus opening the floor easily to a populistic transformation of democracy. Now, these are important because they change the style, but also the system in which political life operates in a democracy. When I added the special issue on populism for constellations in 1998, Silvio Berlusconi had already built the 4 pillars of the paradigm of populism, which we can verify everywhere now. First, gaining popularity by attacking mainstream parties or establishment or politicians, that is la casta. This is a permanent attack against them, and thus presenting the people as opposite to them. Second, attacking a direct identification, attaining a direct identification with the people, Berlusconi, through a daily basis communication with the public. He spent hours and hours in television, like also Chavez or like also Berlusconi, Bolsonaro, with the WhatsApp or with the socials, whatever. Third, forging an establishment rhetoric against the political elite, not the socio-economic elite necessarily. Berlusconi and Trump are not very poor guys. They are part of the economic super elites. And then, in spite of that, they attack the elite as if they were part of the people, because they don't attack economic elite, but political elite. The 4th pillar, the last one, they justify, and this was Berlusconi did, justifying a leadership in the name of his likeness, to be like the people. Meaning, not because they come from the same social network or social class, but like the people, they share the moral, basic sense and behavior. Think about Berlusconi with his ordinary behavior with women. Or think about Trump campaigning last 4 years ago, and the wife about him said that they use locker room kind of talk. Locker room kind of talk is very consistent with many American male locker room talks, like a Berlusconi womanizer was very well in tune with the climate, the moral climate of his country. So these 4 pillars are permanent in populism. And we see here a new representative strategy in action based on being like, and thus of transforming personal issues into the ordinary issues of politics. Now remember that representation, a representative strategy, is not being like necessarily or totally. It is a strategy whose goals are 2: advocacy, that is creating an advocacy for those who claim, for people who claim for or against, and thus representation is an avocational kind of proposal for representing and purporting and supporting the views of the people. Advocacy and representativity, which is what the representative do, wants to have a kind of encounter with, reflection with what people judge and consider about it. So advocacy and representativity are 2 characters of political representation in a party democracy. Now, with the representation in the populist system, they are blurred, so that only somebody who is like you can represent you and can advocate for what you want. Likeness is very important, and thus it's a way of redefining the relationship between the people and the leader. Now, let me say also that populism is today still largely used as a polemical term, to brand, to stigmatize, to attack those whom we don't like. I try to avoid that. I don't want to use this polemical approach. My proposal is to study populism. And my proposal is that we abandon this polemical attitude and we treat populism as a strategy of power, a power strategy or a project of government. And I propose that we thus see populism as a transformation, as I said, of the 3 most important foundations of democracy: the people, the principle of majority, and representation. And finally, I suggest that we put aside the widespread view that populists are mainly oppositional, they are incapable of governing, that are essentially a cry against an establishment and a mobilized antagonism that can rejuvenate a sclerotic constitutional democracy. No, I think that populist movements possess and claim the capacity to go beyond oppositional politics, and if they are successful and get the majority and rule a country, they tend to construct a particular regime from within constitutional democracy, which becomes de facto a target of populist democracy, as we shall see. So let's start to explain, to analyze these 3 transformations of populism, of the people, of majority and representation. In his important book called The Principles of Representative Government, Bernard Manin years ago analyzed the transformation of representative government from the 18th century to our time. He started from the notabilates without universal suffrage. He passed through party democracy, and he ended up, after the crisis of party democracy he ended up by claiming that now we live in an audience democracy. He did not know how to name this new form of democracy, involving representatives who, I quote, are no longer spokesmen of ideas or classes or interests or political programs, but they are instead actors seeking out and exposing cleavages beyond and outside partisan lines, and they claim to unifying all the people. Now, he didn't know how to name this audience democracy. I think that audience democracy is in effect a new form of representative government, which I propose to call it populist. So populism is part of democracy and is part of the transformation of representative democracy in a time in which the audience is the agent of consent much more than parties and conflicts among parties. Let's add this more corollary before proceed. I think we should and we need to go beyond the polemical approach, as I say. I claim that populism is a phenomenon of contestation in view of governing. It entails an interpretation of representative politics and democracy, as I'm going to show. It compels us to reflect critically on what doesn't work in a representative democracy. So if democracy, though, is simply an electoral appointment of an elite in power, there's nothing to say. There is nothing to say. It is simply populism. A populist leader who is elected is simply democracy. There is nothing undemocratic about the electoral victory of Donald Trump or the rise of anti-establishment parties in Europe, or the rise of, by election, of popular leaders in Latin America. There is nothing undemocratic. Then why we are upset? Why we criticize this system? Well, we criticize it because for us, at least for me, democracy is not simply going to election and counting votes and declare the victory of the majority. Democracy in a representative system, not in a direct democracy like in Athens or in Switzerland. No, in democracy in the representative sense has two authorities. An authority inside of the institutions, that is the right to vote, procedures, institutions, this junk of sovereignty that is regulated according to procedures and institutions that translates opinion into the will. But outside of the institutions, there is another authority. As I mentioned already with Bernard Manet, the authority is opinion. I call it opinion, but certainly is made by extra-institutional domains of public judgment and opinions in many forms, through media, through complaints, through demonstrations, through petitions. And this is an important exercise of political freedom and the ability of influencing institutions inside. So between these two sides, institutional and extra-institutional, there is a permanent interactions, but the two must remain separated and different. It's very important, this aspect, because the gap between we outside and the representative inside, the gap between opinion and decision-making within the institution is important, that is there, that is not blurred, that is not overcome. It's very important because that gap is for us the way of checking, judging, and influencing people working inside of the institution or the politicians, so that election is not simply a way of delegating everything to them and go home, do other things. So it's very important, the correlation, the interactions, and the separation. Because we don't want the opinion rules. As Trump said yesterday evening, it's very important, it's a kind of proof that I am on the right track. when he said, look at the crowd coming to my rallies is so huge. That is the authority. We should listen to them. What there is inside of institutions, in the Congress, there are few people, direct with opposition and minority, few people versus many people. The outside is superior to the inside. This is the danger of direct representation by a populist leader in power. They want to blur the distance and to eliminate the difference. We are like us. We are the same. I am the voice of the people. There is no difference between me and you because we want that the people is back. And we want to blur the distance between opinion and the will, what we want and what we decide. So, thus populism ambition is precisely this, to give life to a mixed government in which the mix is not mediated by parties or institutions, but is a mix between the leader and the people, dux cum populo, leaders with directly connections to the people, with the people, filling the gap separating him from the people, the distance between inside and inside the states. So the outcome of this closing the gap and transforming mixed government through election and parties and representation into a mix of the will of the people translated in the face or made representative to the face of the leader, it ends up being a formidable attack against institutions and procedures. If these institutions and procedures are separated from us, so the populist leader claims that the people is the owner of the institutions and the procedures, and there is no distance between procedure and the people. This is what I call direct representation. So in effect, populism does not represent a form of direct democracy. It represents the replacement of representation made by political mandates through parties with a new representation as the embodiment, the incarnation of the represented in the person of the representative. So, direct presence does not refer to the people, it refers to the leader of the people that wants to have an unmediated relationship with his own people. And thus it does by itself. It doesn't even use the parties, bypassing the parties, using the parties for what he wants for his goal. So think about Trump in a permanent relation with the people night and day through Twitter, or also Bolsonaro. Or think about what Trump said in his inaugural address in 2017, claiming that there was no longer one people outside and the institution inside. I quote from him. He said, "Today's ceremony has very special meaning because today we are not merely transferring power from one administration to another one, or from one party to another one, like in the past. But we are transferring power from Washington, D.C. back to you, the people. So the people outside procedures is declared to be the authority, not the result of votes or the people in the institutions. As he said, well, yes, we had the majorities before, party winning the competitions before, but this time, this majority is different from previous one. Why? Because we are here, because there is no longer a separation between us outside and the institutions inside. Thus, the populist leader can have, for this reason, a destabilizing impact in the institutional system and the constitution itself, which represents the true challenge and the true enemy of populism, constitutional democracy, is the real target. Moreover, populists increase the importance of political mobilization. This is so because they have to prove day and night that they are not and will never be an establishment. They are part of the movement of the people. This is why populism in power resembles a permanent electoral campaign with the leader in constant communication with the people, convincing them that he is in the palazzo, but he will never be and become a new establishment. So the subsequent stage can be, and in some countries was, in Latin America and also elsewhere, modifying or rewriting the constitution. As studies have begun to show, when in power, populists don't simply dismiss or eliminate the authority of constitutional constraints for them to rule. Rather, they often use constitution to justify their own power. And when they challenge them, they attempt to reform or replace those constitutions, but they want to preserve the aura of constitution. They want to preserve constitution's kind of supra-legal ambition, which is completely fake, because the constitution at this point is the translation at the constitutional level of the very majority in power. So they constitutionalize themselves, taking away from constitution that impartiality and generality that constitutions always wanted to have. And they do so, and when they do so, they they contest the separation of power, they contest the independence of judiciary, they contest the executive term limits, they contest majority rights and the intermediary bodies, as Rovira, Kalvasser, Blocher, and many other scholars showed. So populist constitutions attempt to institutionalize the majority that support them. And in doing so, they transform the meaning of the Constitution because they constitutionalize a specific government. And thus, they end up making of their own majority a regime. Of course, it can have different ambition. Sometimes it can have the ambition of redistribution and inclusion, as we saw many times in Latin America. Some other times, it has instead the exclusionary and xenophobic ambition, as in many cases in Europe, US, and Brazil. But in any case, regardless of the content, the strategy and the form and the patterns of behavior is the same. Thus, we can say that populism tends to occupy the place of constituent power. And its constitution severely subverts constitutional democracy as a political order. Now, such subversion makes populism legitimacy depend on consent, much more radically than constitutional democracy does. Consent, direct relation with the people. This is what makes the legitimate government and its constitution. So I suggest that in order for us to recognize and to see in action this form of government, we need to overcome the mere identification of populism with a style of rhetoric. It's not simply a rhetoric, it's not simply a style. And we need also to go beyond the oppositional character that populism has while in opposition. Its anti-establishment stance is so radically exploited that once in power, a populist leader would spend much of his time to prove to the people that he will never be an establishment. And he needs to do so. Thus, he needs to create a permanent climate of conspiracy to show that the people is always under the threat of that establishment which never dies. So contrary to fascism, and this is the great difference for me, the populists don't crash down, incarcerate, repress. the establishment or the minority or the opposition, but it needs them because thanks to their own presence and persistence, they can prove that they are needed, that they have to stay in power in order to react and to contain the ambition of the establishment. So this means that populism takes advantage of the mechanism of negative politics, counter-democracy, opposition, contestation, that democratic constitutional democracy guarantees to everybody. But then it uses this negative contestation stance in order to create a system in which the presence of contestation is under threat and under control, because the good people is in power. So we have to be very careful, thus, to read things correctly. The negative stance of populism. Populism is a permanent against, is against, or contra, is versus, is his main characteristic. Not simply to question an existing government or a corrupt elite, or to achieve a majority, but to attain a much radical outcome, that of expelling from power, of dwarfing, of humiliating the wrong part of the people and installing the good part of the people in place. So populism in power is primed to disfigure the two fundamentals of democracy, the people and the majority. The people, because it is the people empirically, those who won the elections and are represented by a leader, the populist leader, that people occupies the place of the constituent power, occupies the place of the institutions. Thus, the people as a part, though that part of majority, that majority, even if it's a large part, but is a part, occupies the system and becomes capable of using it for itself. So there is not a substitution of a part with the whole, but there is a usage of the institutions by that part for his own interest. So we may say thus that populism in power is a permanent and radical form of factionalism. That is, one part of the people, which is a faction, declares to be the good one and to use the institutions because they are there, its institutions, for his own good. And thus using the system to punish those who are not among the good people. You know, penal populism is also an important aspect of that. So I suggest that the populism identifies the people with a part of society, making the majority the ruling force of that part against the other parts. So the logic of populism is the glorification not of universality and generality, but of partiality. It's a factional government. And also this has an impact on the people, on the majority, because the majority is not a method for solving disagreements through counting. It is a substance for power. So the will of the people is the will of the majority and needs to have its equivalent in the institution and in government. This amounts to a disfigurement of the procedural conception, both of the people and of majority. Both of them, they become no longer a reference point, a generality, or a fictional, because the people is not in the constitution, is simply fiction. A fiction doesn't exist in reality. It's a fiction in order to create legitimate government. And the majority is a method for conflict resolution, it's not a substance. Well, yes, instead they reify, the populists reify these two important principles, the people and majority, and they construct a new people substituting for the old one, and this new people as the face of the leader, as the greatest theorist of populism, Ernesto Laclau, the people has the face of the leader. Generally, the populist movements and populist regimes, they take the name of their leaders. This brings me to come to a conclusion. Meaning, the ambition of populism to solve the problem of division of the people into many partisan parties and to unify the people through direct representation ends up with the temptation of creating a regime that is authoritarian only because it gives centrality to the decision-making moment and translates this into a kind of democracy in which the majority impose its will possibly in an unlimited way. So I conclude that populism does by no means is a neutral strategy that can be used by left and by right, and it's not like an empty shelf inside of which we can put different ideas, and thus we bring populism to be good versus bad. No, because populism is not simply a style of politics. Insofar as, in order to be successful, it has to transform what are the two important bases of democracy, that is the people, by taking away any indeterminacy the people takes the face of the right people represented by the leader, and also majority. So in so doing, populism leads politics and the state toward outcomes the citizen can hardly control. A populist leader in power, from left or from right, will tend to say that in order to advance his program and to fulfill his promises, needs to have a superlative power and to stop all the cacophony of pluralism in society. So the path that populist takes is inevitably a path toward the exaltation of decisionism and the entrenchment of a leader and his or her majority. And this for the simple reason that his success is contingent on the leader's authority over the people and his parts, as is a radical constructivism. So populism is a radical constructivism, and this may set populism often on a collision course with constitutional democracy, even while its main tenets remain embedded in the democratic universe of meaning and language. Few final words. Can we trust populism? My answer is negative. Populists cast a sinister shadow over constitutional democracy. Although I undertake to study it analytically, not polemically, I don't renounce a critical normative thinking to judge it. Our democratic society have eroded their institutions' credibility due to a combination of factors that exist now in all countries, increasing of inequality, the growth of economic power of a small minority, a society that is ruled by an oligarchy of elected. Fine, we know that. And studying populism allows us to see how disastrous this economic inequality and class privilege can be. So studying populism, I came to appreciate the insight of that which Eric Hobsbawm said of nationalism. We can say of populism what Eric Hobsbawm said of nationalism. That is, I quote, while he is constructing from above, it cannot be understood unless also analyzed from below. That is, in terms of the assumptions, these hopes, the needs, the longing and interest of ordinary people, which are not necessarily populist. The question is that the translation of these below condition of distress and suffering, the translation of these into a populist leadership doesn't solve problems of misery and destitution of the people, while it puts at risk a constitutional democracy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nadia, for this very clear and insightful presentation about populism today and its effects on democracy, on how it transforms these figures, as you say, representative democracy, its three fundamental pillars. In the present moment, when populism is such a ubiquitous phenomenon, it seems very important, and we may say urgent, to understand it, avoiding the typical misconceptions or demonizations that we often see in the public opinion. What I think is interesting is that both concepts, democracy and populism, have followed similar path in its origins. Both classic democracy in the 5th century BC Athens and populism can be defined as the eruption of popular masses and, that start to count as a crowd in the public space. And their insertion in politics exposed certain weaknesses of the traditional system of domination by the elites, forcing the constitutional status quo. Also, the bad press that populism has today can be compared, I think, with the one classic democracy received from its critics or enemies in the past. Both concepts seem to be defined from the exterior and not by their own representatives or their own tradition. And that can explain why many times both concepts were used in a pejorative way. Democracy as the government of the poor instead of the government of the majorities, or its supposed unavoidable tendency towards anarchy sentenced by Plato. Secondly, as populism today, classic democracy too was denounced to be just kratos, factual power from the majorities, lacking the legitimacy that ancient Greeks called arche, provided as the arche provided. Arche as a principle of order and authority based on tradition. Democracy had to remove the weight of what in its origins the concept outlined. It had to forget the kratos, neutralize the force of the demos, and demonstrate that the organization that was proposed by it was founded in arche, the myth of the autochthonian version of the Athens, on the constant appellation to a middle ground or a metron that we can find in Pericles' funeral oration. I think it can be understood in this sense. Nevertheless, populisms many times take another route once they achieve its goals by the success of their leader, as you said in your exposition. Majority doesn't make a pact with the minority because the first, as you say, and I quote, becomes the people itself. Democracy then comes to be identified with radical majoritarianism or with the kratos, the power of a specific majority. So here's the first subject I would like to propose you to go further. Considering the nature of populism today, do you think this kind of behavior, considering also the relation that many times populism has had with the extreme right movement, do you think that this behavior of populism, once they are in power, is a characteristic that will keep separating it from the traditional conceptions of democracy? Or do you think that populism will assume more moderate versions to be part of the establishment once the democratic system of the democratic system and transform it even when they are no longer in power? If this is the case, which populist mechanisms are more probable to be adopted by traditional forms of democracy?
Well, Patricio, thank you so much. It's so interesting. Now, we have to make a distinction between populism and democracy. They are not the same thing, otherwise it is hard to understand why we use two words to say the same thing. They are different. And the Athenians, they never use the word populism. They use the word demagoguery. When they want to express a form of radicalization of the role of the assembly or the majority, they use demagogue. The demagogue, because the demagogue was the speaker in the assembly, sometimes good, sometimes bad, and he was able to bring to take peoples with him, and thus to have a majority very strong, sometimes capable of changing the rules, and so on and so forth. So populism operates within representation. I insist on that. You don't find it in direct democracy. Populist, he's indeed, it's a more a Roman and Republican phenomenon than on a pure democratic one, because it needs to have people in the name of which a leader acts and asks for consent. So populism is something little bit different from simply direct democracy. Having said so, you ask a fantastic question. That is the transformation of populism. Well, populism can get into power, but can then sooner or later be tamed by institutions and thus become a new kind of majority. Yes, I think this is the point. Populism has this paradox, the paradox of temporality. Whereas democracy, representative and constitution, we're talking about constitutionally, has in theory, at least, an eternal temporality, reproduce itself after majority, We know it was built in order to last. Populism, or a populist majority, tend to either become a majority like any others, and in this case it's no longer populist, it's simply another majority, or to maintain and to preserve his own radicality and his own factionality, needs to change the constitution in order to constitutionalize itself and normalize itself as a populist majority. But the risk in this case is to go outside or to stretch the constitutional system to the risk of becoming a new regime. So the paradox of populism is that it is a shaking power, showing that there is something wrong in the present organization of democracy, but cannot have the ambition of becoming a new form of democracy, because either it becomes an ordinary majority, so it takes away from itself all the radicality of partiality. This is Podemos. The case of Podemos in Spain, they became another party, part of a coalition, and it's a kind of a rejuvenation of an old left, but it's a ordinary parties, is a party. Or instead, it becomes a new regime that can be problematic, because it needs to stress the executive moment, because a populist in power needs to accommodate and to answer to the many requests that was able to put together in order to achieve the majority, and needs to pay back to them in order to preserve their own support. To do so, it doesn't need to have, or doesn't want to have many obstacles, checks and whatever. The judge, the autonomy of magistrates, of judges, justice in particular, in order to be very capable of delivering, in order to support his own majority. So the idea is that populists may start in a very radical way, and then they have to make a decision. Either they readjust themselves to the procedural and constitutional democracy, or they really change the game in order to make themselves, ideally, permanent rulers. This is what Orban did in Hungary. It changed the constitution and made the constitution the expression of the majority. Practically, there is no opposition. And the parliament is in the service of the executive, and indeed this summer he was able even to suspend the parliament. Or you can have Chavez. Chavez started as a socialist, a very democratically oriented, with strong support by the people. And then he changed the constitution gradually to the point of making the role of the leader prominent. Then he died. And after him, we see the consequence, no?
Yeah, Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, and I think I can relate another question with this. Well, if we think of populism, as you said, as part of representative democracy, and for that reason, as holders of the same democratic rights as any other form of expression, what happens when populist rhetoric puts some essential democratic principles at risk? And again, I think in populism relation with extreme right ideas, France,
Yeah.
the US, well, of course.
Yeah.
Because as you say, I quote from your article, free speech as their citizens' right. A democracy that infringes basic political rights and that systematically precludes the possibility of the formation of new majority is not a democracy at all. So what happens, this dilemma, when what happens when populist rhetoric pass that limit and puts democracy in dangers? For instance, now in Chile, we think it was today, I don't know if it was yesterday or today, we're debating about a law of against negationism, dictatorship denial, and it was declared unconstitutional. So
I agree. So the issue is that is an important issue, because it means should we contain ex ante preemptiveness the formation of these populist movements, and if we do so, we put limits to freedom of speech and organization. It's sometimes called militant democracy. I have a lot of problems with that, because first, when you start organizing yourself as a part of a movement, you start very radical, but operating inside of the system, you may change. So you cannot say ex ante forever that bad ideas produces necessarily movements that are equally bad. You cannot say in advance. Second, because it's a sense of where you show the weakness of the system that is doesn't want to risk. But democracy is a risky game, and risk is part of the democratic process. Of course, there are many ways of containing these risks. Division of power, Bill of Rights, open, pluralistic opinion formation, autonomous and plural media, change of government. For instance, call for anticipated elections in a parliamentary system is a form of control. So you have many strategies. Why do you need to declare those ideas who are not allowed to be in the public? I think it's very, well, I think it's illiberal somehow, and it's you don't need to reach that point. For this reason, I think that populism is made of two expressions. It is both outside of the institutions, as many popular movements. There are several. In France, they are left and right. In Italy, left and right. Presumably in Chile, they are right and right, radical, and sometimes even populistic. And then there is populism in power. I know that all populists as movements, they tend to go and to become in power and to go and to conquer majority. This is clear. All parties do that, and all movements want to do that, many of them at least. But you have to have the chance in the public sphere of having pluralism in order to contain, defeat, through opinion, those populistic movements that can be dangerous. So it is very important that the citizens mobilize against them instead of using the law to prohibit them, which is bad in some sense. It also creates more animosity, more animus against the system, because they. So I don't think it's a good idea. Also because there is this discourse now, fortunately, against fake news. What does it mean, fake news? in the moment in which you say that there is a fake news, is already not fake anymore. You reveal it to the public. And so check and counteract in different ways, but not with a repressive system. So this is my pure and simple opinion.
Yeah, I think it's very clear. But what do you think when I think that depends on the case, but there are, for example, here in Chile, we have a media problem because what happened when the medias are in power of the same elite, let's say, when the power to counterattack those fake news, as you say, it's not so easy because you don't have the media. For example, in Argentina, you have a fond of the very partialized medias, and you can counterattack from each side, and you say one side white, that is side black, but I think that always depends on the property of the media. So
the property of the media is important issue, but also an important issue on plurality or pluralism. For instance, I think you are very right when you say that if you had all properties of the media, for instance, in Italy we have now two big corporate owners owning the most important newspapers, the biggest. This is a real issue. It's an issue of, so that is a question of property invested into the domain of opinion formation. This has to do with guaranteeing pluralism and guaranteeing that there is the possibility for a journalist to change and to leave his newspapers for another one. Otherwise, there is no freedom. The freedom of journalism is the freedom of passing from one newspaper to another one, to have another an exit from the situation that you dislike or you don't tolerate. That is an important issue. Now, this question can be solved in many different ways. One of them is the journalists themselves, they should own part of the newspaper. Ownership is important by those who work in the newspapers, or popular collections of money in order to create a newspapers. So to limit the power of the corporate medias, we needed to oppose with other media. I know that is problematic, but I don't see other solution but pluralism. Other newspapers or other medias, I know that is, or sometimes even the states. In some cases, I think in all states, the states tend to support even small newspapers because otherwise they wouldn't not have the chance to support themselves in order to support pluralism.
Yeah, on social networks, it's
social networks. Yeah.
Way of resistance. I think we have a few minutes, very few, to a last question. I would like you to, I know your book, Meet the People, was a study that was based on your experience with the cases of Italy and United States.
I started in that way.
Between 2016 and 18. But from what you have seen in the last, from it on the last 2 years, once populisms are in power, which mechanisms or which cases that you have studied or seen you think that present more tools or mechanisms to resist the danger of populism?
Good. So the case of the US, think the case of the United States. The United States has an important countervailing power against populism that is in the Constitution, basically. Yeah. There is so conservative and it's so status quo based that this, in this case, is not a bad thing. Because if Trump would have the chance, the possibility of changing the Constitution, he would do it. He would have done it. But it's so hard to change this Constitution. And so what he can do and what he did, he operated in the institutional domains, which is not constitutionalized. The Supreme Court. There is no limit to numbers, the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court is a kind of constructions by the political system. And he operated in that way. So he tried to maneuver in the justice, but he couldn't change nothing. So what he did, he changed a lot the mentality of the people. Now there is a lot of Trumpism in the States. Even if Biden is going to win, Trumpism is there among the opinion. It's not disappeared. As for Italy, as my case, well, he was able not to stay in power for long, Salvini with his friends. But if Salvini would have the majority, instead of being in a coalition, I have no doubt he's going to change the constitution. As he said, he wants to have a presidentialization and to take away the parliamentary system. And all the populists, they want that. They want the leadership in the executive.
Okay. Thank you, Nadia, very much for the
Okay.
very interesting
Thank you
conversation.
very much for having me.
No,
I would like to see this beautiful country before I die. And if there is not this COVID, I will try to come sometime.
Yeah, we will make the effort with the university for next year, maybe, or in 2 more. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Y muchas gracias por acompañarnos a todos y no se pierdan las próximas actividades de Puerto Idea de Valparaíso. Muchas gracias. Bye, Nadia.
Bye.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Patricio Arriagada, soy historiador y quiero darles la bienvenida a una nueva actividad del Festival Puerto de Ideas Valparaíso. A continuación, la teórica política ítalo-estadounidense Nadia Urpinati reflexionará sobre la distinción entre el populismo y el curso tradicional de la política democrática. Luego de esto tendremos una conversación sobre sus principales planteamientos en torno a este tema. Este año, Puerto de Ideas Valparaíso celebra su 10º aniversario gracias al apoyo de Colbún, Copeuch, Fundación Mar Adentro y el Ministerio de las Culturas.
Buenas tardes, bienvenidos y bienvenidas a una nueva actividad del Festival Puerto de Ideas Valparaíso, que este año celebra su 10º aniversario gracias al apoyo de Colbún, Copeuch, Fundación Mar Adentro y el Ministerio de las Culturas. Mi nombre es Isabel Benke, soy antropóloga evolucionaria y primatóloga. Esta tarde conversaré con la historiadora alemana Andrea Wulff sobre sus investigaciones en torno al magnífico personaje de Alexander von Humboldt y sus propios procesos de escritura como biógrafa de este gigantesco personaje. Esperamos que disfruten mucho la conversación. Good afternoon, dear Andrea. It's so wonderful to have you here.
It is, although I would love to be in Chile, of course, and see this beautiful country, but we'll make the most of it now, like this, in our new world, in our new reality.
Yes, absolutely. And in fact, I wanted to tell people that this is the second time we tried to invite Andrea to Chile. Last year she was invited, and of course the activity had to be cancelled, and this year it had to be cancelled because of pandemic. So we are hoping that the third time next year we are able to have her here in person. But it's wonderful to have you here. Andrea, you are such a meticulous and inspired researcher over anything you put your eyes on. And you have put your eyes on the gigantic character of Alexander von Humboldt. Tell us about him. What called your attention to him? Who was he?
Well, so I'm quite glad I did him like a few years into my career because he was so prolific. But let me start with a few facts. So he was born in 1769, which is the same year as Napoleon. He was a Prussian scientist, the son of a wealthy Prussian aristocratic family, but he left his life of privilege in Berlin, and he went on this extraordinary voyage to Latin America. It lasted for 5 years, and it was a journey that really changed his life, his thinking, and that made him famous across the world. So today, he is almost forgotten in the, at least English-speaking world, but at his time, he was really the most famous scientist. So his contemporaries said that he was the most famous man after Napoleon, for example. He was restless. He was in fact so restless that he said, I feel if I'm chased by 10,000 pigs. So he was relentlessly curious. He pushed his body to the absolute limit. He was the most experienced mountaineer. He was an adventurer. He was a scholar. He was a scientist. And he came back from this journey from Latin America with a new concept of nature that still very much shapes our thinking today. So that was really why I became interested in him, because he's the forgotten father of environmentalism. So my books are really about the relationship between humankind and nature. So doing a book about Humboldt was very much for me trying to understand why we are how we are today. Why do we destroy nature today? Why do we love nature today? Why are we in this mess we are today? All these things, very often, I believe, we can find in the 18th century of Western societies, where humankind begins to believe that we can control nature. So this is how I kind of came across him, and then I had, very strangely, my agent, who was brought up in Venezuela, my literary agent. He said to me, when I did my very, very first book in 2002, he said to me, well, you are German, you should write about Alexander von Humboldt, because in Venezuela, Humboldt is a superstar. So he had grown up as a boy with these stories about electric eels and jaguars at the Orinoco. And I was then like, oh, no, I'm not ready for a man like Alexander von Humboldt.
You were studying English gardens at the time, right? Which seemed a lot less dangerous than like at the Orinoco.
Well, I have to say, one of the great joys about this book was that if you write a book about an explorer, you have to follow their footsteps. It's essential for the research. So it was like the best excuse to go on crazy, amazing research trips, which were not down to a little beautiful English garden in Shropshire here or something like that.
Yeah, and you came to South America for the first time because of your research on Humboldt, right?
Yes, and fell completely in love with Latin America, I have to say. So I had never been, and I did all the research for Humboldt before, or a lot of the research, the kind of archival research beforehand, because Humboldt wrote 50,000 letters, received 100,000 letters, wrote diaries. So there's a lot of material there. So I wanted to, before I came to South America, I wanted to get a little bit of a sense
what the structure of the book will be, because I knew I can't write about everything in the same detail. So, and then in 2012, I went to Venezuela to paddle along the Orinoco there. And then I went to Ecuador to climb some of the volcanoes that he had climbed, and that had been so elemental for his vision of nature.
So can we tell people, I wanted to ask you a little bit about that, because he climbed Chimborazo in Ecuador. And at the time, Chimborazo was thought to be the tallest mountain in the world, taller than Everest. And my understanding is that he climbed, and he was very aware of it. He climbed higher than his contemporaries had climbed. And he mentioned that with Lee. But it was difficult, and you climbed Chimborazo too.
Well,
right?
so Humboldt is a total show off. It just, I mean, when you read his letters, there's a lot of competition going on there. So he liked being, the one who climbs the highest mountain in the world. There's a letter I found where he wrote to a friend in Latin America, a long letter where he describes all the dangers he's encountered. And then the last sentence of that letter is like, "And you, dearest, how's your monotonous life?" It's a bit of a flawed personality. So for him, so you have to imagine, this is so he climbs Chimborazo in 1802. So he does not have great hiking boots. So in fact, shoes were the biggest problem during that expedition, really, because they had like thin leather soles, they constantly tore. So they were actually climbing Chimborazo with holes in their shoes. And then, they don't have all that, gear we have when we go up a mountain at all. So just the equipment is obviously terrible. And then he is carrying all these scientific instruments with him. He carries 42 scientific instruments through Latin America because he wants to measure everything. So when I went to Chimborazo, I did not have to carry 42 scientific instruments. And I also, because I'm not a mountaineer, I'm a hiker, I knew I'm not going to make it to I wasn't going to go to the peak. So I went to the base camp, which is at 5,000 meters, which was, I have to say, hard enough because I did not drive up there, which a lot of people do. So I walked up there. But for me, feeling these landscapes was incredibly important. I don't know how other authors do that when they write about landscapes they had never seen, but I needed to feel the thin air, for example, in order to appreciate what he was doing. Or I needed to see, I'd never been to the rainforest before, so I needed to feel that sense of also kind of claustrophobic green walls around you. How does that feel? How does this sound? How's this
the
taste?
cacophony of the rainforest, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. And you saw Andean condors. You described this beautiful moment where you had 4 condors one moment. And so you had the sense of the grandeur of the Andes and the kind of like the immensity of this landscape.
Yeah, I had this extraordinary moment where so because I was reading his diary and following his footsteps, we found on Antisana, one of the other volcanoes that he climbed in Ecuador, we found the hut in which actually Humboldt had stayed the night at 14,000 feet. And at that very moment, a herd of wild horses turned up. So I was just a little bit, uncomfortable. So suddenly all these horses around me, and then 4 condors were circling above my head. And I had this wonderful guide with me, Juan, and he looked at me and he said, well, I've been doing this for 30 years. I have never seen, like, Antisana look so beautiful because it was foggy in the morning, but then everything lifted. So it was just standing there. And then the horses and the condors. And I think there are only 60 condors in the whole of Ecuador. So it was so spectacular. So that was a really good day of research.
Well, you're obviously you have been channeling Humboldt so well, and yeah, maybe the horses and the condors knew something.
Maybe.
I want to ask you something very, very important to me. In your book, you didn't choose just any title. Your title is The Invention of Nature, and of course, people might be going, well, nature was not invented in the late 1800s. What nature presumably was there before. So why did you choose this name, The Invention of Nature? In what sense did Humboldt invent nature?
It's a really good question, because I do actually sometimes get emails from readers who go like, how absolutely outrageous to use this title. You know, of course, Humboldt did not invent nature, which of course I do know. So it's a little bit of a playful approach. But what I mean with this is that he invented the concept of nature that still shapes our thinking today. So he comes up with this idea that nature is the web of life, that Earth is a living organism, where everything is connected, where everything hangs together in this kind of tapestry of nature. So it's this idea of a web of connection, but also of Earth as a living organism. Because before, and I think that's really important, because we forget that, because we take this concept for granted today. Before, scientists were seeing nature much more like a mechanical system. So it was like a machine. And, you know, we just, or like a divinely created clockwork. And we just had to understand the natural laws. And then we would, you know, understand everything, and everything had its divinely allocated place in this nature. And Humboldt threw all this out and says like, no, this is different. This is a place where everything hangs together, but it moves, it changes, it adapts.
So this is the single most important thing, I think, that Humboldt did for us. And of course, today is so important, but the question arises, how and why? How does the mind come up with something like that? And obviously, to understand that and to get to that, that's why you've been studying him for so many years. But let's talk a little bit about his childhood. Let's delve into the mind that eventually was going to come up with these wonderful insights. How was Humboldt as a child?
So he was brought up in Prussia, in Berlin, which was then quite a military state, quite a kind of a corset of society. And his very loving father died when he was quite young, when he was 9. And his mother was never very maternal or warm, but she gave her 2 sons the best education there was at that time in Prussia. So they were taught by a string of Enlightenment thinkers who really instilled in them the love for knowledge and liberty and truth. And his older brother, Wilhelm, he escaped from this rather unhappy childhood into books of ancient Greek and Rome. And Humboldt did the opposite. Humboldt escaped the classroom. He did not want to read in books about the world. He wanted to experience the world. So he was forever roaming the kind of great forests on the family estate just outside Berlin, and came back with his pockets stuffed with insects and rocks, and he loved to sketch. So he was a really good sketcher. And then the only books he loved were the adventure stories of the great explorers, such as Captain Cook and Louis de Bougainville. And he began to dream of these distant countries. But his mother had very different ideas for his career and said he should be a civil servant in the Prussian administration. And the compromise he found with his mother was that he studied mining. And the reason for that was that as a mining inspector, you are a civil servant, but as a mining inspector, you had to know the latest geological discoveries. So it was as close as he could get to science. And then also he had to travel through the whole Prussian territory to investigate all these mining towns and mines. But then he went to a little town called Jena, which is in Eastern Germany, and which changed his life really, because he met a lot of very extraordinary German thinkers, including the most famous German poet Goethe. And that became a very important moment for his life, because until then, he was very much a child of the Enlightenment, and he very much approached science as an empiricist. So he would observe nature, he would take data, he would do experiments. He would approach science with rationalism. It would be all scientific. And then he met Goethe, and everything changed, and he began to inject feelings and emotions into his science, which I think then makes him, and we can talk about that a little bit more, but that moment, I think, makes him, this is one of the important moments in his life, which makes him the thinker he becomes later, because he's not just thinking in this linear way. He begins to think kind of in all directions.
Right. But I've always wanted to, I wondered, because I would imagine that the friendship with Goethe, gave him permission to explore and to be in a way that, he said that, he was equipped with organs to see the world, and that these organs were given to him by the friendship with Goethe, and hence the legacy of integrating art and science, right? But nothing comes from nothing, and I would guess he had that in himself, and that it was developed through the friendship with Goethe. Would you agree with that?
Yeah. I think obviously someone like Humboldt doesn't grow up in a vacuum. So this is very much what's happening at the time. This is the very early stages of the young romantics who begin to look at nature differently, and they're all in Jena. Just by it's this tiny little town. They're all there. So he's influenced by this, but he's also a child of his time, I suppose. So these ideas are kind of floating around. But I think the other important thing about Humboldt is that what a lot of people said is that he had an incredible memory. So he would literally remember 40 years later the shape of a leaf. I can hardly remember my own books, basically. So he had this extraordinary memory, so he could make these connections. And because he traveled across the world, he was able to say, I have seen something like this in the Alps. Oh, I am seeing similar plants in the Andes. And I've seen them from a herbarium from Lapland. So why are these alpine plants so similar? So he makes these connections, which I think you have to have a particular mind to do that.
No, right. First you mentioned the wonderful phrase "forever roaming." So forever roaming, to me, it's saying curiosity in big bold. So this hunger, and somewhere you describe, and there's always like a German word that captures things beautifully. The word Fernweh.
Fernweh, sehr gut. Yes. Fernweh is the longing for the distance. Right. Only the Germans have words like this.
Right. In this case, it's not, usually it's like a long German word that captures something so beautifully. But the longing for this distance, so that restlessness, that curiosity. Then the friendship with Goethe and the Jena group, so which I would imagine gives him the permission to have the soul of a poet at the same time that the empiricist measuring mind of a scientist, right? And then the memory, his extraordinary memory. But to me, there's one more element that perhaps is what's necessary to bring everything together, that is this visual thinking. That, a linear mind might produce linear thinking, but his mind was not linear. So tell us I'm fascinated about how his mind was like a web itself, and how he put little piece of paper over little piece of paper. How did his mind work?
So one of the things that I loved about this book is, of course, the traveling, but also the traveling into the mind of someone through their manuscripts. So I'm a great believer in original manuscripts, because they tell you so much more than if letters are printed in a book. So when you go to Humboldt's archives in Berlin and you open these boxes, what you see is it is literally like opening a door to his mind, because so take, for example, his lecture notes. So, he writes something down, and then he has some ideas, and he writes them on bits of paper and glues it on top, and then some of the pieces of paper fold out, and then he reads something in a book and he sticks it on there. So you end up with this multi-layered collage of ideas. How he does his lectures with this, I have absolutely no idea. It's so messy and confusing, when you look at it. But I think it shows us that his mind worked not linear, but in all directions. And when you look at his diary, so he comes back with 4,000 diary pages from South America. And they've been transcribed, and that's all great. But what you really want to see are the drawings in there, because Humboldt, in his person, really brings together the arts and the sciences. He understands this world through data, but also through his pen, through sketching and drawing it. And so in his diary, you have like little drawings of monkeys and maps of rivers and animals and plants and bits of rock, volcano profiles. All of this you find in his diary, because this is how he makes sense of this world. And he comes back and he works together after this trip. He works together with 50 map makers and artists to turn these into lavish engravings, because he believes that nature and science can also be explained visually. So he's also the forgotten father of infographics, because he uses scientific data so visual that it's packed with complex scientific data, some of his engravings, but it's so easy to understand.
Right, but so I guess we have all seen scientists that use art. So say I can study cell biology and have a beautiful drawing of a cell, and also artists that bring in scientific concepts. But what Humboldt did seems to me that is much more than just putting art and science together. They were integrated in him, and in doing so, kind of, he's creating a new way of thinking. So, for example, when I see his drawings and let's talk about the Naturgemälde, the synthetic drawing he created out of his travels. Those are not, they're much more than a depiction, an illustration. Yes. He's creating a way of thinking. And the capacity for synthesis there is just extraordinary.
Yes. I mean, so I think that one of the big problems we have today is that we actually divide the world of arts and science with, there's this sharp line in between. Now, at Humboldt's time, that wasn't really the case. The word scientist was only coined in 1834. This distinction that we have, that we impose on little children when they're 6 years old and go to school today, that didn't quite exist there. So I think that's quite important to bear in mind, because I have the feeling he never had to justify himself as scientists would have to do that now. So what he does is, for example, with the Naturgemälde, which is this, would be nice to show it now, but I'll try to describe it. It is a large 60 by 90 centimeter fold out in the first book he publishes when he returns. And on this basically poster, he drew Chimborazo in cross section. And on Chimborazo, he drew all the plants he had found on his journey there. And he draws it into the mountain at the altitude where he found it. And then to the left and to the right, there are 20 columns, which are filled with data such as gravity, the blueness of the sky he measured, chemical components of the air, humidity, temperature, all drawn into the column at the height where he had measured it. So what you can do is you can trace one line across the whole Naturgemälde, and it gives you all the information there, say, of altitude of 10,000 feet, or I'm mixing feet and meter here, as you can tell. So this for me is the very first piece of infographics, because you get all the information by just looking at it. You don't even have to think really about it.
His mind, in a way, it was extremely modern. I think he seems like a scientist that is living today, and he's creating, not only he thinks in like 3D mind maps that are themselves changing and adapting like trees, but he's creating these synthetic infographics that not only give very good information, but also offer new hypotheses and ways of looking at the world.
Yeah, because the extraordinary thing there is that everything he shows is about connections. So, for example, he also does these maps so he's the first to talk about global vegetation and climate zones. Now, we take this for granted today, but that was like at the same time, other scientists were looking through this kind of core set of classification. And Humboldt talked about nature as a global force. So it was not about, taking the temperature in, one place and just tables of numbers. No, this was about the wavy lines that go across our globe that kind of connect places and regions through their climate.
Right. So this is very important. Let's stay here for a second, because I'm fascinated by the difference of what Humboldt did in the sense of how he was connecting and finding pattern, and his emphasis on interactions and global patterns, versus the science of the time that was focused on taxonomy and organization. And I suppose as somebody that, I studied Darwin and in an English tradition for so long, I get the Linnean obsession with classification. And of course, it's coming from the Enlightenment, and the notion that if we can just order things and organize things properly and just have everything in a tidy little box, then we can comprehend and grasp nature. Right. And there he was, he going like, yeah, taxonomy, sure, taxonomy is important, but let's not just look at the things themselves, let's look at the interactions between the things themselves. And that, to me, is his profound genius, no?
Yes, absolutely. And I would also argue that he does that because he travels.
Yes.
He's not sitting with his, herbarium with a dried specimen in, some study, but what he's doing is he's traveling across the world, and because he has this extraordinary memory. So, for example, when he walks up Chimborazo, he realized. So this is a volcano which is pretty much exactly on the equator. So it's a tropical volcano, very different to Vesuvius, for example, in Italy, which is in the northern hemisphere. So as he walked up Chimborazo, he realizes that this is like a botanical journey from the equator to the poles. The higher he comes, the more kind of Arctic plants, the more kind of cold climate plants he's seen, very similar to those which are, in Lapland or Norway. So he makes this connection. And then he, in the middle, he sees these plants which remind him of the plants he'd seen in the Alps in Switzerland. So he realizes, because he makes these connections, okay, so there's something going on. Then there's another thing where he realizes that the coastal plants of South America and Africa are similar. So he makes that connection. He talks about tectonic plates. He doesn't talk about tectonic plates, but the idea that these continents were together at some stage. So he has this, by observing, he opens a whole new world, because he doesn't observe in the hierarchies that science had functioned in before, but because he has this open mind to see connections.
And because he's using his own body, I would guess that the friendship with Goethe and his own personality made him so attuned to the senses as an exploration tool as well. So that's what, he's obsessed with empirical measurement and his instruments, but the senses, the experience of nature and exploration as methodology, right? So that's very different than scientists that are, hidden in a lab and just looking at their own boxes.
Yeah, so he's well, first of all, he always experiences everything on his body. So he'll drink Curara poison, and he'll experiment with dangerous electric eels, and he will rub chemicals and self-inflicted wounds on his body. So he does that. He has his 42 scientific instruments. So he is obsessed with empirical data, but, and I think that's so important, he always says, we also have to use our imagination to understand nature and our feelings. So this is a scientist who's very willing to talk about the wonder of nature, and who will always allow for this sensation to be as important as the empirical data. So it does not just exist, oh, this is the scientific world and this is my emotional world. It belongs together for Humboldt. And I think that is, for me, one of the things that makes him also incredibly relevant today, because that's something we are missing in a lot of political debates. So he's someone who embraces imagination, and he also writes these books which are not for the scientists in the ivory tower, or with that, so complicated that literally no one can understand them. No, his books bring together evocative, poetic landscape descriptions with scientific observations. And with this, I think he creates the blueprint of a lot of nature writing today.
Right, and the ethic of exploration. I mean, the notion, of course, he wasn't like a cerebral scholar that was tucked in only behind his books, but he was this brazen explorer who was like having life-defying moments and danger and suffering. And so that's very genuine, and he's very good at telling the epic of adventure as well. Right?
Yeah, because he is a show-off, and he's an incredible publicist, a self-publicist. So he writes these letters from South America to his friends, and then describing all the dangers, and then he goes and says, "Do send it to the newspapers if you like. They can publish this letter." So by the time he comes back in 1804, he's a superhero. I mean, like everybody has heard about his journeys.
It's like he was Instagramming and Facebooking his journey.
Exactly that, yeah.
Right. No, and let's talk about exploration, because of course, what made him, like, what I love, and I'm obviously partial about this, is that, his restlessness drove him to have the whole world as a lab, and to use his body as a methodology of learning and the world itself. But then you did too, in studying him, and I just wonder, how has that been for you, given that today we're stuck indoors, of course, but the notion of the natural philosopher, the notion of the naturalist explorer, is one that is not very common these days, to say the least. And I find it so incredibly productive, not only intellectually, but at a personal level.
Well, you better than anyone else really knows how important it is to be out there with your subjects you are studying, because you learn, it's a give and take. You learn, you understand by being out there. I think by putting your body out there. So for me as a writer, it is that I need to feel these landscapes. I need to also feel the pain a little bit, just to appreciate what he was doing. But it's also that I tried to give it my all to, give Humboldt all the time I had to kind of like study his letters, but I also allowed him to inform me. So my thinking has changed over the past 10 years massively, because I did always think, well, I was really bad at the sciences at school. So I was always put in that box of like, oh, she's artistic and creative and, has no idea about science. And my science teacher were like, she's just a bit stupid, basically. And then, so I think they would turn in their graves if they would see that I'm writing about the history of science. But I think I was taught wrongly, because it was just numbers. And I fell in love with the sciences through the stories of the scientists. So yes. Humboldt has been a great teacher in that respect, but also that he says that we need to use our emotions. So I dare much more now to allow that, to enter that into my work. And that doesn't mean I'm writing something sentimental at all. Everything that I write is based on facts. But we have to all accept that the way we choose our facts and present them, that makes them subjective. They're like, you could read exactly the same sources as I am, but because you are interested in something specific, you will be much more interested about something than I might be. But I also think it allows us to accept that we are humans, and that, I mean, especially right now with lockdowns and stuff like that. So I was locked down for quite a while in Germany, and unplanned, but I had a bit of land there where I just built a vegetable garden out of nothing, and that kept me sane. And I will say that this is the healing of nature, and there's something emotional. There was something incredibly nurturing, in this kind of very discombobulating time to like stick a seed in the soil and see it grow and eat it, you know, eat the salad at the end. And that is something I think I have accepted through Humboldt to become part of also my, say, public persona. So that was always something I admitted to in private, but I would have never said it like now, you know, at a lecture, like, oh yeah, you know, I am driven by a sense of wonder.
Yes,
That's
yes.
what makes me tick.
Yeah. So you allowed your study subject to feedback on yourself. I mean, I guess, I imagine during the pandemic, especially, you must have been thinking about Humboldt and, you know, what would he have done and what lessons he was giving you and us. And given that, you know, we can't roam at the moment, but you are roaming in your mind perhaps, and you're exploring the senses in different ways, like building a vegetable garden and observing nature.
Well, I think there are two things. One thing is I'm in an incredibly lucky position that as a writer, I'm very much used to working from home, you know, being a hermit. I mean, you know, I'm not always traveling around. I spend a lot of time at home writing. So I'm quite good on my own at home. I do terribly miss the writing. I have to, the traveling. It just drives me absolutely nuts that I can't just, you know, go to Chile right now, for example. But I think that during the pandemic, what made me realize again how relevant Humboldt was is that, of course, Humboldt has talked about connections, about this tapestry of nature, about this web of life. And of course, that's the whole reason why we are in this pandemic. You know, we know that 75% of all infectious diseases today come from, you know, they cross from animals to humans. And we have destroyed, with agriculture, with logging, we have destroyed biodiversity, we have destroyed natural habitats. So we come into close contact with these animals. So Humboldt, more than 200 years ago, warned about, he said, you know, our human behavior towards nature will shape our future. So, I mean, he is so prophetic. I mean, he predicted harmful human-induced climate change more than 200 years ago.
Tell us a bit more about that, because you know, what we're discussing today, he saw even destructive fishing practices like overexploitation of oysters, and yeah. How did he see this in first place? Obviously, he was coming from Europe, which was much more exploited than South America at the time, but he was able to tear apart the influences, correct?
So I think because he arrives in Latin America thinking about nature as this, you know, that it is, you know, he says, I want to find out how all these forces are interactive. So he has already this in mind when he arrives. And then he comes from Europe, which has been, of course, you know, heavily, there was heavy agriculture for 2,000 years, you know, so it's a quite exploited country or continent already. And he arrives in South America, and we think of South America at that time as this kind of, you know, Eden maybe, but the colonists had been there for a long time. So he travels through South America and he sees how humankind destructs nature there. So he sees on the one hand, like lush rainforest, but he also sees how, for example, at Lake Valencia in Venezuela, how plantation owners had completely destroyed the forest there. And it's actually there that he, seeing this destruction, understands the fundamental function of the forest for the ecosystem. He doesn't use the word ecosystem, that's not the term is not coined yet, but he understands that trees, for example, store water, and that trees enrich the atmosphere with moisture, and that they protect against soil erosion. So he sees that, he notes it down, and then he just observes and he talks to the locals and he asks, like, you know, why is this happening? What's happening there? So he's in the Orinoco, for example, and they're deep in the rainforest. And he sees, he speaks to the tribes there, to the indigenous people there, and there's a mission. And once a year, all the turtles come and lay their eggs in the sand at the banks of the Orinoco. And the missionaries collect all the eggs because they use the oil in the eggs to burn their lamps in their, you know, church huts. And the indigenous people talk to Humboldt and say, we have every year we have less turtles because the missionaries are taking too many. So he talks to people, and then wherever he goes to, and he's in Mexico, he sees how the local irrigation system in Mexico City has left the surrounding valley completely barren. And in his diary, I found the sentence where he says, I think they're raping nature. So he uses the word raping. So he sees again and again how humankind destroys nature as he travels.
Yeah, Andrea, this catches so much my attention. He's able to see the harmful effect of humans, but at the same time, seems to be he's very compassionate and curious. He's not the kind of environmentalist that hates people. That we like John Muir, many of the people he influenced were more human hating than it seems to me that he was. And something that comes very much to the fore is how different he was in relation to indigenous people than other explorers at that time. He did not think that they were savages or below him. Quite the contrary, he obviously understood that they lived there and that they knew better than anyone else. I think he called them like the better observers, the best geographers. So, tell us a bit more about that. I mean, why was he? Yeah. Anyway, tell us more about.
Yeah. So he is. You're right. Unlike most Europeans at that time, he does not see them as barbarians or savages at all. Again and again, he describes them. He admires their observational skills, their botanical skills. I mean, they are the guides who, without them, he's very aware of that. He could have not done what he's done. Unlike other explorers at that time, he's traveling as a private person. He's not traveling on behalf of a government or monarchs. He has a very small team. It's basically him and Bonpland, this French botanist. Then he has his servant José, who's with him the whole time. And then there are a few local guides. That's it. So he's very nimble. He can kind of change his route. When someone says to him, like, there's something really interesting there or there, he can go there. But he also depends on the indigenous people to help him, with food, with guidance, with transport. So he
and he's pestering them with questions all the time, almost exactly. to the point that they get impatient with him, right?
He gets sometimes. I mean, we shouldn't forget he is, he's a privileged white man. He is, and he has the money to do so. He bombards them with questions, and he is sometimes like the Western scientist because he wants to know, like, what's the name of this tree? What's the species of this tree, which is a concept they might not have. Or at some stage, he's incredibly frustrated because he realizes after a while that all the different tree names he's written down are just the name for a tree in different languages. So he gets incredibly frustrated about that. He's like, no, that's not what I want. But he notes all the languages. He writes down words. He comes back later and he says that there's no philosophical concept that can not be expressed in the languages of South America. So, which is completely the opposite of what other Europeans are saying, because they said, it's so rudimentary, you can't express anything. And he said, no, you can express abstract ideas with it. They're such sophisticated languages. He's fascinated by the ancient civilization. So he's drawing Inca ruins. He wants to learn everything about Aztec manuscripts. So he's just very open-minded. I think that's the thing. He doesn't approach this world with preconceived ideas such as Europe is better. I mean, it's this idea of the old world versus the new world. And the old world scientists in France, for example, they were talking about the new world as this degenerated continent where everything is just humid and awful and terrible. And Humboldt came back with this portrait of South America that was just glorious and magnificent.
Yeah, he describes and sings South America and then, of course, inspires from Jefferson to Simón Bolívar and kind of gives this epic of South America as this wonderful place, right? So so many questions, but for example, I wanted to ask you about some of the key experiences that he has in his travels. So for example, one that I think to us as Chileans, it was very interesting to note was his experience of the earthquake. Because of course Darwin experienced in Valdivia an earthquake, and if the earth moves and changes, how could organisms not change accordingly? But Humboldt has this experience of the earthquake in Cumaná, obviously before Darwin. And how did that change him? How did that influence him, do you think?
That actually happens very early on because it's the very first place he stays. So that happens after a few weeks in South America, and I think, I mean, I've never experienced an earthquake, but I think most people who have experienced earthquakes say it's a quite profound experience. So he basically says, how can I believe? Until now, I've believed soil is the earth is this solid thing, and with this, I think he allows himself to say, well, if the ground is not solid, then everything I think and believe could be different. So I think it is almost like an earthquake in his mind also, that kind of like tumbles everything together and just goes and says, okay, let's just see how this goes from here. So I think that was an incredibly important moment for him. I do think that climbing Chimborazo was elemental for his vision of nature, because he's halfway in his journey, so he's seen already quite a lot. He's climbed a lot of volcanoes, because he essentially walks from Bogota to Lima, 4,000 kilometers. So, and this is, and he climbs every reachable volcano. So when he stands what he thinks to be the top of the world in Chimborazo, his vision of nature clarifies, and everything that he's seen before kind of falls into place. So I think that's very important. Mm-hmm. I do think that the rainforest is very important for him. The paddling along the Orinoco, 1,400 miles, 2,500 kilometers, where it's dangerous. They almost starve to death. They, almost drown, all of these things, but they also encounter the richest, most magnificent web of life on our planet. And he just pursues all these different threats he's seen there. So I think, once you've been in the rainforest, you understand the web of life so much better, because it's just buzzing. And
so Humboldt experienced the rainforest, and experiencing the rainforest is, I think, experiencing the web of life. Everything is being born and eaten and interacting. And on one hand, he experienced the rainforest, but then he was also in Chimborazo. And when you're on a mountain, you have perspective. It seems to me that the epiphany he had there was, I would translate it today as like the birth of modern complexity science. Complex adaptive systems is the lens through which we are understanding dynamic nature. It evolves, so that's the history of deep history that Darwin gave us, but it also interacts and creates. It's incredibly modern. Would you agree that Humboldt is perhaps the father of complexity science?
Yeah, I absolutely would. I think it's almost like if his mind is like a mini computer already. So he because I think that's because of his memory, because he can make these connections, but also because, so for example, if we just think about climate, until Humboldt, scientists who talked about climate, they talked about the weather. They talked about the temperature, maybe the humidity. But Humboldt suddenly goes and says, no, we have to look at land mass, for example. Where do we measure? Are we inland? Are we on top of a mountain? So he begins what he calls comparative climate studies. All of that, and then he says, this is, so we have to think about climate, we have to think about geology, we have to think about vegetation, which then, of course, becomes very interesting for people like Charles Lyell and Charles Darwin. So yeah, I absolutely do think that he is the father of complexity science, 100%.
And the intellectual father of Charles Darwin himself, right? I mean, Darwin has this wonderful quote that he almost knew by heart the writings of Humboldt, and that's what inspired him to go on the Beagle, right?
Yeah. So for me, this is one of my favorite bits because, there's so many people, saying like Darwin is like, we are all standing on Darwin's shoulders. And I think, well, but Darwin is standing on Humboldt's shoulders. And that's forgotten. And one of the reasons I think that Humboldt's forgotten today is that he does not have like the theory of evolution connected to his name. That's what Darwin has. But Darwin, as a young man, read Humboldt's books. One book which was called Personal Narrative, which is basically partly a travel account, partly a scientific treatise of the travels. And it's this book where he combines poetic landscape descriptions with hard scientific data. So Charles Darwin reads it as a young man and says like, that book changed everything for me. That book made me want to travel to South America. So he goes on the Beagle, and on the Beagle, he has a tiny little shelf next to his hammock. And on this shelf, he puts his Humboldt books. And amazingly, these books still exist today in the archive at Cambridge University. So you get them out and you see how Darwin has written all over them. I mean, he read them with pen in hand. It's like underlined, stuff is written in the margins. And it's almost, reading them is almost like listening to Darwin having a conversation with Alexander von Humboldt, because Humboldt inspired him and influenced him in so many ways. So for example, it was Humboldt's books who made him go to South America. Once he was in South America, he actually at the beginning tried to understand or make sense of this new world through the lens of Humboldt's writings. So he's rereading Humboldt's adventures as he travels through South America. He models his own voyage of the Beagle very much on Humboldt's personal narrative, so stylistically very similar. As Darwin later is then working on his evolutionary theory, he uses Humboldt's books to find examples, and Humboldt is later called a pre-Darwinian Darwinist by his friends. So you see how Darwin underlines sentences like the transmutation of species, or Humboldt describes in one scene, which I love, where he describes how capybaras are held in check. The population of capybaras is held in check by jaguars. And Darwin writes in the margins, he writes, "What a positive check." So you have it in the nutshell, in pencil. You have like the theory of natural selection written by Darwin in pencil in Humboldt's books.
But that to me it really fills me with awe, because we can also see so clearly the connections between the thinkers and the explorers themselves. So and it makes me feel that I really want to help you restore Humboldt, fame today. First of all, because he deserves it. We often talk about, that the greatest. Somebody said the greatest idea I ever thought was Darwin's, because it was the idea of the unity of life through common descent. But Humboldt gave us the idea of the unity of life through interaction, through being the web of life. And Darwin is the son of that, right? But I wanted to ask you about the intellectual ancestor of both, because Erasmus Darwin, the grandfather of Charles, was, Humboldt admired him, but also he himself was an early evolutionist. He was this eccentric character that had developed this coat of arms where it's like concha et omniae, everything comes from the sea. And he inspired the Romantic poets and William Blake and Coleridge as Humboldt did. And of course, he was doing these dinners where he would bring scientists and poets and philosophers. So, Darwin comes from that, but I think there's a direct line that we can draw between Humboldt and Erasmus Darwin as well, no?
Yeah, because in a way they are, Humboldt is exactly in between Erasmus and Charles in a way, I think. And he read Erasmus Darwin, and Erasmus Darwin writes a poem called Love of the Plants, in which he basically translates Linnaean classification into verse. So you have all these like lovesick flowers and horned snails and worms and it's exactly that. It's that this what we today call romantic science, which was still very much based on empirical scientific research, but it was allowed an emotional component to it, and Erasmus Darwin definitely does that, and in a way Charles Darwin also does it, but he kind of doesn't really put it into his writings so much, while Humboldt, I think, is not really afraid of that. But I also think it has to do that he dies in 1859, so this is when scientists become so specialized and crawl into their narrow disciplines. And he's really the last of the great polymath.
I mean, that was the year that The Origin of Species was published.
Yeah, he misses it by a few months. It was published in November, and Humboldt dies in May, so just by a few months.
Yeah. I mean, it seems to me that we need Humboldt and romantic science in that sense, and now almost more than ever, no? With the complex challenges that we have.
Yeah, I mean, for me, because in a way, I mean, it's interesting to work on a historic figure, but I wouldn't work on a random historic figure. It has to be someone who has some relevance for me today. And I think for me, Humboldt, and that's something I've learned through him. This is not how I started this book at all. But when I look at today's environmental debates in the political arena, at least, that I'm really missing that no one dares to talk about the awe of nature. So everybody, we have like scientists and politicians all throwing around these numbers, but no one says like, well, we are actually only going to protect what we love. So let's get to the bottom of that. So I think it's not just geoengineers and scientists who can, get us out of this mess. I think we need equally artists and poets and writers who tell these stories, who make us excited, who let us be in awe of nature, who will get another generation of kids out into nature. Because I think, it's this idea of, we talk about the rising acidity of oceans, but I think we also need to talk about how absolutely beautiful a wild ocean is. What does that do to my soul? And Humboldt said, what speaks to my soul escapes my measurements.
Yeah.
And I think that, and so if someone like Humboldt, who is such a pernickety, meticulous scientist on the one hand, and on the other hand, stands there and gets so excited when he for the first time sees the Pacific Ocean, for example, from the Andes near Lima. So if someone like Humboldt can do that, I think we can also do that, because he talks about that nature is in this mysterious communication with our feelings. And I think we have to allow ourselves to do that, because that's where our imagination comes from, 10,000s of generations ago. So our DNA is our imagination that was shaped in nature.
Right. We evolved in nature, and our aesthetic preferences were shaped by it too.
Yes.
In terms of our cognition and being like healthy animals, what you're saying is so important. Humboldt, of course, influenced so many people, and what you're saying reminds me of John Muir's quote, I had written it somewhere. In nature, you pick up one thing and you find it hitched to everything else in the universe, right? This kind of like untangling of the web of life. I think Humboldt
that John Muir has that idea from Humboldt, basically.
Yes.
And this is how, in a way, I think one of the reasons why Humboldt is so forgotten today is because we take this idea for granted. We don't even think that someone has come up with this idea because it's just the way we function and think. So I think in a way, every environmentalist, every nature writer today, even if they've never heard of Humboldt, they are still connected to him through this kind of rope.
He's our ancestor, whether we are aware of it or not.
Yes.
It is almost like he was like transmuted, reincarnated in the web of life himself.
Yeah,
right?
so by osmosis, he kind of goes.
Exactly. He's reigning, and he's in the Andes, and he's in the Condors. Right. Well, I can't wait for having another opportunity to keep talking with you, Andrea. What the work that you have done is just extraordinary. You have so much to give us and to teach us about Humboldt and the way he saw the world, and and your own process of discovery, allowing yourself to be changed and permeated by this research as well. So, we are here in Latin America, which was changed by having explorers and thinkers from all over the world. But Darwin and Humboldt, they gave, I would say, the ideas of the unity of nature. And I hope we can, travel and go up the mountains with you sometime.
Yes, please, because Latin, they came back being shaped by Latin America, those two men. I've definitely also been shaped by my travels through Latin America. So Chile is waiting on my list.
The Andes Mountains are waiting for you.
Yeah, they're shouting for me.
Absolutely. Well, this has been an enormous pleasure. Thank you so much.
Thank
and I hope
you
to
so
see you in
much.
person next time. Thank you, Andrea.
Bye. Bye.
Muchas gracias por acompañarnos. Los invito a seguir disfrutando y reflexionando con la 10ª versión del Festival Puerto Ideas Valparaíso. Hasta la próxima. Gracias.
Buenas noches, ¿cómo están ustedes? Bienvenidas, bienvenidos a la última actividad del Festival Puerto de Ideas Valparaíso, que este año celebra ya su 10º aniversario gracias al apoyo de Colbún, Copeuch, Fundación Mar Adentro y también el Ministerio de las Culturas. Soy Consuelo Saavedra, periodista, y esta noche tengo el honor y el placer de poder acompañarlos en una conversación con el economista estadounidense, profesor de la Universidad de Columbia, ganador del Premio Nobel de Economía, Joseph Stiglitz, sobre su último libro, Capitalismo Progresista, la respuesta a la era del malestar, su perspectiva de la economía global durante la pandemia y post-pandemia del COVID, y por supuesto también las implicancias de las recientes elecciones en los Estados Unidos. Esta conversación va a ser en inglés, pero con los correspondientes subtítulos. Professor Stiglitz, thank you so much for being here and welcome to Puerto de Ideas.
Nice to be here.
So let's start with the American elections. So what can we say about the political divide in America today? I'm not thinking about a political divide in Washington necessarily, but about the American people.
It's very clear that there are very deep divides. There are deep divides in almost every dimension. Geographically, if you see a map of the red states and the blue states, the blue states tend to be on the coast. The urban areas, the red states, interior, rural areas. It's a male-female divide. The large majority of women voted for Biden. A majority of white men voted for Trump. It's a racial divide, ethnic divide, income divide, education divide. So in so many dimensions, these divisions have been with us, but Trump has exacerbated these divisions, and the election just has highlighted those divisions.
Well, what makes it very, very challenging, of course, you have been very critical of President Donald Trump economic policies, claiming that they increase inequality and that they're basically bad for working people. Nonetheless, many working people, particularly in the Midwest and the South, are still supporting Donald Trump's policies. How is that possible?
Yeah, that is one of the striking things as you looked at the exit polls and the interviews, the supporters of Trump often cited his economic management. You know, I think of myself as an economist, able to judge what is good and bad economic management, and I give him very low grades. So it illustrates something very disturbing that other countries have seen, but I think America has not so much before, the dangers of populism. You have a president who talks a populist line. I'm going to help the workers. I'm going to, help those whose voices not been heard before. And I don't care about budget constraints. He gave a tax cut that resulted in the deficit increasing in the trillions of dollars, a lot of money, but it was very clever and deceptive because it cut the taxes of corporations, of the billionaires. They got most of the money, but the people at the bottom got a little money up front, but it's going to be taken back from them beginning in 2025. And it was a very ugly tax cut. And the reason why I say that is it was another example of dividing the country, because the blue states, where there are strong support for the public provision of education and health, and use progressive income taxes, those taxes were made no longer deductible. So it raised the taxes on the blue states relative to those in the red states. Never happened before to make a policy that was aimed at one part of the country at the expense of the other. But looking at it, it worked. The red states supported him more, and of course, the blue states supported him less.
You have been exploring all these topics for a long time, and actually in your latest book, in People, Power and Profits, Progressive Capitalism for an Age of Discontent, you talk about how politics and economics are intertwined and how economic equalities influence political inequalities, which in turn translate into more economic inequalities. Can you further explain how that process plays out and what needs to be done to stop such a vicious cycle?
Yeah. So the key point here is that, especially in a country like the United States, where money matters so much, this election cost billions and billions of dollars. And we call them campaign contributions, but they're not contributions like charity, they're investments. The corporations give money to the party to get policies that support their special interests. The real estate industry, like Trump's, gives money and then gets a tax break to benefit the real estate industry. It distorts the economy. It's not good for economic growth, and it leads to more inequality. So what you have is you have rules that increase inequality, economic inequality, but then that economic inequality gets translated into political power. And then that political power allows them to pass rules that give even more power, more money to those who are doing well. The result of this very peculiar situation is, we like to think of ourselves as a democracy. And the basic premise of a democracy is one person, one vote. But I've described the evolution of the system as being towards one which better described as $1, one vote. You get a situation where you now have in the United States a minority, not a majority, a minority driving the politics and not recognizing the rights of the majority. When the government as a representative democracy started, it was about majority control, but protecting the minority rights. But now we have minority control without majority rights. So examples are, we have in recent elections, many more people voted for a Democratic president. He won Bush, Gore beat Bush, and Clinton beat Trump in the number of votes. We have many more votes for Democrats in the House of Representatives, many more votes for Democrats in the Senate.
But that's the way it is. You cannot blame Trump for that.
No, it's not blaming
them. Or you cannot blame the rich 1% or the corporate interest. That's the way the electoral system works in the United States.
They have exploited this. So you can buy a senator in South Dakota for much less than you can buy a senator in New York. So the system of distorted representation works with the system of money to reinforce itself, and has resulted in America going from a country where the majority voice is heard to a voice where the minority dominates. And you see it, for instance, in the Supreme Court decisions. You get a Republican president and a Republican Senate getting a Supreme Court Republican to say corporations can give unlimited amount of money for campaigns, that they're not going to correct for gerrymandering. That's a political process. But they don't ask the question, how can a gerrymander political process correct gerrymandering? It's, you know, if you have a system where, as we had in the United States, African Americans couldn't vote, how can a system where a group of people are disenfranchised correct that problem of disenfranchisement? So it's a very ugly political agenda. And so we have increasingly a system in the United States where there's a lack of confidence in our Constitution and in our democratic process.
And also a lack of confidence. That's not only in the United States, that's probably also everywhere. This is also a global situation, and against lack of confidence against the elites. And I'm not only thinking about economic elites, but I'm mostly thinking about intellectual elites. You belong to the intellectual elite, academic elite, political elites. And President Trump plays that card very, very well. So what do you think did elites do wrong, or did they get something wrong?
Oh, I think they did get something wrong. In the period beginning around 1980, the elites around the world bought into neoliberalism, the idea that markets work. What the critical idea was trickle-down economics. So both Democrats and Republicans took the view if we could only grow the economy, everybody would be better off. So there was not enough done about the growing inequality, the plight of those who were suffering from deindustrialization, financialization, globalization. We're supposed to make everybody better off. It didn't happen. And when it didn't happen, they said, you promised us that everybody would be better off, and you were wrong. So why should we trust you now?
And why should they trust elites now, also when they see that, I don't know, unemployment was low. So in the short term before the pandemic, a lot of people, working class people, I mean, we're doing fine at least.
Well, they were doing better than they had been in some dimensions, but not in others. So, for instance, access to healthcare was terrible. The number of uninsured was going up. Life expectancy was going down in the United States, a rich country. Can you believe that? You know, we're at the forefront of innovation and extending life, research. But the average life expectancy in the United States went down in the first years of the Trump administration.
That's true, but that is something that people don't see in the short run.
Oh, they do. They see their friends dying young. I come from a part of the deindustrialized part of the United States. I went to my reunion, and you see the lack of health. You see people dying from the opioid crisis. They know that things are not going well. But they also saw that the unemployment rate was relatively low. The complication is the following. The number of jobs created under Trump was actually smaller than the number of jobs created in a corresponding number of years under Obama. This was just a continuation of the recovery from the 2008 financial crisis, which had been caused by deregulation of the financial sector.
I'll join you, drinking a little bit.
Yeah. So it was part of that recovery. The question was, did Trump make things a little better than they would have been, or a little bit worse?
You think it was a little bit worse, or it was better in the short term, but with high debt and long-term consequences on the environment?
Yeah, so I think it was worse in healthcare, but slightly better in the short run because of this tax cut that stimulated the economy in the short run, but led to huge debts and was not sustainable. You know, by 2020, before the pandemic, people were estimating, economists were estimating, that the growth in the United States was going to be under 2%. Trump had promised 4% or more. So even with all that debt and all that deficit, he wasn't able to deliver. And that's why I say he wasn't really good for the economy. You know, the real reason, let me put it one more way, why I think he was so bad for the economy is he was looking in the rearview mirror, we say. He was trying to create the economy of the 1950s. And the 1950s was in some ways a very good economy in that we were the dominant power. It was after World War II. Europe was knocked out and we were really strong. It was the height of our industrial era, but it wasn't a good economy in many other ways. Women weren't part of the labor force. African Americans were very badly discriminated. They couldn't get access to education. You know, for a large fraction of Americans, I would not say it was a good thing. But in any case, whether you think it's good or bad, you can't go back in time. You can't go back in history. We can't go back to that manufacturing dominated economy. We have to move forward to a knowledge-based service sector economy. We're away from fossil fuel, climate change is real, you know, all these things, innovation economy. These are the future of America. Where is the strength of America? It's in Silicon Valley, it's in our knowledge centers. And he wants to, he's been attacking our knowledge centers. He's attacking our universities. He actually taxed our best universities. Every other country helps the universities because they realize the importance of universities.
Let's talk a bit about the handling of the pandemic and the post-pandemic. There's something to be learned about the US, but also what can we say about the world in that regard? I mean, as you say, we're not in the post-pandemic yet. I'm talking to you from London, so you know, in the middle of the second wave, and you're starting in the US to confront that too. So, what needs to be done right now? This isn't over yet, and how can we connect what needs to be done now with the consequences of the pandemic as well, with the situation of, you know, of course, health, but high unemployment, high debt, whole sectors of the economy that need to be restructured?
So the first thing is we're not going to get over get an economic recovery until we control the pandemic itself. So in my mind, controlling the pandemic is priority number one. And that means testing and tracing, social norms about masks and social distancing, you know, lots of things that in the United States, we haven't done very well. Other countries have done a lot better. And getting, you know, countries that have managed to get the pandemic under control, many of them in Asia, are beginning an economic recovery. So that's the first thing. The second thing is that many of the countries, the United States included, did the right thing in spending a lot of money to deal with the pandemic downturn. The way I view it is they built half a bridge to the post-pandemic world. But in the United States, suddenly after you have half the bridge, they lost heart, at least the Republicans did, and they stopped building. Well, as you know, a half a bridge is a bridge to nowhere. You have to complete the bridge. And if we don't, there's going to be an enormous amount of suffering. The downturn is going to be worse. Businesses are going to go bankrupt. Balance sheets are going to be eroded. Household and corporate balance sheet is going to be a harder recovery. So that's why I think their priorities now is to maintain the spending that's necessary to make a better design. We didn't design it very well in the beginning, but make a better design. We have to make sure that every dollar counts. And that's where the third thing that I emphasize, and it was part of the slogan of Vice President Biden, Build Back Better. We discovered that there were lots of things that were wrong. We knew that were wrong with the economy in January 2020. We don't want to go back to there. We had inequalities. We had an economy that wasn't resilient. We had an economy that wasn't green enough. And so we want the money to do double, triple, quadruple duty. So as it helps us recover from the pandemic, it helps us construct our way towards a post-pandemic economy that is more in accord with what will be the future.
Yeah, let's go in a minute to that post-pandemic and what would the role of the state of governments be there. But before that, I think it's very interesting what you point out in some other interviews you have been giving about the uncertainty of government support in the United States, provoking the poor, definitely they're not making ends meet. But on the other hand, you have the rich people, stepping back, not investing, not spending, because there is uncertainty for them as well. So it's a catch-22.
Exactly. We call that precautionary behavior. When you don't, when in the midst of the Great Depression, FDR gave a famous fireside chat in which he said, "You have nothing to fear but fear itself." In this pandemic, we have something to fear besides fear itself, and that's getting sick. And that's cast the pallor over everything we do, whether we go to a restaurant. But beyond that, there's uncertainty about what government will do. And the more uncertain that is, the more precautions we take. And what happened to savings rates in the United States and Europe has been unprecedented. The United States is a country where normally savings rates are close to zero, 2%, 3%, 4%. They reached 25%. And that was the average, with the bottom half spending everything because they had to do that to get by. So that meant the upper half was really saving. And of course, if they're not spending, that means the economy is weaker, and that is the vicious circle that you described before. So that's why government, in Europe, in the midst of the Euro crisis, Draghi said he'll do whatever it takes. And that was very important in restoring confidence. They said, we don't know what it's going to take, but the central bank, the European Central Bank, is committed. Our government isn't saying we'll do whatever it takes. And
so it's a signal a signal to start with.
Exactly. And you don't know exactly what that means, but if the government says, we know that the unemployment insurance is stopping, but we're not going to do anything, that doesn't make you feel very good about the future. You know that the country is in the midst of gridlock.
You mentioned inequalities also, and we know that this pandemic has deepened existing inequalities and create some new ones as well, or maybe make them come evident faster between people who can work at home and those who cannot, people who work, in the tech sector maybe, and people who work in sectors destroyed, services, for instance, by the pandemic. So what are the new policies? Let's talk about post-pandemic too, that need that will be good for dealing with these inequalities?
Well, I think you need a comprehensive agenda. You know, things that we should have done before, we now need to do. Let me just give you two examples. One of the things that is distinctive about the United States and some other is that we don't have a good system of social protection. If you get sick, you get no paid sick leave in the United States, no guaranteed paid sick leave. That means if you come down with COVID-19 and you're poor, you're living paycheck to paycheck, you go to work if you possibly can. But what does that do? That spreads the disease. So it's cruel to the individual, but it's bad for society. Now, our Congress recognized that and passed a law, just this for COVID-19, mandatory paid sick leave. But then the richest and powerful companies in the United States said, we're so selfish, so short-sighted, that they lobbied successfully to say any company over 500 should be exempt. These are the people who should be paying for paid sick leave. They didn't want to. So over half of American workers were exempted. It was cruel, it was short-sighted, it was heartless. So that's something that we should have done and should be doing. Let me give you, other example. One of the reasons why we've been so badly afflicted is that this virus is not an equal opportunity virus. No. It doesn't go after everybody equally. If you have a poor health condition, it goes after you. Well, because we don't have a good healthcare system. We don't, of all the advanced countries, we are the only one that doesn't recognize access to healthcare as a basic human right. It's in the Declaration of Human Rights, but we don't recognize it. That means healthcare levels are low, but healthcare disparities are huge. And that means there are a lot of people who are fertile victims of this virus. So that's something we ought to be doing, and that's why healthcare is such an important issue right now. One of the things that Build Back Better entails is looking for labor-intensive spending. Why? Because the more demand for especially unskilled labor, it drives up the wages, it gives jobs to people who are losing their jobs in say, restaurants, and construction. And here's an example of where you can combine several of the things, double duty. Solar panels, installing solar panels, putting in insulation, increases the demand for labor and helps us move to the post-pandemic green economy.
Yeah, because I was about to ask, how do you reconcile, I mean, a forward-looking, and also in terms of your book, you know, People, Power, and Profits, I wanted to ask you if your vision towards government spending has, with the pandemic, you know, focused in a different way, or it still can be applied to COVID? And I see the answer is that it can be applied.
It can be applied. I mean, there are many other aspects. I mean, responding to, you know, one of the main themes in my book is the importance of science. And of course, the pandemic has emphasized the role of science. If we didn't have the scientists that could identify what was causing the disease and start developing the vaccines and the therapeutics and the tests and the tracing, no, our response has been totally changed by science. And this is one of my criticisms of Trump. He's denigrating science. He hasn't trusted in science. He's called for cutbacks of 30% almost every year in the science budget. And that, of course, will weaken America. So one of the points in my book is, why do we have higher standards of living than we did 250 years ago? Simple, science advances. And that rests on the foundations of basic science and education. And that rests on foundations of government investment. So to me, the pandemic has really illustrated and brought home the basic themes of my book. But another basic theme concerning inequality is that one of the reasons that we have the inequality that we do is because of exploitation. You know, the standard model in economics is perfect competition, demand supply. It's what you probably learned when you studied economics, if you did. But in a modern economy, there's a lot of market power. And market power can stifle innovation. It certainly contributes to an increase in inequality. And it leads to a less dynamic economy. So that's why I say that good policies like encouraging competition can lead to greater equality and higher growth.
What is your opinion on how President Trump has reversed globalization and free trade in order to also protect American products and jobs? Because you are also somebody who criticized globalization and wants to protect American jobs. So what's the difference there between your approach and President Trump's approach, for instance?
Yeah, great question. And I wrote a book about that, which was called Globalization and Its Discontents Revisited, Globalization in the Era of Trump, because I felt I had to answer that because a lot of people were asking me that. And maybe the best way of thinking about that is when in my book, I pointed out that globalization as it was designed was unfair to developing countries, to emerging markets. I saw that as chief economist of the World Bank. I saw it even when I was in the Clinton administration. President Trump has said that the trade agreements, globalization, is unfair to the United States. So I always ask my students at the beginning of class, I say, who do you think is right, me or President Trump?
What do they answer?
Okay,
that you, of course, they want good grades.
But the point I'm making is we wrote the trade agreements, basically. The United States dictated to a very large extent the terms of the trade agreements. And we did it not to help the developing countries, I can tell you that. We did it to help the United States. But this is where we made a mistake. They were written not by American citizens. They were written by American corporations, the big corporations, the multinationals, the big finance companies. So they were unfair to American workers and unfair to workers in developing countries. But they were written to advance American corporate interests. So my criticism is not with globalization itself, but the way it's managed. And I think it should be rewritten. The rules should be rewritten, but in ways to help the ordinary Americans and the ordinary people, workers in other countries. So for instance, when we signed some of the trade agreements, I was worried about the loss of jobs. And I said, many other people said, we need to have assistance for the workers who are losing their jobs to move into new jobs, give them more education, create new jobs, industrial policies, active labor market policies to help them move. It's not going to be easy, but we have to make that investment because we want to make sure that everybody's a winner, not just corporate profits. But unfortunately, the Republicans said no. And enough of the Democrats believed in trickle-down economics that they went ahead anyway. And that was the critical mistake. We talked about it. That's where the elites got discredited.
You mentioned developing economies. Let's talk, if we could, a little bit about the pandemic consequences on developing economies and emerging markets. So severely hindered by lack of resources, and also no debt forgiveness, no large lendings either. Many nations are now probably lamenting high debts, wrecked economies. What is wrong with the international financial safety net, and what needs to change there?
Yeah, just to highlight the problems, the United States assistance to its economy was about 15% of GDP. The developing countries, emerging markets, can't spend that amount of money. I've been arguing that what we spent is not enough. Obviously, if the developing countries and emerging markets are being hit worse, and they can only spend a few percentage of GDP, the effects could be devastating. There are some tools. The G20 got together and said, we will use every instrument possible. That was pure rhetoric. They didn't really mean it. There is an instrument already there, which is called special drawing rights. The IMF can issue, it's like money, you just give it and the head of the IMF asked for an issuance of $500 billion. We did it in the 2008 crisis under the leadership of Gordon Brown. This time, there's no leadership from Washington. There's no leadership. And there was actually almost universal global agreement for the issuance of $500 billion, except the United States and India. No good reason, no reason. So it's, to my mind, it's another example of an unconscionable behavior. In fact, many of the advanced countries said they would take their issuance of SDRs and give it or lend it to the countries that need it, developing countries. So there's a lot of magnanimity in the rest of the world and just utter selfishness on the part of the Trump administration. So that's one thing we could do, and hopefully Biden will be elected, and that would be something that would be changed. Now, the other thing that has to be done, we are at the risk of debt crises. Argentina, Ecuador, Lebanon, you go around the world, there are lots of countries already in crisis or about to be in crisis. There's some temporary palliatives. The fact that so much liquidity has been injected into financial markets has meant that many countries have, in the short term, been able to get some liquidity, but it's only a short-term solution. When the crisis began, and this is true both in individual countries, but internationally, when the crisis began, the idea is it would be a 5-week, maybe a 10-week interruption, and then we would pick up. American economic pandemic programs were designed to end in beginning or end of June.
Yeah, it was about liquidity.
It was about liquidity, exactly. So you needed a little lending for the short term. But now everybody knows it will last much longer than that, a year, more than a year. And what began as a liquidity crisis has now morphed into a solvency crisis. So there's going to have to be debt restructuring. And in the aftermath of the 2008 crisis, I was asked by the president of the UN General Assembly to discuss what were the reforms of the international architecture that were needed. And our commission recommended very strongly that there needed to be a mechanism for restructuring cross-border debt, including sovereign debt. And the UN endorsed that, General Assembly endorsed that in 2014 and 2015, almost unanimously set up a set of principles. Unfortunately, a few countries, very few countries opposed, but they were the powerful creditor countries like the United States. So here we are, 2020, we have no framework for sovereign debt restructuring.
And for a crisis that it's, I mean, around the corner, basically.
Exactly. So this is a real concern to me, that we have neither the institutional framework, the private sector are being recalcitrant, and it's going to be very difficult to get a strong global economic recovery if there are many countries around the world in a debt crisis. So it's even in the self-interest of the international community to do something about this.
And in that sense, what do you think are going to be the long-term consequences of this pandemic? I mean, if we ever get the vaccine working, how long will the recovery take? What do you think it's going to change forever? What is going to be absolutely different from what we have seen?
There's going to be a lot of changes. And let me just mention, how deep and long the downturn really would depend on what we do, we, United States and other countries. There's an old aphorism, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. Economists say the same thing. Technically, they say they're hysteresis effects. Once you go bankrupt, you don't go unbankrupt when the disease goes away. It takes a long time to recover when you go far south. So that's why I've been emphasizing, let's try to make sure we don't go that far south. But in the United States, the Republicans say no. So if we don't have enough support now, the recovery is going to take a lot longer. Now, the other part of the question is, in what way would the post-pandemic economy look different? Well, first, it's accelerating many of the changes that are already going on, some of them very difficult to deal with.
Mm-hmm.
For instance, the way we shop. We were already going into internet shopping. This has accelerated it enormously. The way we produce, we were going through robotization. This has accelerated it. Robots don't get COVID-19. They get computer viruses, but we managed that. COVID-19, so it's accelerated in some sectors, computerization, robotization. It has accelerated, as we talked about, the economic divide. Those who can go about their business on Zoom are doing okay. Those who are in some other sectors are finding it really difficult. One of the big changes is going to be geopolitics. The Asian countries are doing better. China is going to grow. The difference between the growth in China and the decline in the US is quite marked. Korea looks like it's going to grow. Taiwan's doing well, Vietnam. So there is a geographic aspect to this that may play in an important way into geopolitics. There's one more thing that worries me a great deal, and that is democracy. Surveillance helps control the virus, but a surveillance economy enables countries with authoritarian tendencies to become totalitarian. And that is a great deal of concern, especially in a world where there are already so many authoritarian tendencies with your neighbor Bolsonaro in Brazil. Trump clearly has authoritarian tendencies, Modi in India. We could go through the list, Putin in Russia. A majority of people in the world today are living under authoritarian regimes. So different from our hope at the moment when the Berlin Wall came down and it seemed like the Cold War had ended and we thought it was a victory for democracy.
But then you describe this authoritarian leaders, and at the same time we're saying, many countries like China in Asia are dealing better with COVID and they're doing better with the economy, but with a lot of surveillance as well and very authoritarian regimes too. So that's the difficulty also. No black and white here, no clear cut.
Well, the point is you don't need authoritarian regimes to get the pandemic under control. New Zealand has done a fantastic job. Social cohesion, trusting science, trust, respect of citizens of each other, good leadership. That's really what makes a big difference. Commitment to democracy. South Korea has done a good job. Not authoritarian democracy. Taiwan is doing a good job. So I think what I worry about is that the success in China will be a boost to authoritarianism and surveillance.
I see.
But we can get the disease under control with the best democratic values. And New Zealand, it shows that with trust, respect for science, respect of citizens for each other. So those are the hopeful notes that come out of the pandemic, that there are some real brilliant successes that really reinforce some of our basic values.
You mentioned when we were talking about what is changing and what forces are driving all these changes with COVID, we were talking about basically the tech, the zooming and robotization, but that's giving a lot of power to big tech companies. So, and that's also going to be a huge problem when we talk about power as well.
That's right. And that's why in my book, I talk very strongly about how we have to regulate, break up the big tech companies. And I describe some of the various ways in which that can be done. There's been a big shift in the politics in America on both Democratic and Republican side, recognizing that there's too much concentration of power in the tech giants. And it's partly about competition, which I've talked about before as being so important and a real part of my book, People, Power, and Profits. But the harms the tech giants can do go far beyond that. Incitement to violence, hate speech, political manipulation, disinformation, a lot of, they help spread misinformation about vaccines. A large fraction of Americans now seem afraid to take a vaccine. So what we realize is technology can be a two-edged sword, and these unregulated technologies have incentives to behave in ways that are socially counterproductive.
So we're coming to the end of this conversation, and one last question, Professor Stiglitz. So for you, what have you learned during this very intense year of 2020?
Oh, I think I've learned so much more, so much about so many things. the complexity of politics, the fact that the challenges of trying to communicate to a broad audience and the necessity in a democratic society of doing that. As we've been talking, I believe very strongly that Trump and the Republicans have been very bad for our economy, and especially for those at the bottom, you know, the people who are not the billionaires or the millionaires. But clearly, we have failed to communicate that. And they are supporting a candidate which is counter to their own self-interest. That's highly disturbing. We've learned a lot. You know, the pandemic has been a what economists call it a natural experiment. You know, we're not like physics or chemistry or where you do experiments and you try one thing or another and you do, you know, really controlled experiments. We have to rely on natural experiments, the experiments that nature throws out. The pandemic has been a natural experiment. Different countries have responded differently. And some have been much more successful than others, and some have been real failures. I've talked a lot about New Zealand as a great success.
Yes.
And the United States and Brazil as great failures. As a social scientist and as an economist, it's such a rich question. What causes the success and what causes the failures? And in a way, the lessons that come out of my study of, you know, my looking into the pandemic are really very parallel to the lessons, the views I had come to in my book, People, Power, and Profits. You know, what makes for a successful economy are reliance on science, social organization, rule of law, political systems with checks and balances, separation of powers, importance of truth institutions like a free media, a critical media, an independent media, independent universities. You know, all these things make for a economy which is successful in the long run. We have to live within our natural boundaries. And we have not been doing that. We have to get a balance between the market, the state, and civil society. Inequalities undermine individuals' respect for each other and the functioning of society and the economy. So these were all some of the lessons that as I was trying to understand what had led to the success of some countries before the pandemic, their growth, the shared prosperity. Every one of those lessons applies with even greater force as we look at what leads to the success and the failures in responding to the pandemic. So in many ways, it's helped sharpen, I think, our understanding of what makes for successful economies and successful societies.
Professor Stiglitz, thank you so much for this conversation and for being part of Puerto Ideas. Good night.
It's a real pleasure. Thank you.
Y muchas gracias, por supuesto, a todos ustedes por acompañarnos esta noche en la última actividad del Festival Puerto de Ideas Valparaíso, por ser parte, por supuesto, también de la celebración de este 10º aniversario, 10 años más, o sea, 10 años ya que llevamos en Puerto de Ideas. Los esperamos, por supuesto, el 2021 para seguir reflexionando y disfrutando de la cultura, el diálogo y los procesos creativos. Hasta entonces, gracias.